Blue Star, Huaxia City. Doctor, Sumu has awakened. In a hospital in the city, a multitude of doctors gathered around an extraordinarily handsome man on the hospital bed. Sumu gazed around in bewilderment. Blue Star, hadn't he traversed into the Dragon Ball world, becoming a scion? Could it be that all of it was merely a dream? As Sumu grappled with his confusion, a nurse conducted a series of examinations before returning him to his room. Sumu, do you feel any discomfort? A doctor inquired. Sumu shook his head, still unable to grasp the surreal nature of his situation. He vividly remembered becoming a formidable being akin to the Omni-King in the Dragon Ball universe. Was everything he experienced merely an illusion? From our previous assessments, your body has long since recovered. Your prolonged unconsciousness may be related to your brain. One of the doctors finally spoke. You have now awakened, and Miss Mu Xiaoing will surely be delighted. By the way, we have also informed your mother, and she will undoubtedly arrive shortly. Mu Xiaoing. Sumu finally regained his composure, asking, "Who is Mu Xiaoing?" A doctor replied, "Mu Xiaoing is the girl you rescued a year ago. She is the only daughter of the wealthiest man in the city. Your continued stay in the premium ward is also due to her influence." Upon hearing this, Sumu recollected the events leading up to his journey into the Dragon Ball world. Before his traversal, he was merely a high school sophomore. One fateful day, while heading to school, he witnessed a runaway truck barreling toward a girl. Without a second thought, he leaped into action to save her. That very act led to his unexpected journey into the Dragon Ball universe. In the recesses of his mind, he believed he had indeed saved her. That moment, a stunning young woman burst into the room. Flanked by two bodyguards. "Doctor, has Sumu truly awakened?" "Yes, Sumu has fully recovered, Miss Mu. You may speak with him now." The doctors, aware of the gravity of the situation, discreetly exited the room. As the last doctor left, Sumu finally beheld the girl he had saved. Her skin was as white as snow, her features exquisite, and her presence exuded an air of nobility, even in her school uniform. Her figure was striking, suggesting that even if she bore quadruplets in the future, nourishment would never be a concern. "Hello, Sumu. I am Mu Xiaoing, the girl you rescued a year ago. Thank you for your heroic act." Her voice was melodious, akin to a lark, enchanting and delightful. Sumu remained silent, simply observing her. Had it not been for his intervention, he would not have found himself in this predicament. Yet, he still harbored doubts about whether he had truly traversed into the Dragon Ball world. Noticing his silence, Mu Xiaoing grew puzzled. The doctors had assured her of his complete recovery. Why was he not speaking? Could it be, do you know? Mu Xiao's complexion turned pale as she lowered her head in guilt. Sumu, taken aback, finally asked, "Know what?" Mu Xiao raised her gaze, her eyes wide with disbelief. "You don't know? Then why are you silent?" Could he admit that he was contemplating whether his previous experiences were merely a dream? Sumu felt an urge to harness a ki blast, but with others present, it was not the ideal moment. "Speak. What is it that I should know?" Now it was Mu Xiao's turn to be mute. Never mind, he would eventually uncover the truth. Sumu, the incident where I was nearly struck was orchestrated by my father's enemies. I must express my gratitude once again for your timely intervention. She bowed deeply to Sumu, then continued, "I'm so sorry your act of saving me has led to retaliatory actions against your family." Upon finishing, Mu Xiao buried her face in her chest, unable to meet his gaze. "What?" Sumu sprang from the bed, the energy of a boy who had just awakened after a year of slumber. "What happened to my family?" He approached Mu Xiao, gripping her shoulders tightly. The two bodyguards were poised to intervene, but upon seeing Mu Xiao's lack of response, they hesitated. The bodyguards discreetly exited the room and closed the door behind them. Mu Xiao, head lowered, murmured, Your father was also struck by a vehicle. What? What happened to him? Speak." Su Mu's eyes turned crimson, fury emanating from his very being. "Your father, like you, has fallen into a deep coma. The doctors say he may never awaken." Mu Xiao spoke in fragmented sentences, too ashamed to face him. Who did this?" Su Mu roared in anger. Mu Xiao hesitated, but Su Mu's sudden intuition led him to dread that the situation was far worse. Realization dawned upon him as he released her shoulders. "What about my mother? My sister? Your mother suffered a broken leg, and your sister was nearly assaulted." Mu Xiao grit her teeth, revealing the grim truth in one breath. A broken leg? Nearly assaulted? While it seemed less severe than his father's condition, Sumu could no longer contain the tempest of rage within him. Boom! A surge of white energy erupted from his body. Swish! The searing waves of energy swept through the entire hospital room. While what? External key explosion. Level 4 warrior. Mu Zueo's eyes widened in shock. In that moment, not only was Mu Xiao taken aback, but even Su Mu was astonished by the phenomenon. This energy. In the Dragon Ball universe, the Kamehameha wave requires ki to be executed. What is this? Sumu stared at his hands. Could it be that everything he experienced was indeed real? He glanced at Mu Xiao. She was already aware, so he decided to experiment further. Raising one hand, he summoned the energy within him. Buzz. A ki blast coalesced into existence. As the ki blast manifested, a tempest swept through the hospital room. Medical equipment toppled, and even Mu Xiao was knocked to the ground. External ki gathering, level 5 warrior. Mu Zueo's eyes widened once more, hearing the commotion outside the room. She quickly commanded, "No one is to enter without my permission." As for Sumu, he felt the potent force within him and furrowed his brow. He was now certain that his previous experiences were not mere figments of imagination. In other words, he had truly traversed into the Dragon Ball world. He had genuinely become a scion, achieving the level of the Omni-King. Yet now, he had traversed back. Chapter 2. The Rift in the Sky. Yet, it is fortunate that I have traversed back, otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to the tremendous upheaval that has befallen my home. Sumu dispelled the energy wave in his hand, retracting the aura surrounding him. As he quelled the fury simmering within, Mu, who is responsible for this? The head of Jiang City, Xiaoqing, Mu Xiao, having witnessed Sumu's transformation, no longer concealed the truth, directly recounting the sequence of events. It turns out that Xiaoping, the son of Xiaoqing, had taken a liking to Mu Xiao. Yet she held no affection for him. However, Xiaoping believed that with a father of such stature, he had never failed to attain what he desired. When gentleness failed, he resorted to coercion. Xiaoping intended to forcefully claim her, but during his attempt, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Mu Xiao awakened mid-plot and decisively incapacitated Xiaoping. Xiaoping, being the son of Xiaoqing, found his manhood destroyed, a fate that bred an irreconcilable enmity. Thus, the subsequent incident where Mu Xiao was struck, and Sumu intervened to save her, led to his family becoming entangled in this turmoil. Xiaoqing, very well. Sumu's gaze brimmed with an insatiable desire for vengeance. Mu Xiao, taken aback by the intensity of Sumu's eyes, hastened to apologize. I am truly sorry, Su. It is all my fault for dragging you into this. What does this have to do with you? If anything, it is my act of saving you that has brought misfortune upon my family. Sumu waved his hand dismissively. Upon realizing he had traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, he had already sentenced the Xiao family to death. You just mentioned levels 4 and 5 warriors. What are those? As he seethed and focused his energy, Mu Xiao instinctively spoke, leaving Sumu perplexed. Since when did Blue Star possess such things? I forgot to mention. During your year of slumber, Blue Star underwent a tremendous transformation. Mu Xiao tapped her head, hurrying to explain. One day, a colossal rift appeared in the sky, leading to a peculiar evolution among the flora, fauna, and humanity on Blue Star. Some extraordinary plants and animals gained consciousness and immense power. And we humans experienced similar phenomena, with some awakening extraordinary abilities alongside enhanced strength. To classify an individual's talent, the authorities delineated it into 9 ranks: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, F. Furthermore, individual strength is classified into 9 levels as well. While Mu Xiao continued elucidating, Sumu had already lost interest. Approaching the window, he swiftly opened it and gazed upward. A vast silver rift hung in the sky. It is energy. Sumu's eyes widened as the rift exuded a familiar aura. This was the energy of the Dragon Ball world. What is energy? Mu Xiao inquired, standing beside him, puzzled. Sumu remained silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Why would such a bizarre phenomenon occur on Blue Star? I must see what this rift truly is. Without hesitation, Sumu leapt through the window. No. Mu Xiao's expression shifted in alarm, fearing he might take a reckless leap. In the next moment, a burst of white energy enveloped Sumu, propelling him toward the rift in the sky. Flight. In the void, is he a level 6 warrior? In the hospital room, Mu Xiao stood alone, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? As Sumu soared, he assessed his strength. So weak. Measured against the combat power of the Dragon Ball world, he likely only possessed a mere 100 points. However, he understood he had returned to Blue Star. He was no longer a scion or a being capable of challenging the Omni-King. He was now merely an ordinary inhabitant of Blue Star. Yet, why did he retain around 100 points of combat power when Blue Star's inhabitants do not wield firearms and are not even equivalent to the weakest warriors? After some contemplation, he surmised it must relate to his two traversals. Of course, now was not the time to dwell on this. He needed to ascertain the nature of the rift in the sky. With a whoosh, the white aura expanded, and Su-Mu accelerated once more. Before long, he reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. Logically, with his current strength, he should not have been able to maintain flight for such a duration or reach such heights. However, having traversed from the Dragon Ball world, his soul remained intact, and his mastery over energy had long ascended to the level of a supreme deity. Not only could he reach 10,000 meters, but with his 100 points of combat power, venturing into outer space would pose no challenge. What a peculiar rift. Hovering in the void, Su-Mu fixed his gaze on the silver tear above. The rift extended for 10,000 meters and spanned a width of 1,000 meters, with irregular patterns adorning its edges, as though the sky had been violently torn asunder. Simultaneously, wisps of mysterious energy seeped from the rift. This energy resembled that of the Dragon Ball world but bore subtle differences. From the chaotic energies emanating from the rift, Su-Mu sensed many disordered auras. He could not discern their origins, yet it was evident that one bore an erratic spatial essence. Space. What could this mean? Su-Mu's brow furrowed tighter as he contemplated whether to enter the rift to investigate. No, I cannot venture in. I am still too weak after my return. After some deliberation, he concluded that with his current physical strength, he could not afford to enter. No one could predict what lay beyond the rift, and to charge in recklessly could lead to perilous circumstances. Moreover, the energy seeping from the rift carried spatial properties, which added another layer of danger. It is astonishing that upon my return to Blue Star, such a remarkable anomaly has occurred. Su-Mu gazed expressionlessly at the silver rift before ultimately turning back toward the hospital. As for investigating the rift, that could wait until his strength had been restored. Alternatively, he could wait until he created the Dragon Balls and consult the dragon for answers. In a hospital room in Jiang City, Mu Xiaoing remained at the window, her eyes filled with shock as she murmured, after the anomaly on Blue Star. I trained for a year to attain the strength of a level 4 warrior. Yet, others awaken after a year of slumber and possess the power of a level 6 warrior. How is this conceivable? Suddenly, voices echoed from outside the ward. Miss Su's mother has arrived. No sooner had the words left their lips than another voice, filled with excitement, resounded. Son, my son, is it true that you have awakened? Panic surged within Mu Xiaoing as she looked out the window to see Su-Mu had not yet returned. What should I do? Should I tell Su-Mu's mother that her son flew out of the window the moment he awoke? That would be absurd. Just as Mu Xiaoing found herself at a loss, a streak of white light descended rapidly from above. In an instant, a handsome young man enveloped in white energy returned to the window. Su-Mu, you have finally returned. The doctor informed your mother of your awakenings, and she is waiting just outside. You must hurry inside. Mu Xiaoing exclaimed with excitement. Mother? A tremor coursed through Su-Mu's heart, his nose tingling with emotion. The ones he cherished most during his time in the Dragon Ball world were his parents and sister. Finally, would he be able to see his beloved mother once more? Chapter 3. Sister Su Kaiwei. Su-Mu hastily leaped through the window. Mu, remember, do not tell my mother about what just happened. As for Zhao Qing and Zhao Ping, who have harmed my family, I will ensure they meet their demise. Before Su-Mu could finish his words, his mother, Li Jing, burst in, followed by 2 bodyguards. Miss, we apologize, we couldn't stop her. Seeing Su-Mu standing in the hospital room, Mu Xiaoing let out a sigh of relief. It's all right, you may leave. The 2 bodyguards exited the room. Son, Li Jing, with a crutch tucked under her arm, rushed towards Su-Mu. Mom. Su-Mu's eyes instantly brimmed with tears as he opened his arms, tightly embracing the beautiful woman who rushed towards him. During his years traversing the Dragon Ball world, he had truly longed for this woman. It was a relief to have returned. My child, you have finally awakened. Li Jing exclaimed joyfully, bouncing on her feet. Mom, I'm fine now. Just be careful. Su-Mu held on to his mother. In his memory, his mother was a stunning beauty, although she still retained her beauty. Her delicate features were now etched with weariness, and her hair had turned significantly gray. Particularly, her left leg was wrapped in bandages. Evidently the leg that had been broken in the accident. With tears welling in his eyes, Su-Mu struggled to hold them back. Mom, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Your act of saving Mu was commendable, and I am fine. You need not blame yourself. Just seeing you awake brings me peace, Li Jing said, gently caressing Su-Mu's face with a smile. Mom, the tears Su-Mu had been holding back finally streamed down his cheeks. He grasped his mother's hand, a gesture of the maternal love he could not attain in the Dragon Ball world. How wonderful it was to be back. Minutes passed, 3, 10, 20. Yet his mother continued to pinch his cheeks, and Sumu felt a mix of pain and joy. Mom, there are outsiders here. Can we save the pinching for home? Li Jing, pouting like a young girl, retorted, You silly child. For the entire year you were in a coma, I was worried sick for you. Now, I simply wish to pinch your cheeks, and you are already displeased? Understanding and thoughtful, Mu Shuiao quickly interjected. Aunt Li, Su just woke up. It's best not to let him stand for too long. Yes. Son, you've been lying in the hospital for so long. You can't stand for too long. Come. Let's hurry home. Finally, Li Jing released Sumu, taking her crutch and holding his hand as they prepared to leave the room. Aunt Li, wait. Mu Shuiao handed a bank card to Sumu, earnestly saying, There are 30 million in it. The password is 6 zeros. This is my small token of appreciation. Please accept it. 30 million? I will accept it. Sumu was momentarily stunned but quickly took the card. This is what I deserve. Li Jing opened her mouth as if to say something but ultimately refrained. Indeed, this was Sumu's rightful due. As they departed the hospital, Mu Xiao gazed at Sumu's retreating figure, unable to calm the turmoil within her. She could hardly fathom that a young man, who had been in a coma for a year, had missed out on the benefits during the upheaval on Blue Star and yet awakened to attain the rank of a level 6 warrior. Moreover, what was the source of the energy he spoke of? Li Jing and her son left the hospital and made their way to the parking lot. Upon seeing a BMW ahead, Sumu's eyes widened. Isn't that Dad's BMW? Mom, how did you get it? I hurried to pick you up. But Mom, isn't your left leg injured? I drive an automatic. My left leg's injury has no bearing on my right. You're impressive. Sumu settled into the passenger seat and gave his mother a thumbs up. Basic operation, no need for excessive praise. Li Jing raised her chin like a young girl and instantly started the car. As Sumu sat in the vehicle, he observed the scenery outside. The streets were lined with martial arts schools and training grounds. He even spotted individuals exhibiting considerable strength. These were likely the level 1, 2, or perhaps even 3 warriors Mu Shuiao had mentioned. Blue Star had indeed transformed. Was this a revival of spiritual energy, an awakening of a high martial world, or perhaps the arrival of another realm? Son, you must have heard about the changes on Blue Star from Mu, Li Jing commented. Yes. Though Blue Star has become quite perilous, you need not worry, Mom. Now that I have awakened, I will protect you both. Sumu patted his chest confidently. All right. Once you are able to cultivate, you can protect your mother, Li Jing chuckled, dismissing her son's words as mere jest. Listening to his mother's teasing tone, Sumu did not dispute her. Instead, he inquired, Mom, you just referred to Mu as Mu girl? Are you two quite close? Casting a glance at the passenger seat, Li Jing replied, How could we not be? She is the girl you personally saved. If you had not awakened, I would have considered her as a daughter-in-law. Sumu, our family paid a heavy price to save her. Li Jing pouted. If you had not awakened, I truly would have let Mu Xiao marry the paralyzed Sumu and remain a widow. Honestly, son, the girl you saved is quite beautiful, and her assets are impressive. Why not pursue her? If you succeed, your children will never be lacking in nourishment. Mom, what are you saying? Sumu rolled his eyes, his mother still the same, capable of uttering such outrageous remarks. Curiously, he continued, Since it was her that caused the troubles for Dad and me, don't you resent her? Driving the car, Li Jing sighed. At first, I did harbor resentment, but during your year-long coma, she tirelessly sought treatment for you. Moreover, she came to your ward daily to talk to you, genuinely wishing for your awakening. Her eyes were filled with guilt for both of you. Seeing that, I let go of my resentment. With a sigh, Li Jing added, I no longer harbor ill feelings, but your sister despises Mu. By the way, is my sister all right? Sumu asked with concern. Among the family, the only one he had truly worried about during his time in the Dragon Ball world was his sister, Su Kaiwei. Su Kaiwei was the daughter of his father's comrade, who had tragically perished during a mission. Consequently, Su Kaiwei was brought home by his father and officially became a part of their family. Later, she became the belle of Jiang City First High School, achieving an astounding score of 733 in her college entrance examination, earning her a place at Jing University as the top female student in the nation. Describing his sister as breathtakingly beautiful was no exaggeration. It could be said that those who admired her could circle the earth. Because of having such an outstanding sister, Sumu had often been used as a shield by Su Kaiwei since childhood. Upon returning from the Dragon Ball world, he unexpectedly heard the news that his sister had nearly been assaulted. Mu must have told you about our ordeal, right? Li Jing gritted her teeth. Yes. Sumu recalled that after he was struck by the car, his father and mother soon suffered a similar accident. My mother was fortunate. She only broke a leg. But my father, Li Jing sighed, continuing, your father has yet to awaken. We do not even know if he will ever regain consciousness. As for your sister, she was alone returning to school when she was kidnapped. It was Xiaoping who abducted her. Li Jing gripped the steering wheel tightly, her voice trembling with emotion as she recounted, at that time, your sister was kidnapped and taken to a hotel. Xiaoping had been rendered impotent by Mu Yaotu, and thus he could not assault your sister, but he sought the assistance of a beggar. As she spoke, her agitation crescendoed to the point where she could scarcely continue. And then, Su Mu's back molars ground together, struggling to contain the fury that simmered within him. Chapter 4. Am I a level 9 warrior? Xiaoping wanted the beggar to assault your sister, but fortunately your sister is a national top scholar. Upon learning that she was abducted at the school gate, the leaders of Peking University rushed to the scene and averted the crisis. Oh dear, son. Your sister was so close to being violated. Li Jing pulled over and collapsed over the steering wheel, weeping bitterly. How infuriating. Sumu clenched his fists until his knuckles turned pale. Mother, let us go home first. I will avenge this. Just wait. Sumu yearned to eliminate Zhao Qing and his family immediately, but he had just returned from another realm. He was unfamiliar with the current Blue Star, and most importantly, he had no idea where Zhao Qing's family was located. Under Su Mu's soothing words, Li Jing soon calmed down and restarted the car. Half an hour later, she drove into the courtyard of a small villa. This villa was Su Mu's home, indicating that his family was relatively well off. Su Mu exited the vehicle and stood in the yard for a moment, where every corner was filled with memories of his childhood. Son, hurry and sit down. Don't tire yourself out. Mom will prepare a feast for you. Li Jing opened the door and scurried towards the kitchen with a crutch tucked under her arm. Mother's injured leg. Su Mu gazed at his mother's broken leg, clenching his fists tightly before slowly relaxing them. The Dragon Ball world possesses many miraculous techniques. During his years there, he had learned nearly all of them. As for healing techniques, he had mastered many. He would wait until tonight when his mother was asleep to heal her. Su Mu exhaled deeply and descended to the second floor, returning to his room. Inside, the wardrobes, desk, computer, guitar. The arrangement was just as it had been before his journey, without a speck of dust. It was evident that someone cleaned the room daily. Su Mu knew this was his mother's doing, and he felt a swell of gratitude. After lying on his bed for a moment, he suddenly sat up and positioned himself before the computer. He expertly powered it on and typed the process of Blue Star's anomaly into the browser. Shocking. The sky suddenly split open. Shocking. Flora and fauna underwent such transformations. After 20 minutes, Su Mu finally grasped the sequence of events regarding Blue Star's anomaly. The rift had appeared suddenly, its origin unknown. In an effort to investigate its secrets, scientists from various countries endeavored to cross the rift. Yet, regardless of their methods, anyone who attempted to cross vanished without a trace. With no other options, global scientists could only conduct explorations from outside the rift. During these investigations, a mysterious aura emanated from within the rift at all times. The composition of this aura remained unclear, but its functions had been identified as enhancement and awakening. Online, some likened this aura to the spiritual energy described in novels, dubbing it the era of spiritual energy resurgence. Others claimed it was the awakening of a high martial world. Regardless, the emergence of this spiritual energy had wrought tremendous changes upon Blue Star. The mutation of animals, the awakening of plants, and the loss of control among humans rendered the previous systems and laws of Blue Star ineffective. Consequently, Blue Star had transformed into an exceedingly perilous realm. Was everything rooted in that rift in the sky? What lay beyond it? How intriguing. Su Mu reclined in his computer chair, beginning to comprehend the current transformations of Blue Star. Although the world was considerably more dangerous than before in comparison to the Dragon Ball universe, Blue Star could at most be regarded as a novice village. No, it didn't even qualify as that. This realization brought him some relief. He had been a scion in the Dragon Ball world, having attained the level of the Omni-King. Yet upon returning, his previous powers had vanished. Thankfully, the dangers of Blue Star were not excessively high. Otherwise, with his current strength, encountering a Frieza-level boss might lead him to kneel on the spot. However, could it be that my true powers have truly vanished? Sumu felt a pang of dissatisfaction and closed his eyes to sense his energy. 10 seconds later, my laws of erasure, my rules of destruction, my world-shattering power, truly gone. Sumu opened his eyes, filled with despair. After a short while, he resigned himself to the fact that it was lost. The Dragon Ball world was never truly home. Being able to return to Blue Star and reunite with his father, mother, and sister was already a great blessing. If necessary, he would simply cultivate anew. Sumu quickly adjusted his mood. According to online information, Level 1 to Level 3 warriors primarily focus on physical training. Level 4 warriors can unleash energy externally. Level 5 warriors can gather energy externally. Level 6 warriors can fly. What level of strength does my current power represent on Earth? Sumu scrutinized the information online. According to official announcements, the strongest humans had only reached level 8, with no level 9 warriors in existence. So weak? Sumu furrowed his brow. If there were no level 9 warriors, how did such power come about? Soon, he discovered the answer. Such creatures existed among mutated flora and fauna. According to official sources, level 7 warriors enhance vitality. Level 8 warriors awaken extraordinary powers, while level 9 warriors can resonate with nature and even manipulate natural forces. Sumu gazed at the information on the internet, unable to suppress his widening eyes. This was quite significant. What level of warrior could I be? He examined his hands. The differing systems made it hard to gauge accurately. No. Wait. Resonating with nature? Manipulating natural forces? ISNT Kakarot S Spirit Bomb, just that? I can also perform the Spirit Bomb. Does that not make me a level 9 warrior? Sumu was utterly perplexed. Minutes passed, yet he remained uncertain of which level of strength he belonged to on Blue Star. However, he was confident that, with only a year since the anomaly, the awakened warriors were not particularly formidable. With his 100 combat points and the supreme divine soul he attained in the Dragon Ball world, he should be able to protect himself. However, Sumu recognized that the true danger of Blue Star lay not with humanity or the mutated flora and fauna, but rather with that rift in the sky. After all, the aura leaking from that rift carried the sin of space. With this realization, his 100 combat points felt rather inadequate. It seemed he would need to cultivate anew in the time to come. Sumu sat before the computer, pondering for a moment before typing a few words on the keyboard. Xiaoqing, the leader of Jiang City. Chapter 5. The unparalleled Su Kaiwei. Having garnered some understanding of the anomalies affecting Blue Star, it was time to investigate the information concerning his enemies. Those who had caused his parents' demise, orchestrated the abduction of his sister, and sought to violate her. Sumu's fury intensified with each thought. He would not let Xiaoqing and his family escape unscathed. Soon, upon entering Xiaoqing's name into the computer, a plethora of information emerged. The successful path of Secretary Xiao. Secretary Xiao's achievements. Secretary Xiao's affection for the people. As Sumu perused the online records, he could find no blemish upon Xiaoqing's reputation. Was this the power wielded by the leader of Jiang City? Clenching his teeth, Sumu continued to sift through the information. After a while, he still could not uncover the address of Xiaoqing's family. Contemplating his next move, he typed in the residence of Jiang City leader Xiaoqing. Success. He finally located Xiaoqing's whereabouts in a news article. Having wrought such havoc upon my family, prepare to meet your fate. Sumu's gaze brimmed with unquenchable malice. Just as he was about to leap from the window to exact his revenge, his mother's voice resonated from the hall below. Son, I've prepared a sumptuous feast for you. Come down and eat. Reluctantly, Sumu sighed, knowing he must wait until after dinner to act. In the hall, it was already 7 in the evening, and darkness had enveloped the sky. Son, eat more. Li Jing insisted, serving Sumu more dishes. Sitting beside his mother, he offered a wry smile. Mom, my bowl can barely hold any more. You've been lying down for a year. Look at how thin you've become. You must eat more, she insisted. All right. If it's from my beloved mother, I shall finish it all. As Sumu consumed his meal, Li Jing cheerfully remarked, Son, when I received word of your awakening, I informed your sister. She said she would rush back to see you tomorrow. His sister was coming back? Sumo felt a surge of excitement, but then furrowed his brow. But Jiang City is thousands of kilometers from Beijing University. How can she make it back so quickly? Li Jing set down her utensils, her face glowing with pride. She'll fly back. Fly? Sumu's mouth fell agape, the chicken leg slipping back into his bowl unnoticed. Your sister is now a level 6 warrior. That impressive? Indeed. She awakened an SSS-grade cultivation talent. Kaiwei is formidable. Li Jing took a hearty bite of her meal and continued, I believe that in a few days, she will become even stronger, and then she can help you and your father avenge yourselves. Previously, she had told Sumu that if he did not awaken, she would arrange for Mu Shuiyao to marry him. This was no jest. She had the audacity to make such a demand of the wealthiest man in Jiang City, all because of Su Kaiwei's prowess. Su Kaiwei was the most exceptional student at Beijing University. Her learning capabilities, cultivation talent, and strength all unparalleled among her peers. Unparalleled was synonymous with Su Kaiwei. Ah, my sister is still as incredible as ever. Sumo marveled. Within just a year of the anomalies affecting Blue Star, his sister had already ascended to the status of a level 6 warrior. Such talent might even surpass that of Android 18. However, if even a level 6 warrior could not exact revenge upon Zhao Qing, then this Zhao Qing must possess some formidable abilities. Mom, I'm full. I'll head back to my room now. Sumo hastily finished his meal, disregarding Li Jing's response, and descended the stairs to the second floor. You child. How can you only eat this much? Li Jing called after him, a teasing lilt in her voice. Ignoring his mother's words, Sumo prepared to seek vengeance. After suppressing his anger all afternoon, he was eager to ascertain just how powerful Zhao Qing truly was. Returning to his room, Sumo opened the window and leaped out. Fortunately, Li Jing was not present. If she had seen her son, who had been in a coma for a year, jumping from the second-floor window, she would have been mortified. As he descended, a white aura enveloped him, transforming into a streak of light as he soared towards the center of Jiang City. With a whoosh, Sumo flew through the night sky, the cold wind whipping against his face. The sensation of soaring back over Blue Star was exhilarating. He relished this feeling. During his time in the Dragon Ball universe, he had often mused about how wonderful it would be to return to Blue Star one day. It would be his moment to shine before the world. Yet, the inability to transform into a Super Saiyan was somewhat vexing. Shaking off these thoughts, he quickened his pace. Some citizens of Jiang City happened to glance upwards. Catching sight of the meteor-like glow racing across the sky, their excitement palpable. Look, a shooting star. Quick, make a wish. My wish is to break through to level 2 warrior swiftly. My wish is for my girlfriend to appear soon. Fools, that is no shooting star. It is clearly a level 6 warrior soaring through the sky. Before long, Sumo arrived above the center of Jiang City and quickly identified the opulent villa he had seen online. This must be Zhao Qing's residence, quite luxurious indeed. As he surveyed the surroundings, he sensed numerous presences encircling the villa. Most were of average strength, hovering around the level 5 warrior standard, yet one aura stood out. Slightly stronger, presumably at level 6. This was curious. The leader of Jiang City did not seem particularly formidable. If his sister had reached level 6, how could she not exact vengeance? Sumo found himself puzzled. Suddenly, he sharply looked up, focusing on a presence approaching swiftly from another direction. Judging by its intensity, it matched the strongest aura below, also at level 6. Could it be Zhao Qing? A murderous intent flickered in Sumu's eyes as he extinguished his aura, concealing himself within the embrace of the night. According to his research online, no one on Blue Star could sense energy. They could only use detectors to measure it. Thus, Sumu understood that even if he released his energy, no one would be aware of his presence. Meanwhile, a figure clad in black was hurtling towards Zhao Qing's residence. Though the identity of this individual was unknown, the tight-fitting attire accentuated her exquisite form. Her perfect curves were breathtaking, and she was undoubtedly a woman. Her face was obscured by a black cloth, leaving only her mesmerizing eyes exposed, clear, pure, and divine. It was as if a celestial being surveyed the world. Capable of cleansing all impurities, her gaze radiated an aura of unassailable sanctity. My foolish brother has finally awakened, yet my father remains in slumber. Damn Zhao Qing. I shall annihilate your entire family. The newcomer was none other than Su Kaiwei, who had hurried back from Beijing University. Initially intending to return home the following day to visit her mother, she could no longer contain her anticipation upon hearing the news of her brother's awakening. As she passed through Jiang City's center, she could not resist the urge to act. She knew Zhao Qing was attending to business in Kyoto today, leaving his family vulnerable, an opportune moment to eliminate Zhao Qing's other relatives. With a whoosh, Su Kaiwei accelerated, reaching the skies above Zhao Qing's residence in mere moments. Not Zhao Qing, but a woman? Who could she be? How familiar she seems. At this moment, Su Mu hovered above Su Kaiwei, sensing an uncanny resemblance in the figure clad in black below, as if he had encountered her before. No, she did not appear to be one of Zhao Qing's people. Her intentions seemed directed towards Zhao Qing's residence. Su Mu's eyes widened in alarm. All of you perish. Unbeknownst to Su Kaiwei, her brother concealed above her. She clasped her hands together before her chest, summoning the power within her. A humming sound resonated as a 10-centimeter diameter energy wave materialized at the center of her hands. before it erupted forth in a flash. A tempestuous force instantly engulfed the sky. Simultaneously, a middle-aged man burst forth from the villa below, his expression shifting dramatically. An ambush. To be able to gather energy externally and fly through the void, this individual is a level 6 warrior. How audacious for a mere level 6 warrior to dare launch a surprise attack on Secretary Xiao's home. He would pay with his life. The middle-aged man unleashed his own energy wave in response. Boom. The two energy waves clashed, illuminating the pitch-black sky, as the terrifying force seemed poised to rend the heavens asunder. This is bad. Zhao Qing has retained a level 6 warrior at home. Su Kaiwei ground her teeth in disbelief, realizing Zhao Qing had indeed kept such a contingency in reserve. Ha ha ha. Is this all the power you possess? The middle-aged man continued to confront his opponent, discerning that the opposing energy wave lacked depth. It appeared to be that of a newly promoted level 6 warrior. Come out. Everyone, let us eliminate her together. The middle-aged man bellowed. Warriors surrounding the villa began to converge, and soon, over 100 level 5 warriors were gathering their internal power. In an instant, a multitude of energy waves erupted from their hands. It's over. Am I to fall here today? Brother, forgive me, I was too hasty, and I missed the moment you awakened. As Su Kaiwei beheld the 100 energy waves hurtling towards her, she despairingly closed her eyes. Had it not been for the level 6 warrior below, she would have had no fear of this throng of level 5 warriors. But now, constrained by the level 6 warrior, hope eluded her. Brother? Awaken? Sister? Above, Sumu caught wind of Su Kaiwei's murmurs, and his heart raced violently. Mother had said sister would return tomorrow. Could it be that she has come back early? Chapter 6. Sister, we are not related by blood. So it's fine. Indeed, with a grudge against Zhao Qing, and lamenting not being able to witness her brother awaken. Who else could it be but her sister? Most importantly, the woman only revealed her beautiful eyes, yet her extraordinary aura was impossible to conceal. Sumu no longer hesitated. He twisted his body and instantly appeared beside Su Kaiwei. Su Kaiwei was startled, just as she was about to inquire about his identity. A white aura erupted from Sumu, the terrifying power reverberating through the void, causing the air to crackle. Sister, they are merely a swarm of ants. Sister? Su Kaiwei was momentarily taken aback as her heart raced at the sight of the handsome young man before her. Could it be? Ignoring her reaction, Sumu quickly gathered his hands at his waist. Unlike the white aura surrounding him, a dark blue energy wave suddenly surged forth. A technique he learned from Sun Wukong in the Dragon Ball world. The Kamehameha wave. Boom. The Kamehameha wave instantly shattered hundreds of energy waves, and without pause, it struck the middle-aged man with overwhelming force. No, the middle-aged man was instantly obliterated. The next moment, boom, a tremendous explosion shook the center of Jiang City. The blinding flames sending shivers down spines. Who would dare to engage in battle in the heart of the city? Such a commotion could not possibly be caused by a level 5 warrior. Could it be a level 6 warrior? Wait, if it were a level 6 warrior, could it be related to that streak of light in the sky earlier? That night, the citizens of Jiang City could not settle down, endlessly speculating about the identity of the powerful figure. In the mansion of the wealthiest family in Jiang City, Mu Xiao greeted her father Mu Feng as he returned. Dressed in a tailored suit, his hair meticulously combed back, his handsome features hinted at the dashing young man he once was. Though time had passed, it had only added a unique charm of mature masculinity to him. Mu Feng handed his briefcase to his daughter and said, Xiao, you mentioned on the phone that your classmate Su has awakened? Yes, Mu Xiao nodded. Mu Feng furrowed his brow. That Su classmate of yours suffered greatly to save you. And now that he has awakened, Zhao Qing will certainly not let it go easily. It seems we must send more warriors to protect him. Dad, that won't be necessary. The warriors protecting Aunt Li and the others can remain inactive. You can recall those sent to protect Sumu. Mu Xiao recalled the scene she witnessed in the hospital earlier that day. Sumu had been asleep for a year before the anomaly on Blue Star, and now, this boy who had awakened was a level 6 warrior capable of flight. If she were to tell this tale, who would believe it? Why? Mu Feng was about to ask further when suddenly, boom, a tremendous explosion echoed from the center of Jiang City. What on earth had happened? Mu Feng instinctively shielded his daughter. Boss, news has come in. Zhao Qing's home has been destroyed by a mysterious powerful figure, exclaimed a level 6 warrior beside him, hastily putting down his phone. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiao, nestled in her father's embrace, felt her pupils constrict sharply. Just today? Sumu had mentioned that he would take care of Zhao Qing's family when he had the time. Had that moment already arrived? In Kyoto, at the Xiao family estate. A room echoed with tension. Zhao Qing, why did you not eliminate the root of the problem? Now that Su Kaiwei is the leading figure of the new generation. What will you do? Father, you are right to scold me. I was hesitant at the time, but I never anticipated that wretched girl would grow so quickly. Alas, it is too late for regrets. Since you have harmed her parents and brother, the enmity is already established. Even if she is the new generation's leader, she must be dealt with. Wait, news has come from your home. What has happened at home? Your home has been razed to the ground by a mysterious, powerful figure. What? What about Zhaoping? Fortunately, my grandson was out tonight and thus escaped the disaster. But your wife has perished. How despicable. Who did this? In the center of Jiang City, Zhao Qing's villa lay in ruins. Judging by the explosion's radius, the assailant had concentrated all their power on the villa, leaving surrounding structures untouched. The level of control exhibited by the attacker indicated an unfathomable strength. In this catastrophic explosion, hundreds of level 5 warriors stationed around, as well as the level 6 warrior, were all annihilated. Moreover, Zhao Qing's wife was also inside the villa, meeting her demise in the explosion. However, Su Mu remained oblivious, soaring alongside a woman clad in black. Suddenly, the woman halted, prompting Su Mu to brake in tandem. Su Kaiwei stared intently at the young man beside her, her eyes filled with astonishment. With his slightly parted hair, exquisite features, and prominent nose, especially that hint of confidence gracing his lips, he bore an uncanny resemblance to her brother. Could he truly be her silly yet handsome brother? As silence enveloped them, neither spoke. Su Mu quietly gazed at his sister, who remained as beautiful as ever. You are Su Mu? Su Tsaiwei's voice rang out melodiously. I am not Su Mu. Nonsense. If you are not my brother Su Mu, then who else could you possibly be? Su Kaiwei retorted playfully, her ethereal demeanor vanishing in an instant. I am merely Su Tsaiwei's shadow. Su Mu smirked slightly. During their childhood, she often referred to him as her shadow. Teasing her now was rather enjoyable. Su Kaiwei bit her lip, retracting the black cloth from her face. As the fabric fell away, her breathtaking beauty was unveiled, causing the world to seem to lose its luster in that moment. Su Mu was momentarily stunned. His sister was still as enchanting as ever. His gaze burned with intensity, and Su Kaiwei blushed, playfully tossing her hair. The sky fell silent. I cannot believe you recognized me, even with my face covered. Su Kaiwei spoke first, her voice enchanting. I would recognize you even in ashes, Su Mu retorted, snapping back to reality with a teasing tone. You are the one who would turn to ashes. Su Kaiwei laughed, both exasperated and amused, then opened her arms wide. Come here. Why? Su Mu inquired, feigning ignorance as he glanced at her graceful arms. Su Kaiwei remained unfazed, smiling radiantly. Let your sister give you a hug. No way. Why not? Sister, your embrace feels a bit overwhelming. It makes me somewhat shy. Su Mu rubbed his nose, his gaze wandering. Su Kaiwei glanced down at her D-cup figure, her face flushing crimson. She continued to hold her arms wide, gently biting her lip. Come here. All right. Su Mu, no longer hesitating, lunged toward his sister, and the two siblings embraced tightly. In that moment, Su Kaiwei could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her face, flowing more and more. Woohoo, my brother has finally awakened. Su Mu, you scoundrel, why did you go to save that Mu Xiao? She has caused you and our parents such suffering. Su Kaiwei unleashed a torrent of grievances accumulated over the past year. She wept harder, showering her brother with affection. But in the next moment, she opened her mouth and bit down hard on Su Mu's shoulder. Pain radiated from the wound. Su Mu's eyes were filled with guilt. It was his decision to save Mu Xiao that had led to the retribution against his parents and sister. I'm sorry, Su Mu murmured, holding his soft sister close. Su Kaiwei looked up at her handsome brother, wiping a small tear from her face. You did nothing wrong. Su Mu was taken aback. Weren't you just blaming me? It is Mu Xiao and that Zhaoping's fault, not yours. A warmth spread through Su Mu's heart. His sister was as protective as ever. He gazed into her tear-filled eyes and declared earnestly, I will make Mom and Dad better, and I won't let anyone who harmed our family go unpunished. Won't let them go unpunished? Wait, didn't Mom say he just woke up today? How could he possess such formidable power? Su Kaiwei finally sensed something was amiss and opened her mouth to inquire. Sister, I. Su Mu continued to embrace his sister, finding her softness somewhat uncomfortable. What's wrong? Su Kaiwei was momentarily startled, but soon realized the situation. She slowly pushed Su Mu away and feigned composure. It's nothing. I understand. After all, you've been asleep for a year. Feeling a bit excited is only natural. Su Kaiwei, be quiet. Su Mu quickly turned away. No wonder Zhang Wuji's mother said that the more beautiful a woman is, the more wicked she becomes. Su Kaiwei, are you not aware of how beautiful and alluring you are? Su Kaiwei's mood brightened instantly, and she continued to tease, it's all right, brother. I merely grew up in your house. We share no blood relation. Chapter 7 Confession to Sister. Sumu disregarded the vile woman entirely, swiftly making his way home. This little rascal. Su Kaiwei could no longer contain her amusement and burst into laughter. Her beloved younger brother had finally awakened, and her spirits soared to unprecedented heights. She followed him closely. The two returned home, one after the other, hovering above the house. Let us not discuss my matters with Mom just yet. I'll explain to you later why I have become so formidable once she falls asleep. Sumu glanced back at his sister, who possessed a captivating beauty. Very well, I shall await your explanation. Su Kaiwei crossed her arms, her ample bosom swaying gently. I shall take my leave for now. Sumu hastily diverted his gaze. He had exited the house through the window and naturally returned the same way. As he closed the window upon entering his room, his mother's excited voice echoed from the first floor. Kaiwei, why are you back so early? Son, your sister has returned. Come down quickly. Hearing his mother's voice, Sumu descended to the first floor, where he and his sister embraced once more, both pretending to be oblivious to everything. Such performers. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was 11 o'clock in the evening. After returning from the city center, Sumu had spent the evening chatting with his mother and sister in the living room. Noticing the late hour, he spoke up, Mom. Let us save the rest for tomorrow. Getting some rest will benefit your legs. Li Jing, slightly exasperated, replied, You rascal, I haven't even finished sharing your sister's illustrious tales. And you're telling me to sleep? Mom, please listen. It's truly time for you to rest. Su Kaiwei swiftly scooped up Li Jing and carried her to the bedroom. You two children, Li Jing exclaimed in mock exasperation. Yet she ceased to resist and obediently lay back in bed. At midnight, Su Mu emerged from his room, only to find a stunning woman standing at the door. Behold! Clad in a pink nightgown that clung to her graceful figure, the gentle breeze caused the hem to sway lightly, resembling a flower fairy, exquisite and elegant. Moonlight streamed through the hallway window, illuminating her. The neckline of her nightgown slightly parted to reveal her delicate collarbone and an alluring expanse of pristine skin. Truly both innocent and enticing, Su Kaiwei appeared blissfully unaware of her own allure. Perhaps she knew, yet she made no effort to conceal her beauty. A surge of heat coursed through Su Mu, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. His sister truly had no shame, perpetually teasing him. Su Kaiwei glanced down at her own fullness, a smirk playing at her lips. Do explain. Did you not just awaken today? How could you be so formidable all at once? I could claim that during my year of slumber, I traversed into another world. Would you believe me? Sumu replied, gazing into his sister's enchanting eyes. What did you say? Su Kaiwei's brows furrowed slightly, thinking she must have misheard. Follow me. Sumu took his sister's delicate hand, stealthily navigating through the hallway to their mother's door. What are you doing? Su Kaiwei inquired, puzzled as her brother halted before their mother's door. Silence. Sumu attempted to open the door. Su Kaiwei seized him, whispering, You little rascal, do you plan to steal from Mom again? Steal? Sumu was taken aback. When did I ever intend to steal from Mom? You did so in your childhood. Now you look just as sneaky, surely you're up to no good. You dare mention childhood? Was it not you who suggested ice cream, prompting my theft? Sumu retorted, rolling his eyes. The most infuriating part? I stole money, bought ice cream, and you devoured it all, leaving me to face Mom's wrath. Caught red-handed, Su Kaiwei's cheeks flushed crimson. She dared not argue, for the truth was undeniable. Very well. If you are to steal, I shall take the blame for you. Su Kaiwei followed Sumu into their mother's room, only to discover that he had no intention of stealing. If you're not stealing, then what do you seek in Mom's room? Su Kaiwei queried, perplexed. Keep it down. Sumu gently lifted the blanket from Li Jing's injured leg, murmuring, Allow me to show you a miracle. Miracle? Just as Su Kaiwei pondered this, Sumu suddenly placed his hand upon their mother's injured leg. Mom's leg is still hurt. Don't mess around. Su Kaiwei's warning was cut short. A radiant glow emanated from Sumu's hand, a healing spell he had learned from Weiss, the angel of the Dragon Ball world. 3 seconds later, the brilliance gradually faded. What? What have you done? Su Kaiwei gasped, her mouth agape. Sister, Mom's leg is healed. Sumu panted slightly. Using healing magic was somewhat taxing given his current abilities. Healed. Su Kaiwei's eyes widened in disbelief. Look. Sumu carefully unwrapped the bandages from their mother's leg. As the bindings fell away, Su Kaiwei saw the transformation. The previously swollen leg now appeared pristine. Breath quickening. She reached out to gently assess their mother's leg. The bone is healed. How is this possible? Su Kaiwei exclaimed, her gaze fixed incredulously on her handsome brother. Keep it down. Sumu shot her another glare before rewrapping their mother's leg. Follow me. He led Su Kaiwei back to his room. It was tranquil, and the two siblings exchanged glances. Speak. What is the source of your newfound powers, and the strength you just displayed? Su Kaiwei perched on his bed, her long, fair legs swaying gently. Sumu stole a glance at her elegant limbs, quickly diverting his gaze. As I mentioned, during my slumber, I journeyed to another world, acquiring these abilities there. This was Sumu's greatest secret, yet he had not contemplated concealing it from his sister. What? Su Kaiwei gasped, her lips parting in surprise as she rose abruptly, pressing her palm against her brother's forehead. Little brother, have you become muddled during this year of slumber? Sumu felt the coolness of her touch, the softness causing his lips to twitch. Do you truly believe I would deceive you? Su Kaiwei withdrew her hand, falling into silence. After a moment, she bit her lip and finally spoke. Father brought me home when you had yet to be born. I watched you grow. Aside from mom and dad, you are my dearest. If there is but one person in this world I can trust, it is you alone. You are my most cherished brother. You would never lie to me, which means that all you've said is. Su Kaiwei paused, her exquisite features suddenly clouded with gravity. Who else have you confided in? Sumu was taken aback. She accepted the notion of his journey so readily. He had anticipated prolonged explanations. Yet, only his sister would unconditionally believe him. Sumu shook his head and smiled. As I said, you alone may know this secret. Only I may know? Su Kaiwei shivered slightly, slowly closing her eyes. It was evident. Her younger brother, akin to a protagonist from a novel, had traversed from Blue Star to another world, only to return once more. Such miraculous events truly exist in this realm, which explains his formidable strength upon awakening, even possessing the ability to heal their mother. Su Kaiwei was profoundly astonished, yet upon reflecting on the anomalies occurring in Blue Star, she pondered what else could be deemed impossible. However, dear brother, how could you divulge such secrets so carelessly? Sumu, you scoundrel. Su Kaiwei opened her eyes, gritting her teeth as she suddenly uttered a curse. Sumu was filled with confusion. What are you staring at? I am not your biological sister. If I were to marry in the future, what would become of your secret? Su Kaiwei fumed, her chest heaving with indignation. What does it matter if you're not my biological sister? I do not believe you would betray me, Sumu retorted nonchalantly, averting his gaze. This secret was one he had intended to keep to himself. Yet, as he contemplated the upcoming tasks of healing their mother and father, he realized it would be impossible to conceal this extraordinary revelation from his illustrious sister. Moreover, with the changes occurring in Blue Star, no one could predict what further transformations lay ahead. Only through personal strength could one confront the unknown perils. Thus, in the days to come, he would personally guide his sister in her cultivation, making it even harder to keep this under wraps. Would you truly not betray me? If I marry, do you believe I would still revolve around you as I once did? Su Kaiwei scornfully remarked. At that point, I would only be preoccupied with my husband. Sumu was taken aback. What then shall I do? I have just confided my greatest secret to you. You wouldn't genuinely betray me, would you? Su Kaiwei was amused by his naivety, chuckling at his foolishness. Oh, you absolute fool. With a sigh, she cursed him lightly before turning to exit his room. Dear sister, you wouldn't actually betray me, would you? Sumu poked his head out of the door, his sister leaving behind a breathtaking silhouette in the hallway. Su Kaiwei did not respond. She simply opened her own door and stepped inside. You fool, how could I ever betray you? We are not even related by blood. Su Kaiwei lay on her bed, the smile on her face unwavering. Half an hour later, Su Kaiwei remained exhilarated, rolling about on her bed like a restless worm, utterly unable to sleep. By 3 in the morning, she finally began to feel drowsy, clutching the ding-dang cat plush toy her brother had gifted her in childhood, murmuring sleepily. You once said you would marry me when you grew up. You've forgotten everything. Little Sumu, you truly are a deceiver. Chapter 8. Uninvited guests. Early the next morning, a piercing scream echoed through the villa. Mom, what happened? Sumu and Su Kaiwei rushed out of their respective rooms, hurrying to their mother's chamber. I think my leg has healed, Li Jing exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she bounced around the room. Sumu and his sister exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile. It's said that 100 days are needed for bone injuries to mend. Mom, you've been recuperating for nearly a year, so it's only natural you feel better now, Su Kaiwei reasoned. Li Jing looked at her, puzzled. But I felt a bit unwell yesterday. Sumu stepped forward, linking his arm with his mother's, and said with a grin, "It must be your imagination. Besides, I woke up too. Perhaps good news has uplifted your spirits, allowing your leg to recover so swiftly. You child, you have a knack for nonsense." Li Jing chuckled, not delving further into the matter. "Oh, Kaiwei, you have quite the dark circles under your eyes. Did you not sleep well last night?" "Yes. I was vexed by a big fool," Su Kaiwei replied with a laugh. "A big fool?" Sumu paused, bewildered. "Who are you referring to? Go back and get some more rest. I'll call you when lunch is ready," Li Jing said as she made her way downstairs, intent on preparing a grand meal. Once their mother had departed, Su Kaiwei turned to her brother and asked, "Now that Mom is all better, what about Dad? When will you visit him in the hospital and wake him up?" Sumu explained, "Dad's condition is somewhat different. With my current abilities, I cannot yet bring him back to consciousness. I will need to create some additional tools for that. The magic I possess could indeed awaken someone like him who is paralyzed and in a deep slumber, but I must first strengthen my powers. The most efficient way right now would be to create the Dragon Balls and wish for it. It's all right, as long as Dad can wake up." A little longer one team matter, Su Kaiwei sighed in relief. "I'll go back to sleep for a while." As she prepared to retreat to her room, she suddenly turned to face Sumu directly. "What is it?" he asked, slightly confused. "Big fool." After delivering her retort, she exited their mother's room. Sumu's eyes widened in realization. Wait, was she calling me a big fool? What did I do to deserve that? By noon, the siblings finally descended the stairs. However, as they reached the bottom, they were met with their mother's furious voice. "What are you doing in my house? Get out. You are not welcome here. If you don't leave, I'll have my daughter throw you out." Sumu and Su Kaiwei exchanged glances, hastily making their way downstairs. Upon entering the living room, they spotted 3 individuals seated on their sofa, a man in his 50s, a woman in her 40s, and a young man in his 20s. They were dressed elegantly, exuding an air of success. Uncle, aunt, cousin? Sumu recognized them, though he felt no joy, only disdain. His family had always had a contentious relationship with his uncle's family. He recalled a decade ago, when he was still in elementary school in the countryside, before they had moved to the city. His uncle had been the village chief, though it was more accurate to call him a tyrant. He had seized villagers' land, manipulated elections, and coerced his own brothers into signing unreasonable contracts. His uncle was a man of many vices. Sumu remembered how his father had refused to sign, only to face brutal retaliation from his brother, resulting in a broken leg. This betrayal had deeply wounded his father, prompting the family to leave the village. It was this departure that allowed his father to build a prosperous life in the city over the past 10 years. Now, unexpectedly, after a decade of absence, his uncle's family had come to their doorstep. "What do you want?" Sumu frowned. It's been 10 years. I can hardly believe how much you and Kaiwei have grown." His aunt stood up, fixing her gaze on Su Kaiwei with a smile. "Especially you, Kaiwei. You've become quite the beauty." Indeed, Kaiwei was stunning, resembling a fairy from the television. Cousin Su Yan gazed at her, captivated by her beauty. Her skin glimmered like moonlight and her hair sparkled with starlight, exuding an ethereal charm. Having just awakened, Kaiwei was clad in a pink nightgown, the neckline slightly open, revealing her fair skin to the air. Su Yan could hardly suppress a gulp. It was true. The rumors about her breathtaking beauty were not exaggerated. Noticing his cousin's gaze, Sumu positioned himself protectively in front of his sister. "If you seek death, I would be more than happy to assist you." Kaiwei felt warmth in her heart as her brother shielded her. Su Yan, intimidated by Sumu's fierce demeanor, took a step back. "Come now, he is your older cousin. Such talk of death is ill-omened." His aunt interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. At that moment, Li Jing approached her children, confronting the uncle's family. "Get out. You are not welcome here." "My dear sister-in-law, how can you say that?" The uncle feigned innocence. "I am the brother of Sumu's father. Surely, we can visit and check on you." Sumu scoffed. "Brother? The same brother who broke my father's leg? Let bygones be bygones. We must move forward. Enough of your platitudes. State your purpose or leave." Sumu cracked his neck, his joints popping ominously. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. "Dad, speak up," Su Yan urged, his attention drifting back to the captivating Su Kaiwei. The uncle, irritated, shot a glare at Su Yan before turning back to Li Jing with a smirk. "Sister-in-law, you must know that shortly after you left the village, we too departed. We moved to the capital, and Su Yan managed to get into a university there." "A university in the capital?" Su Kaiwei was taken aback. She was attending the same university and had never heard of this so-called Su Yan. "A university in Kyoto," Su Yan clarified, blushing slightly. Sumu and his siblings fell silent, incredulous. A university in Kyoto equated to Kyoto University? Such blatant self-aggrandizement was laughable. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us get to the point. Li Jing remained unimpressed. Well, it's worth noting that Su Yin is now 26 years old. In our day, by this age, one would typically have 3 children, the uncle said, rubbing his hands together as he glanced at the enchanting Su Kuei. Kuei is so lovely. And I've heard she possesses exceptional talent for cultivation. She is only 21 and already in her 3rd year of university. How perfect. Su Yin is only 26. After all, since Kuei is effectively part of your family, why not let her marry my son? The uncle spoke animatedly, while his wife chimed in, indeed. Such a remarkable girl should not be wasted on outsiders. Su Yin stepped forward, speaking earnestly, Kuei, I have admired you since childhood. At that time, I was simply too young to understand the concept of love at first sight. Now, I wish to express that I have harbored feelings for you all along. Will you be my wife? No, let us start with being my girlfriend. Silence enveloped the hall, an oppressive stillness. I have never encountered such unabashed audacity. Li Jing's chest heaved with indignation, as if the fiery wrath within her was on the verge of eruption. Su Mu's gaze was laden with murderous intent. His sister was a celestial being, and Su Yin, a mere wretch, dared to think he was worthy of her? Since you seek your own demise, allow me to oblige. Just as Su Mu prepared to deal with these shameless individuals, his sister stepped forward. Let me handle this, Su Kuei said, blinking her beautiful eyes. You wish to marry me? Yes, yes. Kuei, I have liked you for a long time. Please marry me. Upon hearing Su Kuei's tone, Su Yin was instantly ecstatic. To think that his cousin had feelings for him too. How splendid. Marrying such a remarkable cousin would surely astonish his friends. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. What is your cultivation talent level? Su Kuei inquired further. Talent? My talent is A level, and my strength has reached the level of a 3rd-tier warrior, Su Yin replied. Wearing a foolish grin. Kuei, although my son may not be as strong as you, a girl must eventually marry. No matter how exceptional your talent, what use is it? And chuckled, it is better to find a good man to marry, and my son fits the bill. Even in Jiang City, his talent is considered top tier. You are fortunate to encounter such a wonderful man for your son. Aunt clapped her hands like a cheerful matron, her face brimming with good intentions for Su Kuei. I have encountered many shameless individuals, but I have never seen anyone as brazen as you. Li Jing was indeed infuriated to the point of laughter. A girl must marry? No matter how talented a girl is, it is of no consequence. My daughter is the most outstanding genius of the new generation. One of the 10 SSS talents in Huaxia, and her prowess has reached the 6th-tier warrior level of void flight. Do not speak of A-level talent. Even if you possessed SS-level talent, it would not measure up to a single hair of my daughter. To think you wish to marry my daughter is nothing but a delusion. Li Jing could no longer contain herself and unleashed her fury. Her words left Aunt and her family speechless. They had contemplated retorting, but Li Jing's assertions were indisputable facts. After all, Su Mu's uncle's family had developed in the capital, and Su Kuei's reputation had long since spread throughout the streets of Kyoto. Su Yin had also discovered that Su Kuei was indeed his cousin, which was why he sought her out. Did you hear what my mother said? With such a disparity, do you still wish to marry me? Su Kuei crossed her arms, mocking him. Su Yin shamelessly nodded vigorously. Indeed, my talent does fall short compared to yours. But I truly love you, so please. Before he could finish, Su Kuei delivered a kick. Bang! Su Yin was struck in the abdomen, the force propelling him out of the hall. Uffed! He collapsed in the villa's courtyard, violently spitting blood. Son! Uncle and Aunt's eyes widened in horror as they rushed out of the hall to cradle the bloodied Su Yin. Upon witnessing this, Su Mu felt a sense of relief. Su Kuei stepped outside, casting a disdainful glance at the 3 of them. Aside from my big fool of a brother, no one in this world is worthy of me. You might as well give up. With that, Su Kuei glanced back at her brother. Li Jing noticed her daughter's fleeting expression and immediately broke into a knowing smile. Su Mu, oblivious to this, kept his focus on Su Yin and his companions, contemplating how to ensure their demise. Dad, it hurts so much. Su Yin clutched his abdomen. Son, are you all right? Uncle held Su Yin tightly, then glared at Su Kuei, exclaiming, Su Kuei, you are truly ruthless. My son merely has feelings for you. Is that a crime? Why did you attack him with such force? They were truly a venomous family. Do not think we are unaware of everything. We have long known about your conflict with Zhao Qing. It serves you right that your entire family was hit by a car. It serves you right, Su Kuei, that Zhao Ping kidnapped you. It serves you right that you nearly fell victim to a beggar. Chapter 9. Transmigration into the world of Dragon Ball Suit Sideways' expression changed abruptly. Although she had not suffered any harm initially, the incident of Zhao Ping's abduction had always cast a shadow over her. Suddenly, Sumu moved. He inexplicably appeared before his uncle and delivered a powerful kick to his face. The uncle, being an ordinary man, was holding Su Yin. And both of them soared into the air. Thud. The uncle crashed to the ground, blood and shattered teeth spewing from his mouth. Su Yin was thrown aside, clutching his abdomen and writhing in pain. Son, my son. The aunt screamed. You murderers, I will fight you to the end. She charged towards Sumu. Kawaii. Hurry and help your brother. Before Li Jing could finish her sentence, Sumu knocked the aunt down with a punch. The aunt and her family lay sprawled on the courtyard floor, wailing incessantly. When did my son become such a formidable fighter? Li Jing covered her mouth, utterly shocked. Su Kaiwei glanced at her mother. Is this considered impressive? Your son is even more formidable. She then looked at her brother, who was fighting for her, feeling deeply moved. From now on, I must cherish him. Back then, my father was bullied by you, and you thought we would also be easy targets, didn't you? Sumu stood in front of his uncle's family, mocking, Are you not aware that Blue Star has already undergone a transformation? A mere waste with an A-level cultivation talent, and only the strength of a level 3 warrior dares to covet my sister? How foolish you are. Since you are so stubborn, I shall grant your wish. Suddenly, a chilling murderous intent erupted from Sumu. Stop. Su Kaiwei rushed forward to restrain him. Li Jing, terrified, ran over. Son, don't do anything reckless. After all, he is your father's own brother. What mother said is true. He is still my father's brother. If father finds out you killed his brother. Su Kaiwei did not continue, but Sumu understood her meaning. His sister was implying that if their father learned that his son had killed his own brother, he would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Get out of my sight. Do not let me see you again. Sumu shouted furiously. Humph, if you do not leave, do not blame me for being ruthless. A white aura erupted from Su Kaiwei. Very well. The uncle, supporting his wife and son, staggered to his feet, enduring the excruciating pain as he spat out blood and shattered teeth, viciously declaring, I had intended to mend our relationship, but I never expected you to be so malicious. Just wait. After uttering his threats, the uncle's family finally left the courtyard. Bah. Li Jing spat towards the retreating figures of the uncle's family, mocking, Just wait? If it weren't for us giving face to Su Mu's father, do you think you could leave my house alive today? Once the uncle's family was no longer visible, Li Jing closed the courtyard gate and returned to Su Kaiwei's side. Kaiwei, it was wise of you to spare them for your father's sake this time. When your father wakes up, it will be easier to explain, but Li Jing gritted her teeth. We have long been enemies with them. You let them go this time, but do not be foolish enough to let them go again in the future. To deal with enemies, one must retaliate in the most ruthless manner. I hope to hear news of your uncle's family meeting their demise next time. Understood? Li Jing, an attractive woman, clenched her fists and glared. Su Kaiwei's lips twitched, and she glanced at her brother. Mom, you should probably direct those words to your son. And Sumu, you too. Li Jing turned to Sumu. You have just awakened, yet you are already so formidable in combat. After you test your talent and awaken your powers, you must seek revenge. Our enemies include not only your uncle's family but also Zhao Qing and the others. Of course, when dealing with your uncle's family, it is best to do so discreetly to avoid your father's incessant nagging. Li Jing's words flowed like a machine gun, ceaselessly. There was no way around it. Her daughter was too impressive, so there was no need to fear Su Mu's uncle's family. The two siblings exchanged glances and could not help but burst into laughter. Mom is truly adorable. With their mother's guidance, the siblings did not rush to eliminate the uncle's family. According to the uncle's earlier words, they had been developing in the capital for many years. Su Kaiwei was currently a junior at Capital University and was quite the prominent figure there. Being in the same city, they would eventually meet again. Letting them off this time was a courtesy to their father. However, when they met again, Su Kaiwei would not let the uncle's family off lightly. As time slowly passed, Sumu spent the entire afternoon indulging with his sister. They played games, watched movies, and enjoyed the fruits their mother had sliced for them. By evening, Sumu arrived at the rooftop garden. Su Kaiwei was swinging on a swing, dressed in a blue floral dress. As the skirt swayed, it revealed her delicate calves. Her calves were smooth and supple, illuminated by the moonlight, casting an alluring silver glow. Su Kaiwei looked at him. What brought you up here? Sumu turned around, approaching to swing alongside his sister. I sensed that you seemed a bit unhappy. Was it because of those 3 wretches today? Before he could finish, she interjected, No, I have already forgotten about those 3 wretches. Su Kaiwei rested her head on her brother's shoulder, murmuring, I feel down because I have to return to school tomorrow. I thought it was related to them. Sumu teased. If it isn't, could it be that you will miss me? Yes. Su Kaiwei looked at Sumu with a strange expression. Did you just say something so cheesy? Sumu was taken aback, placing his hand on his sister's forehead. You don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Get away from me. Ha ha ha. Now that's my sister. You silly. Su Kaiwei sighed, continuing to lean her head on Sumu's shoulder. I'm glad you're back. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. Indeed, I'm glad to be back. By the way, little brother, which world did you transmigrate to? Su Kaiwei raised her head, suddenly intrigued. Sumu chuckled. Guess. I can't guess. If you can't guess, then you won't find out. But you told me your secret. Why can't you tell me? Su Kaiwei lightly bit her red lips, appearing pitiful. Her stunning beauty, combined with such an expression, was incredibly powerful. Sumu swallowed hard, struggling to divert his gaze, creating distance between him and his sister. However, they still sat on the same swing, and her faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Don't be silly. I really can't tell you. I'm afraid if you find out which world I went to, you might be shocked. Sumu stuttered, seeing her brother in such a state. Su Kaiwei covered her mouth and stifled a laugh. What a little fool. Feeling a bit unsatisfied, Su Kaiwei stood up and directly leaped into Sumu's embrace, sweetly saying, Please tell me, what are you doing? Sumu felt the softness in his embrace, and he tensed his body. Do you have any idea how soft and fragrant you are? It's quite uncomfortable for me, you know. Then just tell me, he urged. I said I would. Is that not enough? TCH, you could have said it earlier. Su Kaiwei felt a hint of disappointment, but eventually withdrew from her brother's embrace. Now tell me, to which martial arts world, or perhaps a world of fervor, or even a harem world did you venture? Her expression turned icy at the mention of the harem world. Sumu's voice emerged slowly. I entered the Dragon Ball world. What did you say? Su Kaiwei's eyes widened. Sumu retorted, Quit pretending you can't hear. It's indeed the world of Dragon Ball. Wait. Give me 10 minutes. Though Su Kaiwei had heard of Dragon Ball, she had never watched it. Nevertheless, she understood that the Dragon Ball world was incredibly perilous. With trembling hands, she took out her phone and began to search for information about Dragon Ball. 10 minutes later. Brother. Su Kaiwei suddenly tossed her phone aside and leaped into her brother's arms, wrapping her legs around his waist. They were pressed tightly together. Sumu attempted to push this crazy woman away. What are you doing? Brother, remember, when in wealth and prosperity, do not forget each other. Su Kaiwei cupped Sumu's face with her delicate hands, their gazes locking. I am your beloved sister. You must take me with you. Without you, I cannot survive in this treacherous blue star. Get down. No, you must teach me how to transform into a Super Saiyan, instruct me on using the Kamehameha, and teach me fusion. Why do you want to learn fusion? I want to fuse with you. Get lost. Sumu was truly at his wit's end. Mua. Su Kaiwei planted a soft kiss on her brother's cheek, her voice sweet and gentle. Please, teach your sister suddenly, sister. Sumu clenched his fists tightly, struggling to utter those words. What is it? I feel uncomfortable. Uncomfortable? Su Kaiwei, with her long, fair legs still wrapped around Sumu's waist, sensed something amiss, her face instantly turning crimson. I'm sorry, she exclaimed, quickly jumping down. Sumu sighed in relief. Let me catch my breath. Little brother, may I ask you, in that world, do you have a wife? Su Kaiwei gazed intently into Sumu's eyes. Sumu's lips twitched. What are you thinking? I'm solely focused on martial arts. I haven't even glanced at those women, all right? Su Kaiwei felt somewhat reassured, but soon another thought crossed her mind. But wait, didn't the internet say that Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Android 18 are quite attractive? Why aren't you interested? They're all married. Why would I look at them? Besides, they aren't even as beautiful as you. I'd rather look at you, Sumu replied, pouting. Thump, thump. Su Kaiwei's heart raced wildly. This little rascal was already handsome, and now he was saying such things. It was truly quite unfair. Su Kaiwei's gaze drifted, and she quickly changed the subject. Brother, what is your strength like in that world? Chapter 10, The Realm of the Omni-King, Meditation. And the level of the Omni-King is quite comparable. The Omni-King. Su Kaiwei searched for more information on her phone. After absorbing all the details, her heart raced uncontrollably. With a fervent gaze, Su Kaiwei exclaimed, Brother, are you some kind of extraordinary freak? The Omni-King. That is the supreme Omni-King. With a mere wave of his hand, the Omni-King could obliterate an entire universe, and her brother had astonishingly reached that level. Upon witnessing his sister's shocked expression, Sumu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. However, her calling him an extraordinary freak felt somewhat like an insult. Sumu retorted, "You're the extraordinary freak." Su Kaiwei, unfazed, continued to gaze intently at her brother. Wait, there was something unsettling in her gaze, as if she were contemplating something sinister. Sumu quickly waved his hands. "All right. I've revealed everything to you, so please don't torment me. If Mom finds out that I accidentally, she'd probably kill me." Accidentally? What? Su Kaiwei stifled a laugh, covering her mouth while casting a peculiar glance at her brother's lower half. Surprisingly, he seemed quite well endowed. Just imagining it. Must be quite delightful. Wait, you haven't taught me how to transform into a Super Saiyan yet. Su Kaiwei snapped back to reality, pouting. Transform? I can't even do that anymore, let alone you. Sumu looked at his sister as if she were foolish. Then, teach me fusion. A gleam of excitement flashed in Su Kaiwei's beautiful eyes. The thought of merging with her brother was undoubtedly thrilling. We'll discuss that later. You have to return to school tomorrow, so let me instruct you on training first. Sumu stood up from the swing, his expression serious. Su Kaiwei ceased her teasing. Sumu began his explanation of training. In the Dragon Ball world, there are numerous training methods, such as power, realms, rules, and magic. Su Kaiwei, holding her phone, inquired curiously, are there really that many? I only saw power and realms online. Be quiet. Let me finish before you ask questions. Oh, there are many methods, but fundamentally, there is only power. Sumu recalled the Dragon Ball universe and continued. Some mortals can cultivate their strength to such an extent that they can even slay gods. Slay gods? Su Kaiwei gasped, covering her mouth upon seeing her brother's gaze. So, I will first teach you how to cultivate power. Once your strength reaches a certain level, I will then instruct you on the methods for cultivating realms. Sumu looked at his sister. All right, if you have any questions, you may ask now. What is a realm? Su Kaiwei raised her hand like a schoolgirl. Sumu's lips twitched. This extraordinary and elegant sister of his was exhibiting such childish behavior. A realm can also be described as a dimension. Forget it. It's truly difficult to explain to you. You'll understand when the time comes. In any case, once you cultivate your realm to a certain level, you will achieve immortality. Immortality? Su Kaiwei's breath quickened, her eyes shining with fervor. Brother, please allow me to be immortal. Stop rambling. Sumu began his lesson, to cultivate power. The primary focus is on cultivating energy. The energy I mentioned is somewhat different from the spiritual energy described in cultivation novels. Energy is omnipresent, and everyone possesses it, even plants, animals, and even the earth and oceans. This unconscious essence exists everywhere. Sumu looked at Su Kaiwei's sister. The energy wave you unleashed in the sky above Zhang City was energy. Upon hearing this, Su Kaiwei seemed to grasp the concept. The reason I became powerful is all due to the mysterious energy from that rift in the sky. If I can absorb more of that mysterious energy, my strength will surely grow. Su Kaiwei was filled with excitement. Sumu shook his head. Yes, but also no. Huh. Su Kaiwei was perplexed again. The mysterious energy leaking from the rift is indeed energy, but it isn't yours. Your energy consists of spirit, consciousness, physicality, and life force. Sumu stated solemnly. That is your true energy. Only by allowing them to grow together will our energy strengthen, and our power will become formidable. A glimmer of understanding crossed Su Kaiwei's eyes. She finally comprehended the principle of how an individual becomes powerful. So how can I cultivate energy? Su Kaiwei inquired. Good question, Sumu nodded. You just mentioned absorbing more mysterious energy, which is the primary method of cultivation. Huh, isn't that the same as my previous cultivation method? Su Kaiwei asked. Sister, how did you cultivate? Sumu was curious. We capture awakened plants and animals and hand them over to the authorities. Once they refine the essences of those mutated plants and animals, we receive a portion of the spiritual liquid. Su Kaiwei continued. This spiritual liquid contains a wealth of mysterious energy. As soon as we consume it, we can effortlessly convert it into our own power. Sumu's lips twitched. Wasn't this akin to primitive humans consuming raw flesh? That's rather foolish. What do you mean by foolish? I mean your cultivation method is quite primitive. Sumu sighed. No wonder there hasn't been a true powerhouse in Blue Star since the awakening began a year ago. Su Kaiwei sighed in frustration. Then how should I cultivate correctly? Meditation. Sumu stated calmly. Once you master meditation, you will find that your absorption of energy becomes astonishingly swift. Of course, this is merely the first step. The second step requires you to cultivate your physical body. If only Blue Star had a gravity chamber. Are you referring to the gravity chamber that Sun Wukong trained in on his way to Namek? Su Kaiwei asked, holding her phone. Exactly, Sumu explained at this stage. If you can accomplish these 2 steps, you will quickly absorb energy into your body, subsequently strengthening your spirit, consciousness, and physicality. Su Kaiwei finally grasped the concept. Spirit, consciousness, and physicality equate to one's energy, and one's energy equals power. Therefore, to enhance strength, one must swiftly absorb energy to reinforce one's spirit, consciousness, and physicality. Alright, since there's still time, I will continue to teach you how to meditate. The brilliant starlight flickered in the night, and the rift in the sky continued to emit mysterious energy. The 2 individuals on the rooftop of the villa entered a state of meditation. Chapter 11. The return to school and night has passed. It is now Sunday. In the villa of the Su family, 2 individuals are meditating on the rooftop. One is exceptionally graceful, while the other is strikingly handsome. With a gentle exhale, Sumu slowly opens his eyes, sensing a surge of energy within him, significantly stronger than the day before. In terms of battle power in the Dragon Ball universe, he has now reached an impressive 110 points. An increase of 10 points in one night is certainly not slow. Some might argue that in the Dragon Ball world, the protagonists often achieve leaps of tens of millions or even billions in battle power with a mere flick of a wrist. How can one be content with such a modest increase? However, Sumu is currently at a foundational stage akin to that of young Sun Wukong. As long as he solidifies his foundation, he will be able to ascend rapidly to greater heights, just as Wukong did later on. After all, Sumu has already traversed the path to greatness once and possesses ample experience. Brother, I think I truly am getting stronger. At this moment, the mother Tyrannosaurus awakens, feeling the profound power coursing through her. Unable to restrain her excitement, she leaps up. If she had only recently broken through to the 6th level of warrior, now she has firmly established that strength. With such a training speed, she believes that in a month, she will break through to the 7th level. Sumu hastily catches the falling Su Kaiwei and scolds her playfully. You're already in your 3rd year of university. Why are you still acting like a primary school student? What primary school student? How dare you? Su Kaiwei retorts while clinging to her brother, her smile brightening the moment. Brother, your training method is truly remarkable. Will you continue to teach me other techniques? Especially that fusion move. I adore that one. As she finishes, Su Kaiwei's cheeks flush with a rosy hue. Sumu, feeling a sense of annoyance, ponders the oddity of his mother Tyrannosaurus. Does she genuinely enjoy the sensation of merging with others? He decides to leave it be for now. Gently setting his sister down, he advises, you have yet to grasp the true essence of meditation. Genuine meditation requires a tranquil mind devoid of self. You may not comprehend this now, but once your strength reaches a certain level, it will become clear to you. And let me emphasize, you are still in the foundational stage. Do not recklessly seek power without restraint, understood? I always listen to my brother. Su Kaiwei nods earnestly, resembling a frightened little creature. Sumu shakes his head in exasperation. Sister, what are you pretending for? You certainly weren't so pitiful when you used to beat me up. All right, it's time for you to prepare for school this afternoon. Go get your things ready, he gestures dismissively. Upon hearing the mention of returning to school, Su Kaiwei's demeanor shifts dramatically, her mood plunging. Brother, I will miss you. And Mom and Dad, what is there to miss? Once your aura strengthens, I will teach you instant transmission so you can return anytime you wish. Su Mu's gaze drifts to the distant horizon, unable to meet his sister's eyes. He yearns to return to the Dragon Ball world, for aside from his parents, the mother Tyrannosaurus is his only obsession. Sister, if you encounter any trouble or are bullied, you must inform me. And what will you do? She asks. I will eliminate their entire family. Sumu replies calmly, as if discussing trivial matters. Tears well up in Su Kaiwei's eyes, and she quickly turns away. I'll go pack my things. Sister, it's said that only the matriarch of the Xiao family has perished. Do not concern yourself with Xiao Qing. I will handle them. Sumu calls after her as she descends from the rooftop garden. Once she is gone, he exhales heavily, his gaze shifting to the ominous rift in the sky. What lies beyond that rift? Perhaps he should wait until his strength is restored before investigating. It is Sunday. At noon, Li Jing prepares a sumptuous feast. After Su Kaiwei finishes her lunch, it is almost time for her to return to school. Before she leaves, she pulls Sumu into her room and inquires, Sumu, I want to ask what your plans are moving forward? Sumu pauses, taken aback. What could be so significant that she needs to call his name? I'm asking you. What are your plans? Sumu gestures towards the ceiling, understanding his hint. Su Kaiwei realizes he is not pointing at the ceiling but rather at the rift in the sky. The rift appeared abruptly, bringing about monumental changes to Blue Star. No one knows what lies behind it. Her brother returned from the Dragon Ball world, where he had achieved a level of power akin to that of the Omni-King. Perhaps only he is qualified to investigate the rift. You cannot enter yet. Your strength has not been restored. I know, Sumu nods. Not foolish enough to disregard her warning. Su Kaiwei continues, your priority now is to regain your strength, and there is a perfect place for you to do so. Where? Jiang City First High School? Sumu is slightly taken aback. Why? Because Blue Star is no longer what it used to be. Sumu furrows his brow. Through the internet, he is aware of the drastic changes Blue Star has undergone. But how does that relate to returning to school? Brother, the current situation on Blue Star is perilous. Su Tsaiwei's expression grows grave, particularly in the primordial forests and vast oceans. The flora and fauna there pose a significant threat to human life. The anomalies in these areas are incalculable, and soon, even our human habitats may be under siege from these creatures. A beast tide? Sumu instinctively mentions a common crisis found in novels. Yes, exactly, a beast tide. If Blue Star is so dangerous, is there still a need for me to return to school? School? Sukaiwei shakes her head. Things have changed. School is no longer just a place for education. What do you mean? Sumu is puzzled, having not yet grasped the recent developments regarding schools. Su Kaiwei provides clarity. The mutations in flora and fauna, coupled with the rise in human power. In this scenario, the imbalance between strength, greed, and will has caused crime rates on Blue Star to reach unprecedented heights. Simultaneously, the global landscape has undergone tremendous shifts, prompting various countries to initiate reforms. Particularly in Huaxia, after a year of adjustments, a relative balance has been achieved. Huaxia's rapid progress is primarily attributed to the reform of the college entrance examination. The exam is no longer as it once was. It has now diverged into two distinct modes. One is the literary examination, which resembles the previous format, but incorporates a new subject related to martial awakening. The other is the martial examination, which literally assesses students' combat abilities. In contrast to the former, the martial examination has become the prevailing standard in society. Only those with truly inadequate martial talents would opt for the literary examination. So, you want me to participate in the martial examination? Sumu looks at Su Kaiwei. Yes, the world has transformed into one that reveres strength. We must become stronger to confront the unknown dangers that lie ahead. Su Kaiwei gazed at her younger brother and remarked, if you wish to swiftly enhance your abilities, you must acquire resources, and the major universities hold what you seek. After contemplating for a moment, Sumu replied, since you've said so, I shall return to school. In truth, aside from a slight apprehension towards the fissure in the sky, he remained indifferent to the other crises plaguing Blue Star. Given time, he would inevitably restore his prowess to that of his days in the Dragon Ball universe. Currently, he was preoccupied with two primary concerns, safeguarding his family and, of course, demonstrating his extraordinary capabilities in front of others. A fleeting moment of grandeur brings immense satisfaction, and the thrill of such pretenses is everlasting. During his youth, he had envied Son Gohan's high school adventures in Dragon Ball Z. Now, it was finally his turn. Alas, the inability to transform into a Super Saiyan was rather vexing. Sumu couldn't help but mutter to himself, is it really that simple? Sukaiwei scrutinized her brother with a skeptical gaze, well aware of his little secret. The resources at the university might be inconsequential to her brother, who had traversed two worlds. You urge me to return to school. Am I not allowed to be a bit more enthusiastic? Then perhaps I shan't go. Dare you? I wouldn't. Sumu recoiled slightly. A chuckle escaped Su Tsaiwei's lips as she covered her mouth. My dear brother is truly adorable. With that, she declared, I will have Mu Shuiao arrange for you to return to school tomorrow. Without waiting for Sumu's response, she pulled out her phone and dialed Mu Shuiao. On the other end, a cheerful voice soon responded, Sister Kaiwei, you finally called. Are you no longer upset with me? Upset? Oh, then what is this about? I have a favor to ask. My brother is returning to Jiang City No. 1 High School tomorrow. Could you assist me in making the arrangements? Of course. By the way, Sister Kaiwei, is Zhao Qing's family destruction related to Sumu? Before Mu Shuiao could finish, Su Kaiwei had already hung up. She turned to Sumu and said, all right, just wait for her to come pick you up tomorrow. Sumu wore a disgruntled expression. His sister was indeed swift and decisive. I am preparing to return to school. Su Kaiwei opened her arms, a hint of reluctance in her tone. Let me embrace you one last time. All right. Sumu stepped away from his computer chair and walked over to hug his sister, holding her soft figure. He felt a lump in his throat. At that moment, he too was reluctant to part with her. I'll be back at school. You take good care of Mom and Dad. Su Kaiwei planted a firm kiss on his forehead before gently pushing him away. She swiftly turned to descend the stairs, not daring to let her brother see her reddened eyes. Sis. Sumu extended a hand toward her retreating figure, but he soon let it fall. In the opulent hall of the wealthiest family in Jiang City, silence reigned. Mu Feng sat on the sofa, reading a newspaper. Was it that extraordinary woman who called you? Yes, Mu Shueya replied, putting down her phone. What did she say? She asked me to arrange for Sumu to return to school tomorrow. Could you assist me with that? Upon hearing Sumu's name, Mu Feng's expression darkened as he set the newspaper aside. Shueya. You mentioned that Sumu could condense energy waves and even fly upon awakening. Are you certain you're not jesting? I witnessed it with my own eyes. Mu Feng fell silent, astonished by the unusual phenomena surrounding the boy, realizing he possessed undisclosed secrets. Dad, please don't act recklessly. He is my savior. What are you saying? If he saved my little darling, he is equally my benefactor, Mu Feng retorted. I merely wish for you to engage with him more. Should fortune smile upon him, you might gain something as well. By the way, does the explosion in the city center last Friday night have anything to do with your classmate? I don't know. I couldn't glean any information from Sister Kuei. Mu Shueiyao added cautiously, Dad, when will you take action against Zhao Qing? Mind your words. He is the top official in Jiang City. Who would dare act against him? Mu Feng scanned the vicinity, noting only their bodyguards were present. It will be soon. Anyone who dares to harbor intentions against my daughter, regardless of his status, shall face dire consequences. With that, he picked up the newspaper again, his gaze fierce. Mu Shueiyao felt warmth in her heart. Dad, you were so good to me. Ha ha ha, you are the only little darling of your father. Who else should I be good to? Mu Feng continued, your classmate is remarkable. He awakened with the strength of a level 6 warrior. You must maintain a good relationship with him. All right, I will be prudent. And please remember to assist me with his return to school tomorrow. Certainly, it's a trivial matter. In Kyoto, the Xiao family received alarming news. Zhao Qing, according to our investigations, the mysterious powerful individual who attacked your family may have advanced to a level 7 warrior. I am dispatching 2 level 7 warriors to assist you. Please exercise caution upon your return. Rest assured, Dad. Anyone bold enough to target the top official in Jiang City will soon be apprehended, and when they are, I shall ensure their demise. Chapter 12. Sister is a little angel, and I am just a little nuisance. On a Sunday evening, Sumu finished his dinner and sat in the living room with his mother, watching television. The screen no longer displayed melodramatic shows but rather news from the front lines. Reports of unusual occurrences among zoo animals and the awakening of ancient trees in the forest filled the airwaves. Whether animal or plant, their awakening granted them formidable powers. Some possessed level 1 abilities, others level 2, and even some reached level 7, their strengths terrifyingly immense. Fortunately, official organizations dispatched powerful individuals to eliminate these monsters. Yet even with the crisis averted, casualties were unavoidable. Many innocent civilians inevitably suffered during such upheavals. Son, did you see that? This is the crisis brought about by the anomalies in Blue Star. Li Jing pointed at the television. Your sister was right to insist you return to school. You are now in your first semester of senior year, and in less than a year, you will face the martial arts examination. When you return to school tomorrow, remember to train diligently. Your father and I will be relying on you for protection. Rest assured, my sister is already so formidable, I will not fall short. Sumu leaned his head against his mother's shoulder, a smile lingering on his face. Hey, do you really think you can compete with your sister? Are you even in the same league? Wait, am I truly your biological son, or is she the cherished daughter? Sumu clung to his mother's arm, pretending to be upset. You are my true son, but Kaiwei is also my beloved daughter. Is an adopted child not a true daughter? What sort of talk is that? Li Jing tugged at her son's ear and exclaimed, Kaiwei is indeed my true daughter. In my heart, she is a little angel, far more precious than you. Sumu winced in mock pain. If she is your little angel, then what am I? Just a little nuisance. Well, if I am merely a little nuisance, then so be it. A good man does not quarrel with a woman. Sumu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Such a warm life was absent in the Dragon Ball world. Mom, I will be going to school tomorrow. I need to sleep now. Goodbye. He hurried back to his room, eager to avoid further ear-tugging. That boy is truly foolish. Li Jing watched her son's retreating figure, both amused and exasperated. Oh well, I shouldn't interfere too much in the affairs of the young. With that, she returned to her own room. The following day, Monday, marked the return of students to school. Mu Xiao and her driver arrived at the entrance, and Sumu quickly gathered his belongings and climbed into the car. Su, you were originally a first-year student at Jiang City No. 1 High School, but I have arranged for you to transfer to the third year and join my class. Do you have any objections? Mu Xiao sat in the back seat, dressed in a JK uniform, her long legs exposed due to her seated position. They were as straight as jade, skin smooth and flawless, a truly captivating sight. Sumu also took a seat in the back. Upon seeing the school beauty he had once rescued, he was instantly captivated. No problem, he replied, quickly averting his gaze. It's one thing for her to be impressive, but her legs are just as perfect. Mu Xiao cautiously added, by the way, Zhao Ping is also in my class, he might. Zhao Qing's son, Zhao Ping? Sumu's expression turned icy at once. It seemed his previously carefree life was about to become far more interesting. In a villa on the outskirts of Jiang City, Zhao Qing had just returned from Kyoto. Dad, you're finally back. Mom, Zhao Ping, with dyed yellow hair and a scar across his face, spoke in a hoarse voice. A middle-aged man stood before him, his features sharp and sun-kissed. Yet his eyes were cold as a serpent. Zhao Qing clenched his fists. I understand. I will handle your mother's situation. You go back to class for now. Zhao Ping growled. Dad, it was definitely that wretched girl's father who did this. You must avenge my mother. I will investigate. You don't need to worry. Zhao Qing's gaze grew even colder as he looked at his son. Those who harmed you, and your mother will be dealt with. By the way, the one who saved Mu Xiao, Su Mu, has also awakened, and Mu Feng has arranged for him to be in your class. What? That useless Sumu is woken up? Zhao Ping's excitement was palpable. That damned guy. If it weren't for him, that wretched girl would have died long ago. If Mu Xiao had died sooner, my mother wouldn't have been in trouble. It's all that useless fool's fault. And that wretched Kai Wei. The more Zhao Ping spoke, the more agitated he became. We were so close to letting that beggar have her. Who would have thought the people from Jing University would arrive so quickly? Curse it all. Dad, send some people with me. I will kill Su Mu when I get to school. Zhao Ping's eyes were filled with malice. Killing him won't be enough. I want to kidnap his sister and let that beggar violate her. All right, whatever my son wishes to do, I will support. Come, you two. Follow the young master's orders. Zhao Qing summoned 2 level 5 warriors. Thank you, Dad. I will head to school and take care of Su Mu right away. Zhao Ping left the suburbs with his 2 subordinates. Watching his son depart, Zhao Qing could no longer contain his fury and began to wreak havoc in the villa. Who killed my wife? I will make you pay with your life. Send someone to the municipal committee and order the closure of all of Mu Feng's businesses. Opposing me? You may be the richest in Jiang City, but I will see how you maintain that status. At Jiang City No. 1 High School, Sumu and Mu Xiao arrived at the school entrance. As Mu Xiao stepped out of the car, the area erupted with excitement, particularly among the boys. Mu Xiao was the school's reigning beauty. Her background, appearance, and talent in martial arts were all top tier, making her the object of admiration for nearly every male student. You seem quite popular, Sumu teased as he followed her out of the car. Compared to my sister in her heyday, I'm far behind. Mu Xiao lowered her head shyly. Your sister? Sumu recalled his extraordinary sister and chuckled. Although that fierce dragon has a temper, her looks are still quite remarkable. You. He glanced over Mu Xiao, shook his head, and said, You are beautiful too, but you cannot compare to my sister. Mu Xiao. This guy seems handsome, yet his emotional intelligence is abysmally low. He will probably never have a girlfriend in this lifetime. Pouting, Mu Xiao said, Sumu, let's go. I will take you to see the principal. Go? It seems like we might not be able to, Sumu observed as 5 individuals charged out from inside the school. Looking aggressive. Oh no, they are Zhao Ping's lackeys. Mu Xiao recognized the group. Zhao Ping's lackeys? Sumu's eyes turned icy. In no time, the 5 approached Mu Xiao and Sumu. Mu Xiao, what do you mean by bringing this guy to school? Don't you know that my brother Zhao Ping despises you being close to other boys? The leader of the group spoke. He was named Song Yifan, Zhao Ping's loyal follower. But he was rather unattractive, aptly described as having a sharp and gaunt appearance. What does it matter to me who I walk with, especially in relation to that eunuch? Mu Xiao replied coldly. At that moment, she no longer bore the fragile demeanor she had displayed in front of Su Kaiwei. Instead, she resembled a celestial being, untouched by the mundane world. If one dares to speak ill of Zhao Ping, it is none of our concern. But I suppose I must take it upon myself to address him. Song Yifan turned his gaze towards Sumu. Chapter 13, The Bodily Techniques of Sumu. Who are you? You have quite the audacity to be seen with my brother Xiaoping's woman. Song Yifan scrutinized Sumu from head to toe, deeming him likely not even a level 2 warrior. Who are you calling that eunuch's woman? Mu Shueyo was infuriated and prepared to strike. Let me handle this. Sumu interjected, halting her advance. Are you not hiding behind a woman? At least I can respect that. State your name. I never strike those without a name. Song Yifan regarded Sumu with disdain. The commotion at the school's entrance had attracted the attention of onlookers. Who was that boy beside the campus beauty? How can he accompany her to school? Who cares? If he dares to walk with her, it implies he is opposing young Master Xiao. Look. Song Yifan is going to make a move for young Master Xiao. Song Yifan is a level 3 warrior. That boy is doomed. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Many silently mourning for Sumu. Mourning? Mu Shueyo scoffed. This steel-hearted man may lack emotional intelligence, but he is indeed a true level 6 warrior. Never strikes the nameless. Is it? How intriguing. Sumu smirked slightly. You are Xiaoping's underling. You must have heard of me. My name is Sumu. Sumu? That name sounds familiar. Song Yifan and his entourage furrowed their brows, recalling the name from somewhere. Suddenly, one of the lackeys exclaimed, Songgu, I remember. He is the one who saved Mu Shueyo. Sumu? So you are that fool. Song Yifan's expression shifted to one of excitement. So, you and your father were paralyzed. I never expected you to be on your feet. Since you are no longer paralyzed, don't even think of standing. Return to your sickbed. For that is your rightful place. Everyone, attack. If we can take him down, Brother Xiao will reward us generously. Song Yifan commanded as he and his 4 subordinates charged at Sumu. Song Yifan was a level 3 warrior, while his 4 lackeys were merely level 1 warriors. In Blue Star, warriors below level 4 primarily focused on physical training. Although they were yet to harness Qi, their physical combat skills were fierce. They unleashed a flurry of brutal attacks, punches, kicks, and elbow strikes. Just as the crowd expected Sumu to be finished, he moved. He shifted his feet, appearing somewhat unsteady, yet it was this seemingly chaotic movement that allowed him to evade the onslaught from Song Yifan and his 4 companions. How is this possible? I've heard of this kid's background, but he has been paralyzed for a year. Surely, he cannot evade the strikes of a level 3 warrior. The scene left the onlookers wide-eyed. Even Mu Shueyo was rendered speechless. She was aware of Sumu's true abilities. He could gather energy externally, condensing it into energy waves. She had anticipated him employing the might of a level 6 warrior, yet who would have thought? His bodily techniques were equally formidable. Was he truly paralyzed for a year? It seems you all are lacking, Sumu taunted, having evaded their attacks. Engaging in physical techniques? How amusing. Having traversed the Dragon Ball world, he had long comprehended the ultimate essence of perfect freedom of movement. Though he had returned to this realm, his soul remained unchanged. He could effortlessly access that state. Songgu, he is peculiar. One of Song Yifan's lackeys exclaimed. Indeed, he is strange. I can't even touch him. Song Yifan glared at Sumu, grinding his teeth. What have you done? Is it my destiny to lie on a sickbed? Sumu advanced deliberately, countering. You were responsible for my father's paralysis, were you not? You. Song Yifan clenched his jaw. I refuse to believe it. You shall die? With that, he lunged at Sumu like a leopard. But as he neared, Sumu swiftly kicked him in the chest with even greater speed. Crack. The sound of breaking ribs resonated as Song Yifan's body flew backward. Ah, Songgu. The other 4 lackeys, their eyes bloodshot, charged at Sumu in a frenzy. In rapid succession, they met the same fate as Song Yifan, crashing down helplessly. Looking at Sumu, he stood with his hands in his pockets, his expression serene, as though he had never lifted a finger. He approached Song Yifan. I promise to make Xiaoping's life a living hell. Since you chose to be his lackey, you shall experience the same torment. He lifted his foot and stomped down towards Song Yifan's groin. Ah! Song Yifan screamed in agony once more. Witnessing this, the onlookers gasped in shock. Song Yifan was a level 3 warrior, and there were scarcely any in the entire school of that level. Yet here he lay defeated. Stop! At that moment, a bald man in a suit arrived with a group of security personnel. Uncle, save me. It hurts. Uncle, my chest, it hurts. Song Yifan writhed in pain. The bald man knelt beside him, embracing Song Yifan, shouting, Yifan, what happened? Who did this? Meanwhile, Sumu returned to Mu Shueyo's side and pointed at the bald man. Who is he? Mu Shueyo frowned. He is Song Zhong, the director of Jiang City No. 1 high school, and also Song Yifan's uncle. It seems your enrollment today may be quite troublesome. Indeed. After arranging for Song Yifan's treatment, Song Zhong approached Sumu. roaring, "You, a mere child, strike so ruthlessly. Guards, apprehend him. Stop." Mu Shuiao stepped forward, coldly asserting, "Director Song, on what grounds do you arrest him? Have you investigated the cause of this incident? You wish to apprehend him without discernment?" Song Zhong pointed at Sumu, declaring loudly, "Is there a need for investigation? That person beside you directly incapacitated one of our students. Is that not a fact?" Chapter 14 Xiaoping. Who in Jiang City know? One high school does not know that Song Yifan is your nephew? Now, without even investigating the truth, you arbitrarily arrest people. This is a blatant abuse of power. Mu Shuiao stood her ground unwaveringly. Sumu gazed at Mu Shuiao blocking his path, feeling a surge of emotion. Choosing to save her a year ago was indeed the right decision. Just as tensions escalated, a Maybach pulled up in front of the school, and 3 figures emerged from the vehicle. The leader, a young man with dyed yellow hair and a scar across his face, spoke with a casual tone. "Oh, what a lively scene. Who is he?" Sumu inquired. Mu Shuiao turned to him and replied, "He is our enemy, Zhao Ping." As soon as she finished speaking, boom. Thunder rumbled ominously across the once clear sky. Sumu's eyes glinted with a chilling intent. Zhao Ping, just alighting from the car, felt a shiver run through him, as if a monstrous beast from the abyss was locking onto him. Yet, in an instant, that sensation vanished. Was it merely a delusion? Zhao Ping shook his head and approached Sumu with 2 level 5 warriors at his side. Mu Shuiao stepped in front of Sumu again, demanding, "Zhao Ping, what are you planning to do?" A powerful figure who had been secretly protecting Mu Shuiao descended from the shadows. "Young master, it's unwise to act. The person beside her can fly through the void. He is a level 6 warrior." One of Zhao Ping's subordinates whispered. "I'm not blind," Zhao Ping retorted, fixating on Mu Shuiao, his gaze lingering on her prominent figure for 2 seconds before he licked his lips. "I didn't expect this vile woman to have a level 6 warrior protecting her." In a world where the Blue Star had only awakened for a year, the strongest human was merely a level 8 warrior, and there were only 10 in Huaxia. Although level 6 warriors were more numerous, they numbered just over 1,000. The backing of Jiang City's richest man for Mu Shuiao was not to be underestimated. "Get lost." Mu Shuiao was repulsed by Zhao Ping's gaze. "Get lost? I refuse." Zhao Ping laughed heartily. "I relish seeing that you detest me, yet cannot kill me." In an instant, Zhao Ping's expression shifted as he turned his attention to Su Mu behind Mu Shuiao. "So you're the fool who saved Mu Shuiao?" Su Mu smirked. "Fool? Who are you referring to, other than yourself?" Zhao Ping's anger flared. "Do you think you can play games with me? TSK. I didn't expect this foolish pig to possess some intellect. Your words are quite sharp, but let us see how you fare after a year of paralysis." Zhao Ping twisted his neck, a wicked grin forming. "By the way, you must have seen your father turned into a dead pig. I wonder if he can wake up like you did. Why so silent? Are you agitated?" Zhao Ping relished Su Mu's silence, laughing maniacally. "Your sister's experience is delightful, especially her long, fair legs. Just thinking about it makes one salivate." Zhao Ping leaned in closer, his eyes darkening. "Your family has had its luck. But do you think this is the end? Daring to save Mu Shuiao? Opposing me? You cannot escape. Your father is paralyzed, so I'll ensure he meets his end." Zhao Ping's expression twisted in malice. "As for your sister, I think handing her over to beggars would be far more enjoyable. How about I let you witness that passionate scene?" Zhao Ping seemed to have lost all sense of masculinity, his psyche warped, rendering him a grotesque figure. Mu Shuiao felt a chill run down her spine. She never imagined Zhao Ping would devolve into such a monster. If he succeeded, Su Mu's family would indeed face the fate Zhao Ping described. Mu Shuiao quickly glanced at Su Mu, expecting him to be furious at Zhao Ping's words. However, he remained eerily calm, devoid of any expression. "Have you finished?" Su Mu finally responded. Zhao Ping burst into laughter. "You've got some nerve to endure this. Are you a ninja turtle?" Su Mu replied with resignation. "I've never seen someone so eager to court death. Are you prepared? I intend to make your life a living hell." "Make my life a living hell? Ha ha ha. You must be dreaming." Before Zhao Ping could finish, a sharp pain shot through his groin. "Ah!" Zhao Ping clutched himself, rolling on the ground in agony. It was over. If he had any remnants of dignity before, they were now utterly obliterated. "Ah! It hurts. Someone help me." Zhao Ping writhed on the ground, much like Song Yifan had before him. Meanwhile, Su Mu remained in his original position, seemingly unmoved. How could this be possible? The level 6 warrior beside Mu Shuiao and the 2 level 5 warriors with Zhao Ping stared in disbelief. They could not comprehend what had just transpired. Was it Su Mu? No. He had not moved at all, it couldn't have been him. Could it have been the powerful figure behind Sumu? But wasn't he just an ordinary person? How could he have a protector? Beside them, Mu Xiao was equally astonished. She had not seen Sumu move, yet the assailant had to be him. After all, she had witnessed Sumu flying through the void in the hospital. This man had been dormant for a year and could already fly through the void. Who knew what his true strength was? How does it feel to have your groin shattered again? Should be quite pleasurable, right? Sumu crossed his arms, gazing mockingly at the writhing Xiaoping. Weren't you quite chatty just now? Keep going. Xiaoping's expression was one of excruciating pain. He pointed at Sumu, howling. It was definitely you. Kill him for me. The two level 5 warriors beside him exchanged glances, disregarding the injured Xiaoping as they gathered their energy for an attack. 2 energy blasts surged towards Sumu. With a whoosh, the scorching waves swept through the area, causing the onlookers to flee in terror. Sumu's face remained emotionless. The energy blast posed no threat to him. Witnessing such pathetic attacks almost made him want to laugh. Here they came, the 2 energy blasts hurtling towards Sumu. Watch me crush. Sumu prepared to shatter the incoming blast with his bare hands. Stop. A commanding voice boomed, and 1 energy blast brushed past Sumu, colliding with the blasts from Xiaoping's subordinates. The latter's attacks were forcefully repelled upwards. Boom. The 3 energy blasts erupted violently in the sky. The principal of Jiang City No. 1 High School, Wang Hongkai, flew in from a distance, hovering in midair, exuding a terrifying aura. What are you doing at the entrance of Jiang City No. 1 High School? Do you intend to commit murder? A level 7 warrior. Sumu looked up, sensing that this elder's presence was far more substantial than his sister's. Without a doubt, this elder was indeed a level 7 warrior. Principal, this man attacked first. He incapacitated our student Song Yifan and then seriously injured Xiaoping. The previously silent Song Zhong finally spoke, condemning Sumu without hesitation. Nonsense. Mu Xiao retorted angrily. You're clearly the villain crying first. Who doesn't he know you were Song Yifan's uncle? Besides, which of your eyes saw Sumu lay a hand on Xiaoping? That eunuch? Silence, everyone. Bring Xiaoping for treatment first. Mu Xiao, Sumu, and Song Zhong, you 3 come to my office. The principal's words left no room for dissent. The security personnel brought by Song Zhong swiftly escorted Xiaoping away. As they passed by Sumu, a chilling voice escaped Sumu's lips. I must admit, you are rather fortunate. Had it not been for this old man's arrival, you would already be a lifeless corpse. But fret not, I have ample time. Be sure to hold on. I would hate for your entire family to fall victim to my whims. Only Xiaoping could hear these words, and his pupils dilated in horror. It was you who did this. Someone, kill him, Xiaoping bellowed. Yet, by then, no one was attentive to his cries. He was lifted into a vehicle and transported to the hospital, closely followed by his 2 bodyguards. Sumu and Mu Xiao proceeded towards the principal's office. But as they passed Song Zhong, Sumu halted, smiling as he remarked, unless I am mistaken, you 2 are one of Xiaoping's men. Your name is quite fitting, Song Zhong, the one who delivers the end. When I find the time, I shall grant you a fitting farewell. With that, he resumed his path into the school. Song Zhong glared at Sumu's retreating figure, his fist clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The events unfolded too rapidly. The onlookers were still processing what had transpired. Soon, however, they began to react. I can hardly believe it. I thought Sumu was doomed. Yet he managed to turn the tide. Indeed, he even defeated the level 3 warrior, Song Yifan. Do you think Xiaoping was also dealt with by him? Impossible. I didn't see Sumu make a move. Yes, neither did I. And let us not forget that Mu Xiao's protector is a level 6 warrior. If he didn't witness Sumu's strike, how could it possibly have been him? True, if it were Sumu, one wonders just how formidable he must be. As the crowd outside the school dispersed, a girl took the spot where Sumu had just stood. She was petite, slender, and her school uniform appeared somewhat faded, suggesting a lack of proper nourishment. Is this the brother of Kaiwei? It seems he is quite remarkable as well. No wonder they are siblings. Su Xiaoyu bit her lip, regaining her aloof demeanor, exuding an air of coldness. Chapter 15. Strengthening bonds. On the way to the principal's office, Sumu surveyed his surroundings. He had previously attended the first year here, but a year had passed, and Jiang City No. 1 High School had added a training room, a testing facility, and a duel arena. The transformation of Jiang City No. 1 High School was truly remarkable. Sumu, you were the one behind this, weren't you? Murmured Mu Xiao beside him. Sumu turned to look at her exquisite face and replied with a smile. Yes, it was me. What do you think? Am I impressive? Mu Shuiyao slightly parted her lips in surprise. He actually admitted it. What kind of expression is that, little girl? You're the little girl. After 2 days of acquaintance, they had become friends, and she shot him a playful glare. Come on, tell me, am I impressive? Very impressive, I suppose. Mu Shuiyao tilted her head. Your movements were so fast that I could hardly see them. To me, you are definitely more than just a level 6 warrior. I want to know just how strong you truly are. In Mu Shuiyao's eyes, Su Mu was shrouded in mystery. Not only could he gather energy externally upon awakening, but he had also effortlessly incapacitated Xiaoping in front of a level 6 warrior. Is this something a level 6 warrior can do? Su Mu replied cryptically, guess. Level 7? Or perhaps neither. What do you mean, neither? It's hard to explain. All you need to know is that I am not weaker than the principal. Su Mu looked up, momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at the rift in the sky. Given the current ranking system of Blue Star, he was uncertain of his own level. Not weaker than the principal? Is that true? Mu Shuiyao gulped nervously, her eyes fixed on the handsome boy. If you are indeed so powerful, why did you spare Xiaoping's life? I never intended to let him live, Su Mu continued walking, his tone serious. I initially planned to torment Xiaoping thoroughly before ultimately killing him, but then the principal arrived. However, no matter. That waste of a person will surely continue to seek trouble with me. Strike the young, and the old will come. Strike the old, and the even older will appear. As long as they keep coming, I will keep striking. This way, I won't have to seek them out one by one. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became. Being slightly stronger than others, that feeling is something you wouldn't understand. Mu Shuiyao thought to herself, this guy's thought process is rather unconventional. Su Mu looked back at her. In fact, sparing Xiaoping's life is a form of torment in itself. Sometimes, death is not the best form of revenge. Giving him hope for revenge only to shatter it brutally is the true essence of vengeance. Once, twice, countless times, until his spirit is utterly crushed. That kind of retribution is the most excruciating torture in the world. Isn't he relying on his father? I'll wait for Zhao Qing to come looking for me. And then I'll ensure he experiences such unimaginable torment. As long as they are alive, they will have to endure existence in utter despair and darkness. At this, Su Mu's gaze suddenly turned icy. Of course, their ultimate fate is still death. Hearing this, Mu Shuiyao couldn't help but shiver. Wait a minute. Why am I afraid? This guy is on my side. She too became excited. Exactly. The most satisfying form of revenge is often not to kill directly, but to continuously shatter their hopes, letting them fall from heaven into hell, and then into the depths of the abyss. Mu Shuiyao's previously aloof demeanor shattered, and the surrounding high school students stared wide-eyed at the scene. Wait, how come you're just as twisted as I am? Su Mu scratched his head. I learned it from you. Mu Shuiyao covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. This savior of hers was unexpectedly adorable. Ha ha ha, little girl, you're quite impressive and to my liking. Interested in teaming up with me? I promise to let you go hungry for 3 meals. Su Mu spat twice before responding. I'll make sure you get to enjoy the taste of being a dragon soaring above. Sounds good. Mu Shuiyao's eyes sparkled. It was strange, eerie, and inexplicably delightful. Their friendship blossomed just like that. The bond between Su Mu and Mu Shuiyao quickly grew closer during the short journey to the principal's office, resembling a pair of brothers. Inside the principal's office, sit. Wang Hongkai gestured for them to take a seat on the sofa. This is Su Mu. Mu Shuiyao introduced her good friend to the principal. You're the sister, right? No, you're brothers. Su Mu understood the girl's intent and shot her an exasperated glare. I know he is Siwei's brother, right? Wang Hongkai nodded. Su Mu, somewhat surprised, asked, you know my sister? She is my most outstanding student and the best in the history of Jiang City now. One high school. How could I not know her? Wang Hongkai looked at Su Mu, sighing. I've heard about the circumstances surrounding you and your sister. I'm sorry I couldn't help her. That's all right. I will take care of that grievance. Su Mu waved his hand dismissively. As soon as he said this, the office fell into an eerie silence. Mu Shuiyao glanced at her friend, choosing not to speak. After their earlier conversation, she understood Su Mu's capabilities. I witnessed your battle at the school gate. Your martial arts are commendable, but relying on that for revenge is still unrealistic. Wang Hongkai shook his head. Martial arts? Even the level 7 principal failed to see Su Mu's decisive action of crushing Xiaoping's manhood. Mu Shuiyao felt ecstatic at this thought. Good friend. I'm sticking with you for life. Unaware of Mu Shuiyao's inner thoughts, Su Mu queried the principal. Why can't I achieve revenge? Is Xiaoping's family very powerful? Indeed, they are quite strong. Mu Shuiyao nodded. Su Mu looked at her curiously. My family holds considerable influence in Jiang City, comparable to Zhao Qing's. If the strengths are equal, then why didn't your family help you seek revenge after Zhao Qing's people assaulted you? Because of Kyoto, Wang Hongkai interjected. Exactly. Mu Shuiyao gritted her teeth. If Zhao Qing had only local influence in Jiang City, my father would have dealt with them long ago. But their backing is the Zhao family of Kyoto. Sumu furrowed his brow. The Zhao family of Kyoto? What kind of power do they wield? Zhao Qing is originally from Kyoto. His father is the head of the Xiao family, a top-tier force in Kyoto. Wang Hongkai sighed. Because of this connection, Mu's father is reluctant to act rashly, and I too was unable to assist your sister for that very reason. Sumu fell silent. Just earlier, he had mentioned that it would be better to strike the young than the old, and then the even older. He had anticipated that such a situation would actually arise. However, that only makes it more interesting. All right, Sumu. I have arranged for your return to school. Wang Hongkai turned to Mu Shuiyao. You take him back to the classroom. Thank you, Principal. Mu Shuiyao expressed her gratitude as she pulled Sumu along. Just as Sumu was about to leave the office, Wang Hongkai suddenly stopped him, saying seriously, after you incapacitated Zhao Ping at the school gate, his father Zhao Qing will likely respond soon. If you remain in school, I can ensure your safety. Both Sumu and Mu Shuiyao were momentarily stunned. Was the principal truly capable of providing such protection for a student just returning to school? Your sister is my most esteemed student. Not having been able to assist her at that time remains my greatest regret. Wang Hongkai sighed and waved his hand. Enough. You may return to your classes now. So it was due to your sister's influence. It seems her charisma is quite formidable. Sumu simply uttered a word of thanks before he and Mu Shuiyao turned to leave. Shortly after their departure, Song Zhang entered the principal's office. Upon his entrance, Wang Hongkai glared fiercely. Director Song, do not presume that with Secretary Xiao backing you, you can act with impunity. Setting aside your recent slander at the school gate, do you truly believe no one is aware of your previous misdeeds? Principal, I am wronged. Song Zhong gritted his teeth, eager to explain. Enough. I advise you to conduct yourself wisely from now on, or you shall live to regret it. Wang Hongkai pointed towards the door. Leave my office at once. Without uttering a word, Song Zhong exited the principal's office. He cast a glance back at the entrance, seething with rage. Damn Sumu, damn Wang Hongkai. I will not let you escape unscathed. Chapter 16, Su Xiaoyu, Class 1, Senior 3. Mu Shuiyao's class is the elite class of Jiang City No. 1 high school, and she brought Sumu into the classroom. Initially, she anticipated that Zhao Ping's sycophants would cause trouble, but to her surprise, they did not dare to utter a word. Sumu understood that this was likely related to his earlier confrontation at the school gate. He had incapacitated Song Yifan and then swiftly dealt with Zhao Ping. There were rumors in class suggesting that he had formidable allies backing him. The notion that Zhao Ping had been stealthily neutralized was attributed to the influence of Sumu's hidden support. Who would dare to stick their neck out? How boring. Sumu and Mu Shuiyao became desk mates, resting his chin on the table. Mu Shuiyao couldn't help but chuckle. Are you still fantasizing about fools seeking you out? Yes, that would indeed be thrilling. Mu Shuiyao's expression darkened. Glancing at the time, she said, all right, it's time for class. The bell rang. Shortly, a middle-aged man with black-framed glasses entered the classroom. He was the instructor for the Exotic Beasts course in Class 1 of Senior 3, where exotic beasts refer to mutated flora and fauna. The instructor discussed the characteristics and weaknesses of various exotic beasts. Initially, Sumu found it somewhat tedious. How formidable could these mutated plants and animals truly be? Was it necessary to elaborate so thoroughly? However, after attending the class, Sumu discovered otherwise. The exotic beasts were indeed impressive. For instance, at the same level of power, humans could only rely on pure strength and martial arts, while exotic beasts, being mutated plants and animals, possessed additional capabilities such as flight and burrowing. Humans could only achieve flight upon reaching level 6. However, those creatures, equipped with wings, could accomplish it effortlessly. As for the ability to burrow, virtually all plants possessed this trait. The disparity was indeed substantial. No wonder it was said that humanity's situation was dire, Sumu muttered to himself. Mu Shuiyao cast a sidelong glance at the murmuring figure beside her, but chose to ignore his words, continuing to pay attention to the lecture. Time passed swiftly, and the first class came to an end. As the second period commenced, the focus shifted from textbooks to martial arts instruction. The martial arts curriculum primarily taught traditional boxing techniques and body movements. The training needed to take place in an outdoor practice area. After finishing lunch at school, Sumu attended an entire day of martial arts classes. 4 ordinary students, They found this subject more appealing since, prior to reaching level 4, they could only utilize martial arts. Yet, to Sumu, it resembled children playing in the sand. Conversely, he preferred the classroom lectures on exotic beasts. Before long, the school day concluded. All right, time to wrap up, martial arts instructor Li Xiaoing remarked, casting a glance at Sumu. By the way, we have a new student in our class. The teacher is still unaware of the new student's talent and strength. So, let's conduct another talent assessment tomorrow. Everyone, please ensure you adjust your states accordingly. If there are no further questions, class dismissed. With that, Li Xiaoing left the practice area. See you tomorrow, Sumu. Sumu, your martial arts skills are impressive. Can you teach me tomorrow? As a few classmates approached to greet Sumu, they gradually dispersed. Who would have thought you'd be so well-liked on your first day, already making so many friends? Mu Shuiao teased as she leaned closer. What can I say? It's simply my magnetic charm, Sumu replied, slightly raising his chin. How shameless, Mu Shuiao chuckled softly. If her father saw this smile on her face, he would undoubtedly be astonished that his aloof little fairy could smile. Mu Shuiao gazed at Sumu intently, finding the savior amusing. Hey, why are you staring at me? Ahem. I told you not to call me little girl. Mu Shuiao cleared her throat and retorted, not long after the school year began. We already assessed our cultivation talents and powers. Who would have thought that because of your arrival, we have to do it again? Is that my fault? Sumu couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He hadn't anticipated the teacher would come up with such a plan. By the way, I heard my sister has an SSS level cultivation talent. What about you? What level is your talent? Sumu had been brushing up on cultivation knowledge over the past couple of days. After the reform of the college entrance examination, officials developed a talent assessment machine that could determine an individual's affinity for mysterious energies with just a drop of blood. The closer the affinity, the higher the talent. Talent levels are divided into 9 grades, with SSS being a peerless genius. Only 10 exist throughout Huaxia, including Su Mu's sister. I'm not as good as Su Jia. My talent is only S level. Mu Shuiao stuck out her tongue. S level? That's still quite impressive. Good sister, what do you think your talent level is? Good brother, please. As for my talent, I haven't been tested, so I don't know. Sumu chuckled, truly uncertain about his talent level. However, considering he had traversed worlds twice, his talent must be extraordinary, right? It's getting late. Let us head home. The two made their way toward the school gate. How was school today? Was it boring for you? Isn't high school life just like this? I rather enjoy it. Sumu reminisced about his initial days in the Dragon Ball world, where death could lurk around any corner, and he truly wished to avoid that experience again. Thus, living a stable life was, in itself, a form of happiness. And Sumu's tone suddenly shifted. Who said it was boring? Tomorrow we have the talent and power assessment, so I can showcase my abilities. You rascal. Mu Shuiao pinched her forehead, exasperated. You really want to let go of any opportunity to show off. Ha ha ha. A moment of flaunting brings joy, and continuous flaunting brings endless delight. You wouldn't understand. Who said I don't understand? Mu Shuiao pouted. You promised we'd stick together, and now I'm left starving. Oops, almost got led astray by you. You said you would let me show off too. She was clearly an aloof school beauty, yet in front of Sumu, she resembled a neighborhood little sister. I'll teach you the real cultivation methods later. Sumu did not refuse, and they finally left the school together. On the rooftop of the teaching building, Wang Hong stood at the edge, watching Sumu's departing figure. Sighing, you've incapacitated Zhao Ping. Zhao Qing will undoubtedly seek retribution. I promised to protect you while you were at school, yet you left. Do you really have other powerful allies protecting you? Let us hope so, then Kaiwei should feel more at ease. After Sumu and Mu Shuiao departed from the school, Sumu chose to walk home alone instead of continuing to ride with Mu Shuiao. Mu Shuiao inquired, are you trying to lure out Zhao Qing's people and then take them down? Sumu did not refute her, he acknowledged it. An hour later, I've incapacitated your son's lifeline once again. Why haven't you sent anyone yet? As Sumu approached home, he still had not faced any attacks, which was truly peculiar. Forget it, I'll continue the baiting tomorrow. As Sumu traversed the intersection, he turned and walked 300 meters to reach his home. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. Su Xiaoyu, you wretched creature, where's the money the government provided you? Have you hidden it away? Don't claim that I lack funds. Even if I were affluent, I would not offer you a single coin. I am your father, yet you insolently disregard my words. Why should I heed your commands? Aside from drinking, gambling, and abusing my mother, what else are you capable of? You are the one who caused her demise, if you possess any courage. Then finish what you started with me. From another corner, a cacophony of insults erupted. Sumu instinctively glanced over, spotting a disheveled middle-aged man engaged in a heated argument with a frail, diminutive girl. He had initially thought that Zhao Qing had sent someone after him, but that was not the case. Why should the quarrels of others concern him? He decided to return home to seek his mother. As Sumu approached his doorstep, an unsettling feeling washed over him, as though he had encountered that girl before. "Son, why have you returned so late?" came his mother's voice from within the house. Regaining his focus, he brushed aside his thoughts and entered the villa, stating, "I didn't ride with Mu Tong today. I walked back by myself." Chapter 17. Is Su Mu's strength beyond level 6? Mu Shuyao's residence is a grand manor situated on the outskirts of Jiang City. She exuberantly hopped down from the car and merrily made her way home. "Has my father returned?" she inquired, grasping the arm of a servant, her face adorned with a radiant smile. "Yes, Mr. Mu is in his study," the servant replied. "All right, thank you." Mu Shuao swiftly dashed towards her father's study. The servants in the manor, witnessing her sudden disappearance, began to murmur among themselves. "Have you noticed? The young lady seems somewhat different today," one remarked. "I noticed too. She usually presents herself as the aloof, stunning school beauty from novels, yet today she smiled." Another chimed in. "Perhaps she encountered something joyful today. To be honest, her smile is truly enchanting. It would be wonderful if she could maintain such happiness." Unaware of her servant's musings, Mu Shuao reached her father's study and knocked on the door. "Dad, I'm back." A deep voice emanated from within. "Come in." Furrowing her brow, Mu Shuao pondered, "What is wrong with Dad? His tone seems off." She opened the door and entered. Mu Feng set down the phone, forcing a smile as he greeted her. "How was your class with Su Mu today?" The moment Su Mu's name was mentioned, Mu Shuyao's previous concerns vanished, and her face lit up with joy. "Dad, I found Su Mu to be so much fun." She eagerly recounted her day spent with Su Mu, her eyes sparkling like stars, and her dimples appearing and disappearing with her smile. The once somber study began to warm with her laughter. Mu Feng was taken aback. Ever since the passing of his wife, Mu Shuao had not laughed in ages. Just a day of classes with her savior had brought forth such joy? Yet, her laughter was a mirror of her mother's. If only she could remain this happy. "Dad, are you all right?" Mu Shuao noticed her father's daze. "Oh, I'm just so pleased to see you smile." Mu Feng approached and affectionately ruffled her hair, chuckling. "It seems that having you attend school with your savior was indeed a wise decision." Feeling a bit bashful from her father's words, Mu Shuao lowered her gaze. Indeed, it had been a long time since she felt such joy. She stomped her foot and bit her lip, saying, "It's all that rascal Su Mu's fault. He doesn't take class seriously and keeps trying to distract me." Mu Feng laughed heartily. "Ha, who can blame him? He is a level 6 warrior, after all. He has the luxury to be a little inattentive." As soon as he spoke, the study fell into silence. "Dad, he might be more than that." Mu Shuao hesitated. Su Mu had confided in her today that he would not conceal his cultivation level and would gradually reveal his true strength when the time was right. Surely, sharing his secret with her father wouldn't be a betrayal of friendship, would it? Mu Feng frowned. "What do you mean by more than that?" "Su Mu, his strength might exceed level 6. Mu Shuao whispered, glancing at her father's expression. Indeed, as soon as she finished speaking, she saw her father's pupils dilate in shock. "Did Su Mu tell you this, or did you witness it yourself?" Mu Feng's breath quickened. It was already astonishing that Su Mu had awakened with level 6 strength after a year of slumber. Now she was suggesting he possessed even greater power? "I saw it with my own eyes, and he confirmed it." Realizing her father likely doubted her, Mu Shuao hurriedly recounted the incident with Zhao Ping, revealing how Su Mu had subdued him. He defeated Zhao Ping? Mu Feng's understanding dawned. No wonder. He abruptly stopped, casting a glance at his daughter. "Why no wonder? What do you mean?" Mu Shuao grasped her father's arm. "Nothing. You misheard," he dismissed. "I don't believe you. Dad, something must have happened. I sensed a change in your tone as soon as I returned. Please, tell me." Mu Shuao urged, her anxiety rising. Mu Feng sighed. "You truly are my daughter. You guessed correctly. No matter what happens, I want to face it with you, Dad. Please tell me." "All right. Since you've pressed me, I will not hide it any longer. It's Zhao Qing. He has finally moved against us." Before the anomalies in Blue Star, Mu Feng was merely the real estate mogul of Jiang City. However, following the upheaval, he seized the opportunity and became a partner in the refining of spirit liquid. This swift transformation elevated him to the wealthiest individual in Jiang City, attracting a multitude of powerful allies, including level 5 and level 6 warriors, and even 2 level 7 warriors. Possessing 2 level 7 warriors granted him a status that could easily rank among the second-tier forces nationwide. Yet, as he recounted, upon Zhao Qing's return from Kyoto, he wielded official power to suppress Mu Feng's influence immediately. Finally understanding her father's altered demeanor, Mu Shuiyao still felt puzzled. Why? Wasn't everything fine before? His son was incapacitated. We have made an enemy. Although we are partners with the officials, he can only bide his time for an opportunity. Provided I don't err, Mu Feng replied coldly. However, 2 days ago, his wife was murdered by a mysterious powerful figure. The officials have been searching but found no leads on this enigmatic assailant. Thus, Zhao Qing suspects I am behind it, which became the catalyst for his sudden aggression. He has summoned official forces and severed our partnership. In the wake of Blue Star's upheaval, ordinary individuals seeking rapid strength enhancement must rely on the spirit liquid refined from flora and fauna. We are partners in this endeavor, but Zhao Qing, representing the officials, has now made our collaboration perilous. Mu Feng's countenance grew increasingly grave. Today, I am preoccupied with countering the official suppression, but Zhao Qing's methods extend beyond that. What other forms of suppression? Mu Shuiyao covered her mouth, feeling the oppressive atmosphere in the study become suffocating. Zhao Qing has also brought back 2 level 7 warriors from Kyoto. Mu Feng's voice trembled slightly, adding to the 2 level 7 warriors already under the Jiang City officials. That means Zhao Qing commands a total of 4 level 7 warriors. What? Mu Shuiyao's pupils constricted in disbelief. No wonder her father had been acting so strangely. For level 7 warriors were no trifling matter. Across the entirety of Huaxia, there were barely over 100 level 7 warriors. Zhao Qing deploying 4 of them made him virtually invincible in Jiang City. Our spirit liquid shop was besieged and vandalized by men in black today. Undoubtedly, these assailants are Zhao Qing's henchmen. Mu Feng sighed, his expression one of resignation. With dual avenues of oppression, he found himself unable to mount any resistance. The Zhao family's influence was simply too formidable. You mentioned Zhao Ping has been incapacitated again. That makes sense. Mu Feng regarded his daughter. Zhao Qing has been too preoccupied with suppressing us to attend to his son. However, this afternoon, his efforts to undermine us intensified. In less than a week, if we cannot devise a new strategy, we risk losing our partnership with the officials and facing total annihilation at Zhao Qing's hands. At that point, there will be no chance of recovery. As Mu Feng's words echoed in the air, Mu Shuiyao felt her body swaying dangerously. A palpable sense of despair permeated the study. At Jiang City's first hospital, Zhao Ping, having undergone surgery in the afternoon, found his trousers mended, yet he was left feeling even more like a eunuch than before. Oh, Dad, it hurts so much. After the anesthesia wore off, Zhao Ping writhed in agony upon the hospital bed. Zhao Qing, not glancing at his son, inquired, "What did the doctor say?" The physician nearby shook his head. Young Master Xiao still retained a fragment of hope. Given the current rate of mutation in Blue Star, there may one day be a chance for recovery, but as of now, the doctor chose not to elaborate further. Zhao Qing understood the implications of the physician's words, as the veins on his forehead throbbed ominously. Once the doctor exited the ward, Zhao Qing could no longer suppress the fury that boiled within him. "Ah, damn it, damn it," Zhao Qing roared, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. If Sumu were present, he would surely be astonished at the fact that Zhao Qing's energy had escalated to that of a level 7 warrior. "Secretary Zhao." At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice resonated from outside the ward. "Come in," Zhao Qing commanded, instantly tempering the fierce energy that enveloped him, and his rage dissipated. "Secretary Zhao, I suspect that young Master Zhao Ping's predicament may be connected to Su Mu." The visitor was Song Zhong, the uncle of Song Yifan, whose nephew was also undergoing surgery in the same hospital. "Relay every detail to me." Zhao Qing turned to him, his voice icy. Chapter 18. The experience of Su Xiaoyu. Song Zhong recounted the events that had transpired. Upon finishing his account, Zhao Ping, lying on the hospital bed, emitted a heart-wrenching scream. "It's Su Mu. Dad, it was Su Mu who did it. You must avenge me." The anguish etched on Zhao Ping's face was palpable. Song Zhong glanced at Zhao Ping before lowering his head. "Secretary Zhao, this is how it unfolded. I too believe that this matter is related to Su Mu." "Su Mu?" Zhao Qing furrowed his brow. Earlier that day, while dealing with Mu Feng, he had suddenly received news of his son's incapacitation. His immediate reaction was to perceive this as retaliation from Mu Feng. Consequently, he had launched a comprehensive crackdown on Mu Feng's forces that very afternoon, even planning to eliminate Mu Feng that night, with 4 other 7th-tier warriors. Yet, it turned out that Mu Feng was not the perpetrator. However, if Mu Feng was not responsible, then who could it be? Could it truly be as his son and Song Zhong suggested, that it was the high school student named Su Mu? Zhao Qing recognized Su Mu as the savior of Mu Shuiyao, but he was merely an ordinary individual, was he not? Zhao Qing fell silent. The hospital room was filled only with Zhao Ping's pained cries, devoid of any other sound. Secretary Xiao, I understand this is difficult to grasp, but it is the truth. Song Zhong continued to elaborate on the details of that day. The only individuals in conflict with Zhao Ping at that time were Su Mu and Mu Shuiyao. Yet, Mu Shuiyao was merely a 4th-tier warrior, and her protector was only a 6th-tier warrior. Song Zhong himself possessed the strength of a 5th-tier warrior. If it had been Mu Shuiyao and her guardian who had acted, he would certainly have noticed. Thus, only one possibility remained. The one who had assaulted Zhao Ping could only be Su Mu or someone acting on his behalf. Song Zhong recalled Su Mu's terrifying martial prowess from their previous encounter, which only served to reinforce his suspicions. Secretary Xiao, that Su Mu is anything but simple. He concluded gravely. Dad, that Su Mu has only awakened for 2 days. He learned a formidable martial art immediately upon awakening. He must be hiding something. Zhao Ping gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain. Song Zhong recalled Su Mu's earlier threat and could not help but shudder. Even if he did not physically harm Zhao Ping, there was certainly a connection to Jing University. He had not considered this before, but upon analysis, he felt a wave of fear wash over him. No, they must eliminate Su Mu, otherwise he would surely face retaliation from that young man. Jing University? Su Kaiwei. Zhao Qing's expression turned icy. His son and Mu Shuiyao were both 4th-tier warriors. A mere 2 days after awakening, Su Mu, no matter how gifted, could not possibly compete with his son. However, if Su Kaiwei were involved, that would make sense. Su Kaiwei, Su Mu's sister, possessed SSS-level talent and was among the strongest of the new generation. She was a significant figure, both for Jing University and for the entire Huaxia. Previously, he had refrained from taking action against Su Mu's family due to this consideration. It now appeared that Su Kaiwei had certainly arranged for powerful protection for Su Mu. Damn it! Zhao Qing cast a glance at his son's miserable state, his anger boiling over. Regardless of whether this is connected to Su Mu, we cannot allow his family to remain unharmed. Zhao Ping lay on the hospital bed, clenching his jaw. Dad, leave Su Mu to me. I want him to witness how I toy with his sister. Focus on your recovery. Once I devise a plan, I will ensure they are all captured for you to play with. Hearing the exchange between Zhao Qing and his son, Song Zhong let out a heavy sigh of relief, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Threatening me? Then you shall meet your end first. Meanwhile, Su Mu was unaware of the conspiracy unfolding with Zhao Ping. After dinner, he and his mother watched news coverage on the beast crisis in the living room. By 10 o'clock that night, Su Mu returned to his room to meditate. After a night of deep contemplation, he felt his power had significantly increased. If measured against the combat power scale from the Dragon Ball universe, he estimated his strength to be around 120 points. Unfortunately, lacking a gravity chamber, he could not elevate his abilities even further. As Su Mu slowly opened his eyes, he got out of bed, freshened up, and had breakfast before leaving home. However, upon passing the intersection from the previous day, he noticed the slender girl being berated once again. Little wretch, tell me where the money is hidden. If you don't speak up, I swear I'll kill you. A barrage of vicious insults reached Su Xiaoyu's ears, but she displayed no sign of anger, only an endless coldness. At the age of 7, her mother had been crippled by her alcoholic and gambling father. By 10, her mother had been killed in a fit of rage. The reason? Her mother merely wished to save some money she earned to buy her daughter nutritious food. By 16, her so-called father had attempted to sell her, simply to gather gambling funds for one last bet. Su Xiaoyu's fate was tragic. Had it not been for the anomaly in Blue Star that led her to cross paths with an extraordinary woman who later revealed her S-level cultivation talent, she might no longer exist in this world. Su Xiaoyu suddenly sensed someone watching her and looked up. At the distant intersection stood a striking young man, their eyes locking for a brief moment. Is it him? Siwei's brother. Su Xiaoyu averted her gaze, turning back to her father, who continued to hurl insults at her. Coldly, she stated, "You killed my mother. I will personally take your life on my 18th birthday." After committing patricide, she would then end her own life. However, she refrained from voicing this last sentiment. You. Su's father, Su Denian, was momentarily speechless before erupting in rage. I am your father. And you dare utter such treasonous words. Ignoring her despicable father, Su Xiaoyu shouldered her bag and walked towards the intersection. This was the direction back to school. It was time for her to return. Sumu noticed the slender girl approaching him and frowned slightly. She seemed so familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. After pondering for a moment, he still could not recall who Su Xiaoyu was. Shaking his head, he turned and walked toward the bus stop. Someone was following him. He couldn't take to the skies. The two walked in tandem, boarding the same bus. On the bus, Sumu observed Su Xiaoyu in front of him, perplexed as to why she was still trailing him. Before long, they arrived at Jiang City No. 1 Middle School. They disembarked together. Another student from No. 1 Middle School? Sumu realized. He finally recalled who this slender girl was. Her name was Su Xiaoyu, and they were not only from the same school, but also from the same class. The reason he had not recognized her before was that he had only seen her once during a martial arts class yesterday. Su Xiaoyu's presence was so minimal that he had not paid her any further attention afterward. At that moment, Mu Xiaoyao stepped out of a Maybach and approached Sumu. Why are you staring at Su Xiaoyu? Chapter 19. Talent Assessment, Little Fish? Are you well acquainted with her? Indeed, she is my sole good friend in class. And I am likewise her only friend here. You haven't mentioned why you are observing her. I just find her rather pitiable. Pitiable? Haven't you only awakened a few days ago? How could you possibly know about her past so soon? What past? I am unaware. Sumu shook his head. He had merely caught a glimpse of her father's demeanor towards her over the past couple of days. I thought you were aware. In fact, she has a connection to your sister. As Mu Xiaoyao walked toward the school, she spoke. A connection to my sister? Sumu mirrored her stride, surprised. When she was 7, her mother was severely injured by her father. Mu Xiaoyao recounted Su Xiaoyu's experiences, pausing as she concluded. When you were struck by a vehicle, Su Xiaoyu's father intended to sell her. Had it not been for your sister's timely return from Kyoto, she would have met a dire fate. It was Sister Kaiwei who saved her, and subsequently, Sister Kaiwei took her for another assessment of her cultivation talent. Su Xiaoyu's talent is S-grade, just like mine. The brilliance of an S-grade talent is a treasure for both the school and Huaxia. This is precisely why her father dared not sell her afterward. Now that a year has passed since the anomaly on Blue Star, Su Xiaoyu's strength has reached level 3, rendering her father powerless over her. Mu Xiaoyao sighed, resuming her steps. Sumu found himself at a loss for words. He hadn't anticipated that there would be such a wretched classmate. However, since Su Xiaoyu is under her sister's care and has now become a level 3 warrior, she is no longer at the mercy of her father. This could be considered an escape from her suffering. Feeling a sense of joy for Su Xiaoyu, Sumu matched his pace with Mu Xiaoyao. Perhaps influenced by Su Xiaoyu's plight, Mu Xiaoyao's mood remained somewhat melancholic as they returned to the classroom. Sumu contemplated inquiring about her mood, but the bell rang, leaving him with no choice but to refrain. Today's classes mirrored yesterday's, featuring a beastology lesson in the morning followed by a martial arts class in the afternoon. As the end of the school day neared, the martial arts instructor, Li Zhiyong, called for the students to gather. As announced yesterday, we will reassess everyone's cultivation talents, so let us begin. The moment this was stated, all eyes turned to Sumu. They understood that this assessment primarily revolved around him. This fellow had incapacitated Zhao Ping yesterday, and today he stood unscathed. It seemed he possessed some remarkable qualities. Of course, one ought to consider who his sister is. She is none other than the extraordinary Su Kaiwei. His sister is the most outstanding genius of the new generation. It is truly exciting to ponder the level of Su Mu's talent. The classmates murmured amongst themselves. Mu Xiaoyao stood beside Su Mu, glancing at him. His hairstyle was a slightly tousled middle part, and beneath his dark hair lay strikingly handsome features. With captivating brows and eyes, pearly teeth, and a thin smile that radiated confidence, he embodied the very essence of youthful vigor. In that moment, Mu Xiaoyao found herself momentarily entranced, shaking her head to dispel her reverie. This fellow awakened with powers surpassing level 7. Surely, his talent must be extraordinarily formidable. Su Xiaoyu in the crowd also directed her gaze at Su Mu, thinking, he is Sister Caiwei's brother. How thrilling. The talent assessment was about to commence. Class 1 of the 3rd year was the elite class of Jiang City No. 1 High School, where each student's talent was among the finest in their grade. Today marked the day for re-evaluating talents, a fact that had already spread throughout the school. The martial arts venue teamed with students not only from Class 1, but also from other classes and even different grades, creating a bustling atmosphere. The sight was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Li Zhiyong, the martial arts instructor for the elite class, had not anticipated such a spectacle. He glanced toward the distant teaching building, where the principal, vice principal, head of the teaching department, and security chief were all observing. As the martial arts teacher for the elite class, it was essential for Li Xiaoing to understand each student's talent. Yet the current commotion suggested that some students could indeed remain unknown to him. Line up, one by one. Li Xiaoing instructed the class, bracing himself. Beside him stood a 2-meter-high cylindrical instrument, divided into 9 sections, each labeled with letters ranging from SSS, SS, S, A, to F, representing the 9 levels. Next to the cylinder was a funnel-shaped collector, beneath which numerous thin tubes and data cables were inserted, clearly designed for blood collection. The talent assessment commenced, and the first student approached the collector, pricking his finger with a needle. Blood dripped into the collector. 5 seconds elapsed. Buzz. The cylinder erupted with a white light, ascending from the lowest section to the A-grade section. Zhao Gaoyuan, A-grade talent. As Li Xiaoing's voice resonated, the students around the venue erupted in excitement. How terrifying. Every single person's talent is A-grade. Is this what they call an elite class? How infuriating. If only I had an A-grade cultivation talent. Silence. The assessment has only just begun. The cacophony of voices reached Su Mu's ears, prompting him to clear his ears. This assessment was quite intriguing. Based on the results, Zhao Gaoyuan possessed A-grade cultivation talent. However, from Su Mu's observation, Zhao Gaoyuan's talent seemed to pale in comparison to that of characters from Dragon Ball. Blue Star is indeed peculiar. Su Mu couldn't help but gaze up at the rift in the sky. Only a year had passed since the anomaly, and already, warriors of this caliber were emerging in droves. If the anomaly persisted longer, would not everyone on Blue Star eventually attain the prowess of Dragon Ball's characters? No. Perhaps everyone could even reach the level of Krillin. Next, Nie Qiuyun, A-grade cultivation talent. The martial arts instructor's voice pulled Su Mu back to reality, and he resumed observing the assessments of his classmates. Most of the following students possessed A-grade cultivation talent, indicating that only those with A-grade talent could enter Jiang City No. 1 high school's elite class. 10 minutes later, next, Su Xiaoyu. Is it her turn? Su Mu squinted, watching the slender girl. Mu Shuiyao leaned closer. No need to watch. She has the same talent as me, both S-grade. Su Mu's expression shifted to one of intrigue. You are both the same? Chapter 20. Talent Assessment 2. How could it be? Is my talent truly inferior to hers? Yes, your talent is indeed slightly weaker. Su Mu replied candidly, not allowing their relationship to cloud his judgment. In his observations, Su Xiaoyu appeared frail, her strength merely at the 3rd level of a warrior. Su Mu understood that her condition was a result of prolonged malnutrition. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that Su Xiaoyu absorbed energy at an astonishing rate. This absorption speed was an inherent capability of the inhabitants of Blue Star. Currently, they lacked the ability to meditate. Their only means of enhancing strength was through this natural instinct or by consuming essence extracted from exotic beasts. While Su Xiaoyu's innate absorption speed was not as rapid as her sister's, it surpassed that of Mu Shuiyao. I'm weaker than her? I refuse to believe it. Mu Shuiyao protested. Su Mu merely smiled in silence, patiently awaiting Su Xiaoyu's turn for assessment. Sensing someone gazing at her, Su Xiaoyu glanced back and recognized him. It's him. Sister Saiwei's brother is watching me. She quickly turned back and approached the testing machine, allowing a drop of her blood to fall. As her blood touched the machine, 5 seconds elapsed. Buzz. The pillar erupted with a dazzling brilliance previously unseen, climbing from the base to the SS level. What? SS level talent? Li Xiaoing's eyes widened. Wasn't she S level? In the teaching building across the way, Principal Wang Hongkai stood in shock. The director of education, Song Zhong, furrowed his brow. Principal, Su Xiaoyu's talent has changed. Do we need you to point that out? Song Zhong clenched his fists, knuckles turning white. Just wait. Once Xiaoqing takes care of Mu Feng and the Su family, it will be your turn. In the training arena, Li Xiaoing, trembling, announced, Su Xiaoyu, SS level talent. At this declaration, the arena erupted in astonishment, disbelief etched on every face. Su Xiaoyu had previously been assessed as having S-level talent. How could there be a change? This was attributed to her previous frail condition, which had even endangered her life, thus concealing her true potential. Su Mu leaned closer to Mu Xiao, softly explaining, fortunately, an anomaly occurred on Blue Star, coupled with the fact that my sister had aided her. After a year of recuperation, her health has gradually improved. So her restored health allowed her true talent to manifest? Mu Xiao conceded, realizing that Su Mu had been correct. Her talent was indeed weaker than Xiaoyu's. However, she couldn't help but feel anger towards Xiaoyu's father for having subjected her daughter to such mistreatment. As the astonishment in the training arena subsided, the assessments continued. Several other classmates tested, all revealing A-level talents. Finally, it was Mu Shuyao's turn. Her S-level talent was well known, and her results remained unchanged, disappointing the onlookers who had hoped for another transformation akin to Su Xiaoyu's. After Mu Shuyao, another student named Xiaoing Wang also tested as an S-level talent. Thus far, 3 geniuses with talents above S-level had emerged in the elite class. This is remarkable, Li Xiong exclaimed, thrilled by the talent of his 3 students, each a top-tier genius on a national scale. His gaze shifted to the last student. At that moment, all eyes turned to Su Mu. This retest of talent was primarily for him. After a year of dormancy, he had returned to school and decisively bested Song Yifan and Zhao Ping. This individual was extraordinary. I suspect his talent is at least S-level. Considering his sister is the illustrious Su Kaiwei. The crowd murmured in anticipation, and Mu Xiao regarded Su Mu with eager eyes. It's your turn. Show us. A faint smile graced Su Mu's lips. Since crossing into the Dragon Ball world, he had longed for the opportunity to showcase his prowess on Blue Star, particularly before his classmates. This was his ultimate chance to shine. Amidst the collective gaze, Su Mu approached the testing apparatus. A drop of blood fell from his fingertip into the funnel-shaped collector. As he watched the machine, 5 seconds passed, and the pillar showed no change. Is this a joke? Su Mu's eyes widened. Mu Shuyao and Su Xiaoyu were equally stunned. Why was there no response? According to previous assessments, anyone's talent should reveal itself within 5 seconds. What was occurring? Was the machine malfunctioning? Unlikely, as aside from Su Xiaoyu's change, others had shown consistent results. Clearly, the machine was functioning properly, leaving only one possibility. The final possibility was that he possessed no talent whatsoever, which explained the lack of reaction from the testing device. The onlookers were engulfed in a storm of disbelief. Impossible. Even Principal Wang Hongkai was taken aback. During Song Yifan's earlier confrontation, Su Mu had demonstrated extraordinary martial prowess, indicative of a martial genius. Moreover, how could Su Xiwei's brother lack any talent? In contrast, Song Zhong was elated. You were so arrogant yesterday, thinking you could rival Su Kaiwei. Turns out you're just a talentless waste. In an instant, however, Song Zhong's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, impossible. Before his eyes, the pillar before Su Mu erupted with blinding light. This brilliance was akin to the dawn breaking through the night, resplendent and captivating. I knew you were special. Wang Hongkai leaped with excitement. On Su Mu's side, he watched as the light from the pillars surged higher, releasing a sigh of relief. What a scare. I thought I was about to fail spectacularly. Since failure was off the table, it was time to shine. Buzz. The light on the pillar intensified, ascending through C, B, A, and into S, each level representing a different talent. As Su Mu's talent reached S level, the expressions of the surrounding students transformed dramatically. What? Wasn't he just talentless? How could he suddenly possess S-level talent? While others received results in 5 seconds, Su Mu's assessment took an uncharacteristic amount of time, sowing seeds of doubt. Yet the radiance from the pillar showed no signs of ceasing its ascent. SSS. His talent had astonishingly reached the 3S level. The once boisterous arena fell into a stunned silence. In that moment, even the slightest sound, like a needle dropping, could be heard. Gulp. Mu Shuyao swallowed hard. She was acutely aware that Su Mu's talent would be formidable, yet witnessing his aptitude reach an astonishing 3S level left her utterly astounded. Truly, he is the brother of Sister Kaiwei. In the crowd, Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile at this revelation. Sister Kaiwei possesses a 3S level of cultivation talent. And now Su Mu is equally gifted. A remarkable pair indeed. Everyone was left in awe of Su Mu's extraordinary talent. Yet the commotion surrounding the pillar before him showed no signs of abating. It continued to transform. The radiance grew increasingly brilliant. With a crack, the sound of the rupture pierced through the deathly silence of the surroundings, strikingly jarring. In the next moment, bang, the detection pillar suddenly erupted in an explosion. Chapter 21. The talent beyond SSS silence enveloped the entire training ground, a stillness so profound it felt lifeless. In this moment, both the students who had gathered to watch and the leaders of Jiang City No. 1 high school and the distant teaching building were rendered speechless by the explosive spectacle of the talent detection machine. 10 seconds elapsed, and gradually, a few began to regain their composure, murmuring amongst themselves. Did I truly see correctly? The machine that detects talent seemingly exploded. Surely, I must be mistaken. I closed my eyes thrice, and each time I opened them, the scene remained unchanged. Could it be that the machine is genuinely malfunctioning? Yet if it were not, it would imply. At the teaching building, Wang Hongkai also snapped back to reality, his voice trembling with excitement. The talent detection machine was personally entrusted to Li Xiaoing by me. It is undeniably reliable. Yet now, it has exploded due to its inability to detect Su Mu's talent. Wang Hongkai eagerly grasped Song Zhong's collar. Do you understand what this means? It signifies that Su Mu's talent exceeds the 3S level. What? Song Zhong was utterly astonished. Impossible. Until now. The mightiest talent in the entire Blue Star has only reached the 3S level, and among the entirety of Huaxia, there are merely 10 individuals with such extraordinary gifts. How could there possibly exist a talent that surpasses 3S in this world? Yet, the unfolding events were irrefutable. What have I gotten myself into? Meanwhile, Su Mu stood before a heap of twisted metal, the remnants of the talent detection machine now rendered useless. He surveyed the astonished expressions of his classmates around him with a sense of satisfaction. Teacher Li, please announce my talent. Your talent? Yes. It is time to announce your talent. Li Xiaoing swallowed hard as he gazed at the young man before him. The talent detection machines are standardized worldwide. The explosion signifies that Su Mu's talent surpasses the 3S level. Su Mu's talent is. Li Xiaoing opened his mouth to declare this revelation. He intended to proclaim that Su Mu's talent exceeded the 3S threshold, but the words caught in his throat. After all, the most formidable talent in the Blue Star has only ever been 3S. Could he truly announce that Su Mu's talent surpasses this? No, as the saying goes. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. If Su Mu's enemies were to learn of his talent, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Su Mu's talent is 3S. Li Xiaoing contemplated fabricating a lie, but before he could finish, Su Mu interjected, "Thank you for your concern, Teacher Li, but I do not mind. Please announce it normally." However, only the weak conceal their strengths. Su Mu smiled enigmatically. Li Xiaoing paused, recalling Zhao Ping's disgraceful reputation. This young man indeed has formidable guardians behind him. In that case, I shall announce it. Li Xiaoing's heart raced with fervor. This is an unparalleled genius with a talent exceeding 3S. Su Mu's talent exceeds 3S. Once this proclamation escaped Li Xiaoing's lips, Mu Shuiao's breath quickened. His abilities surpass level 7, and his talent also transcends the 3S level. He is merely 17 years old. Who among Blue Star could rival him? Su Xiaoyu's mouth hung agape. Sister Kaiwei possesses a 3S level talent, yet her brother's gift surpasses even that. This sibling duo is truly remarkable. Simultaneously, the atmosphere surged with excitement. Am I hearing this correctly? A talent surpassing 3S? How is that possible? Wasn't the strongest talent in Blue Star always capped at 3S? Yet, we witnessed it with our own eyes, and Teacher Li confirmed it. It cannot be false. Heavens, Jiang City No. 1 High School is about to soar to new heights. Ha ha ha. I suddenly yearn to see the expressions on Zhao Ping and his son's faces. Should they discover Su Mu's talent, they would surely regret their actions. News of Su Mu's extraordinary talent spread with astonishing rapidity from 1 person to 10, from 10 to 100. The entire Jiang City No. 1 High School erupted in fervor. Wang Hongkai attempted to contain the news, but such explosive revelations are impossible to suppress. The information swiftly permeated the entirety of Jiang City. Today will be etched into the annals of Jiang City. No, into the history of all of Huaxia. Upon learning of a genius with talent exceeding the 3S level emerging from Jiang City No. 1 High School, no one could remain seated. In the Jiang City official offices, Secretary Xiao, we have an extraordinary genius who surpasses the 3S talent level. Who is this individual? Dispatch personnel to ensure his protection. His name is Su Mu. You may not have heard of him, but his sister, Su Kaiwei, is well known. Why have you fallen silent, Secretary Xiao? In the Huaxia Military District. Commander, we are facing an upheaval. Stop shouting. Speak plainly. We have discovered a genius whose talent exceeds the 3S level. What? I repeat. We have unearthed an unparalleled genius whose talent exceeds the 3S level. What are you waiting for? Rush to protect him. Remember, do not allow the enemies of our nation to harm him. At Jing University, have you heard? Just now, an unparalleled genius emerged from Jiang City. His talent surpassing the 3S level. Impossible. That level of talent is a rarity, with only 10 individuals across all of Huaxia. How could anyone achieve such heights? It is true. His name is Sumu, and he is the brother of Su Kaiwei. What? The brother of the school beauty possesses talent beyond 3S? Hurry. Notify the school beauty. Have you heard? Your brother's talent has exceeded. Calm down, as his sister, possessing a 3S level talent. It is only natural that my brother surpasses me, is it not? That seems logical. Logical, you say? This is talent that exceeds 3S. Only Sumu possesses such a gift in the entire Blue Star. Indeed. Heavens, what are we to do now? The news of Sumu's talent surpassing 3S reverberated throughout all of Huaxia, even stirring reactions from other nations. Unbeknownst to Sumu, or perhaps indifferent to it, he remained unfazed. As he previously stated, only the weak conceal their strengths. Sumu harbored no fear of threats. Instead, he reveled in the adulation of the masses. This was the life he had yearned for in the Dragon Ball world, finally realized. At Jiang City No. 1 High School, Sumu was the last to undergo the talent test. As he finished, class time drew to a close. With his departure, the fervent atmosphere at Jiang City No. 1 High School gradually subsided. I anticipated his talent would be formidable, but never to this extent. His sister pales in comparison. Wang Hongkai stood atop the teaching building. Watching Sumu's departing figure, to dare reveal your talent to the world suggests you possess formidable guardians indeed. Beside him, Song Zhong remained silent. A closer inspection would reveal the fear etched on his face. Indeed, he harbored no deep-seated enmity with Sumu, merely a closer association with Xiao Qing. Yet, his nephew Song Yifan had entangled him in a quagmire. Cursed fate. Had I known earlier, I would not have provoked him. Song Zhong felt a profound sense of regret. Yet in this world, there exists no remedy for remorse. He could only continue down a treacherous path. Has talent surpassed the level of 3S? Is there an elite guardian behind him? Then it remains to be seen whether you can withstand Xiao Qing's wrath. Chapter 22. Mother, can you guess my talent? Sumu departed from the school, standing beside a Maybach with Mu Shuiyao. She exclaimed, "You truly live up to your reputation." Haha. Let us keep it low-key, he replied modestly. Low-key? Then why weren't you just now? Mu Shuiyao shot him an annoyed glance. The commotion he had just caused likely echoed throughout the entire Blue Star. The more one stands out, the more one attracts envy and malice. She wondered if he could withstand the future challenges ahead. Shaking her head, her mood dampened considerably. Her father was currently facing oppression from Xiao Qing. And if this situation remained unresolved for a week, their family might face utter ruin. At that moment, she felt she could think of little else. What's wrong? You seem off today, Sumu inquired, frowning. Sumu, you're so impressive. Could you possibly? Mu Shuiyao's words faltered on her lips, and she quickly fell silent. Could what? He prompted. And nothing. See you tomorrow, she said, shaking her head. Her family was being oppressed by Xiao Qing, and while she wished to seek Sumu's assistance, she realized that revealing his talent could expose him to even greater dangers. A year ago, he had inadvertently caused trouble for another family. This time, he could not afford to do so again. After exchanging pleasantries, Mu Shuiyao departed in a vehicle, leaving Sumu alone by the roadside. How peculiar, he mused, scratching his head. He didn't dwell on it further and waited for the bus to arrive. Upon boarding, he caught sight of Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu stood at about 1.60 meters, petite and slender. However, her features were striking, a delicate oval face and cherry-like lips exuding a hint of the girl next door charm. If only her expression weren't so icy, she would embody that charm even more. As he grasped the bus handle, Sumu couldn't help but mutter to himself. Unlike Mu Shuiyao, who radiated an air of noble elegance, Su Xiaoyu seemed to be an unapproachable little hedgehog. Unapproachable. That was indeed Su Xiaoyu's defining trait. Sumu understood that her personality must stem from her challenging family background. Su classmate, you are quite dazzling today. Su Xiaoyu suddenly turned around and remarked. Startled, Sumu felt a rush of embarrassment at being caught staring. Yet, he had to admit, her voice was melodious, reminiscent of a lark, so different from the cold tone he had previously heard. After all, who could maintain a pleasant demeanor while conversing with a father like hers? Thank you. He smiled in return. Su Xiaoyu gazed at his smile, biting her lip, lost in thought before reverting to her usual unapproachable demeanor, turning back without a word. Sumu gleaned a bit about Su Xiaoyu's character and didn't find her demeanor inappropriate. The two remained silent until the bus came to a halt at the intersection, where they parted ways. However, just as Sumu took a few steps away, a shrill voice erupted from across the street. Daughter, I heard you become an SS-level genius? The government will surely reward you with more money. Hurry and withdraw some for Dad. will you? I'm talking to you. Show some response, will you? You ungrateful wretch, just like your deadbeat mother. I should have suffocated you at birth. A barrage of venomous insults reached Sumu's ears, causing his brow to furrow deeper with each word. Son, you're back from school. Come home with Mom. I've made a delicious soup for you. He turned to see his mother holding a bag of groceries. Did you go to the market? Yes, today's produce is exceptionally fresh. Come on, let us go home. With his mother grasping his hand, Sumu shifted his focus to her. As for the ruckus concerning Su Xiaoyu, he felt powerless to intervene. Every family has its own burdens to bear. Upon returning home, half an hour later, the dining table was laden with dishes. After sipping the soup his mother had made, he looked up and said, Mom, I have some good news for you. Would you like to hear it? Good news? Come on, son. You've only been in school for 2 days, and you've already gotten involved with Muyatu? What are you thinking, Mom? Didn't he get involved with her? Her charms are undeniable. If someone else snatches her away, you'll be at a loss. Stop. Sumu's face turned dark. Are you still interested in the good news? Li Jing, sitting nearby, impatiently urged, spit it out. Today, we tested our talents at school. And then, Li Jing appeared calm. But a keen observer would notice her ears had perked up in anticipation. Can't you show a bit more curiosity? Sumu put down his chopsticks, exasperated. Come on. Your talent is probably only a level. No need to guess. Li Jing smiled, her tone teasing. What parent doesn't wish for their child to excel? Naturally, she hoped her son possessed remarkable talent. However, hearing his mischievous tone, she couldn't resist teasing him further. A level? So in your eyes, my talent is even inferior to Mushui Yao's? Am I really that inadequate? You are my child. How could I not know your capabilities? Li Jing had realized her son's talent must exceed A level. Suppressing her excitement, she remarked, if it's not A level, then it's at most S level. You can't surpass Kai Wei. Sumu grimaced, finally recognizing his mother was trying to bait him. Mom, you're too excited. You've given yourself away. Gave myself away? What are you talking about? Li Jing feigned innocence. Come on, you clearly want to know about my talent but pretend not to care. Fine. Since you don't want to know, I want to tell you. You dare. Li Jing dropped the facade, rising from her seat. You little rascal. Tell me what your talent is. With a chuckle, Sumu covered his mouth, thinking if she had just asked earlier, it would have been easier. He ceased his concealment, stating, my talent surpasses that of my sister. I've exceeded 3S level. Silence enveloped the dining room. Li Jing's breath quickened as she processed her son's claim of surpassing the 3S level. Son, I'm getting old. Could you repeat that? She urged. Trying to contain her excitement, Sumu relished the look on his mother's face, repeating his revelation. As he finished, Li Jing squealed with delight, her excitement akin to that of a young girl. At that moment, the phone on the dining table rang. Seeing it was a call from Su Kaiwei, Li Jing answered. Upon hanging up, another burst of exhilaration escaped her lips. Unable to contain herself, she tightly embraced her son. Ha ha ha, my son is an unparalleled genius. Chapter 23. Teleportation. Su Mu embraced his mother, laughing heartily. Mom, isn't my talent quite remarkable? Indeed, my son is the best. Ha ha. Didn't you say I couldn't compare to my sister? It seems you underestimated me, mother. Don't speak such nonsense. What do you mean by underestimated? If anyone hears you, I'd truly become a filial son. Well, if I'm a dog, then you are my dog mother. The sound of Li Jing's laughter echoed throughout the hall. After 10 minutes, she returned to the dining table, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at her son with fervent admiration. How could my son be so incredible? It turns out he is my own flesh and blood. Sumu, who was sipping soup, felt a pang of embarrassment. Is my mother perhaps losing her mind? However, the pride he felt for making his mother proud was truly exhilarating. After dinner, Sumu watched some news about exotic beasts with his mother. As he prepared to retire to his room for meditation, his mother called out to him. Son, your sister just called. She has to participate in a beast hunting event this week and won't be back until next week to see this genius who has surpassed the 3S level talent. Understood. Sumu returned to his room. The news of his talent had already spread across the Blue Star, and tonight was destined to be tumultuous. Various factions were stirring. Yet, the protagonist remained oblivious, deeply engrossed in meditation. In addition to meditation, Su Mu was attempting something else, teleportation. This extraordinary skill was learned by Sun Wukong on the planet Audrat. As long as he could sense the aura of another, he could teleport beside them. However, given Su Mu's current strength, it would typically be impossible to master this technique. Yet, his soul had already attained a divine level in the Dragon Ball world. mastering nearly all techniques to their ultimate essence. Thus, Sumu did not need to relearn teleportation. Similar to how he had used healing magic on his mother, he simply needed to channel the method from his soul into this body on Blue Star. At 3 in the morning, Sumu sat cross-legged on his bed, his index and middle fingers pressed together, resting against his brow. In an instant, he vanished. 3 seconds later, he reappeared at home. But not in his room, he found himself in his mother's room. With no other aura in the house, he had to use his mother as a reference point. He cautiously opened the door and returned to his own room, now free from worry about his family's safety. Lying on his bed, a smile graced his face. He had anticipated that his significant revelation would attract various threats, such as Zhao Qing, his greatest enemy. Even without Zhao Qing, what about the adversaries of Huaxia? With such an unparalleled genius emerging from Huaxia, how could other nations remain passive? Furthermore, there were whispers of intelligent exotic beasts. These latent dangers were the consequences of his public display of talent. Sumu was not afraid of these threats, but he had to consider his family's safety. With teleportation, he could return home at any time, allowing him to rest easy. The following morning, he announced, "Mom, I'm heading back to school." As he made his way back, he expected his newfound talent to attract various crises. Surprisingly, throughout the day, not only did he encounter no new enemies, but even Zhao Qing did not come to confront him. How peculiar. With no adversaries to challenge him, Sumu found himself feeling somewhat bored. Yet, thanks to his talent being recognized as surpassing the 3S level, he had become a figure of great renown at school. Teachers, the director, and even the principal were all eager to assist him. Previously, Sumu had showcased his exceptional combat skills to Song Yifan, even before revealing his true aura, solidifying his position as the most dazzling presence among the new generation. His sister, Su Kaiwei, was the strongest genius of her cohort, and now her brother, Sumu, had taken the mantle of the new champion. Truly a remarkable pair. In the afternoon, at the training ground, he was greeted with gifts and notes from admirers. "Sumu, this is for you. Please remember to read it. Senior Su, this cake is homemade, and there's a letter beside it for you to read later. Senior Su, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend?" Everywhere Sumu went, he was met with friendly greetings. On this day alone, he received dozens of love letters during physical training class, and even a junior girl confessed her feelings for him. "You must be thrilled with all this attention," Mu Shueyo teased, her tone tinged with jealousy. Sumu chuckled, "It is indeed quite delightful. My extraordinary talent has finally garnered the recognition it deserves. Ugh, flirting with juniors and now the school beauty. What a cat." In a corner, Su Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, noticing Sumu glance in her direction, quickly lowering her head. "Is she looking at me?" Sumu wondered as he caught sight of Su Xiaoyu. Mu Shueyo tugged at his sleeve. "Will you teach me martial arts?" "Of course," Sumu replied, turning back to her. "I promise to let you experience the thrill of being a dragon among men." But what?" Sumu inquired. "Do you know what's happening with Zhao Qing?" Pausing, his eyes flickered with a hint of menace. "Given my treatment of his son and my revelation of surpassing the 3S level talent, he should be driven to take drastic measures against me. Why has he remained silent thus far?" Sumu found this perplexing. While he awaited action from Zhao Qing, he had also practiced teleportation last night. Tonight, he would take decisive action. Mu Shuiyao fell silent, knowing that Zhao Qing was actively suppressing her family's business. "What's wrong?" Sumu asked, noticing her anxious expression. "You've been acting strangely these past few days. Is something bothering you?" "And nothing," she stammered, shaking her head. She felt indebted to him and could not afford to drag him down further. "All right, we're friends. Just tell me if something is amiss." Sumu sighed. During the paired practice segment of their martial arts class, students were grouped together to spar. As Sumu prepared to instruct Mu Shuiyao, he glanced towards the corner. Su Xiaoyu, slender and clad in a slightly faded training outfit, exuded an aura that kept others at bay, much like a thorny rose. She practiced alone, appearing somewhat pitiful. Why is she training alone? Who was she sparring with before? Sumu pointed in Su Xiaoyu's direction. "She was practicing with me earlier, but your arrival caused her to retreat," Mu Shuiyao explained. "Perhaps it's my fault. Let us invite her over. I can teach both of you simultaneously." Chapter 24. Conflict. You're the one who said it. Mu Shuiyao's eyes sparkled. In truth, she and Su Xiaoyu shared a deep friendship, and she had always wished to assist her. However, Su Xiaoyu possessed a stubborn nature, refusing to accept charity from anyone. Apart from the aid from Su Mu's sister, she had turned down all other offers of assistance. Su Xiaoyu believed that such help was merely pity in disguise. She had no need for anyone's sympathy, except for her sister Kaiwei, who was family, thus exempting her from such judgments. Xiaoyu, come quickly, there's good news. Mu Shuiao called out. Su Xiaoyu hesitated but then walked over, her classmates quickly parting to clear a path for her. Though she was somewhat slender, her beauty was undeniable. And she and Mu Shuiao were often referred to as the twin flowers at Jiang City No. 1 High School. Su Xiaoyu was a level 3 warrior endowed with SS-level talent. Were it not for her humble origins, she would be revered as a goddess among her peers. Yet, despite her impoverished background, people instinctively averted their gazes when confronted with Su Xiaoyu. What's wrong? She asked softly, her voice contrasting with her striking appearance. Su Mu says he will teach us martial arts. Mu Shuiao exclaimed, grasping Su Xiaoyu's hand. I do not require anyone's assistance. Su Xiaoyu shot a glance at Su Mu before turning to leave. Wait, Mu Shuiao sighed, foreseeing this response. Kawaii is your kin, surely her brother qualifies as family too? Su Xiaoyu fell silent but did not move away. Mu Shuiao smiled to herself, pleased with her clever maneuver. Su Mu observed the girl. Surprised by her strong sense of pride, he refrained from further comment, knowing that his sister had helped Su Xiaoyu, and that meant they were connected. Teaching one or two made little difference. Come, I shall teach you a powerful martial art. Simply put, it harnesses the body's instincts. Su Mu began instructing the two girls. Meanwhile, a male classmate seethed at the sight of Su Xiaoyu so close to Su Mu, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. His name was Xiaoing. Before Su Mu's arrival, he had been one of the 3 S-level talents in Class 1 of the senior year. His strength now matched Su Xiaoyu's, or rather, was comparable to that of his classmates, all hovering around level 3 warrior status. Others with A-level talents could achieve such prowess. Yet Xiaoing and Su Xiaoyu, both S-level, remained at level 3 due to their similar impoverished backgrounds. Had they sufficient financial support, Xiaoing firmly believed he would not fall short of Mu Shuiao, a level 4 warrior. This shared hardship forged a bond between him and Su Xiaoyu, as they both exhibited resilience and an unwillingness to yield. In Su Xiaoyu, Xiaoing saw a reflection of himself, a fellow soul of misfortune. He believed that this hidden gem deserved his genuine affection, unlike the feigned kindness of others, which he dismissed as mere charity. Now, witnessing the closeness between Su Mu and Su Xiaoyu drove Xiaoing to the brink of fury. Wengguang, do you like her? Why not pursue her? A nearby boy asked. His name was Guomingjia, the only friend Xiaoing had in this class. Xiaoing was well aware of his own feelings for Su Xiaoyu. Wengguang, what are you doing? Guomingjia noted Xiaoing's silence as he moved towards Su Mu. On Su Mu's side, he explained that instinctive reactions involve the body responding without conscious thought, producing a reflex. It sounded simple, yet achieving it was exceedingly difficult. He was teaching the girls a simplified version of the ultimate freedom technique when suddenly, a voice of dissent interrupted from behind. Martial arts are utterly useless. Don't mislead them. Mu Shuiao and Su Xiaoyu quickly turned to see the source of the annoyance. What do you want? Su Xiaoyu asked coldly. Xiaoing softened his tone. I'm here to ensure you, Xiaoyu, are not deceived. Don't call me Xiaoyu, we are not that close. Also mind your own business. Don't be fooled, this guy only has talent. He knows nothing about martial arts. Xiaoing exclaimed, frustration mounting. If you want to learn martial arts, I can teach you. With our talent, we will soon reach level 4 warriors. Martial arts are utterly pointless. Xiaoing continued to belittle Su Mu. Over by Su Mu. Mu Shuiao whispered to him the history of the entanglement between Xiaoing and Su Xiaoyu. Su Mu regarded Xiaoing, raising an eyebrow. You must be Xiaoing, right? Hello. Xiaoing acknowledged him with a chilling tone. It seems you harbor a prejudice against my martial arts, Mr. Xia. I don't have a prejudice. Martial arts simply have no value. None. Su Mu chuckled, recalling how even gods and angels had been defeated by martial arts in the Dragon Ball world. I know your motives. You're merely jealous of my closeness to Su Xiaoyu. No need to disparage martial arts, Su Mu waved dismissively. You may leave now. We are not enemies, and I have no desire to fight you. Exposed, Xiaoing seethed with anger. Shut up. Besides your talent, what do you know about martial arts? Once you reach level 4, you can unleash energy blasts. At level 5, you can gather energy externally. In battle, a level 5 warrior can obliterate a multitude of foes with a single energy wave. What use is martial arts then? Tell me. His outburst drew the attention of everyone present, their gazes shifting toward the commotion. Enough. Su Xiaoyu glared at the crowd and then coldly stated. I won't tolerate interference in my affairs. Don't make me resort to rudeness. How dare she stand up to me for a man? Xiaoing glared at Sumu. Aren't you skilled in martial arts? Let us settle this man to man. I've already said my affairs are none of your concern. Leave me be. Su Xiaoyu prepared to take action. Sumu intervened, turning to Xiaoing with a smirk. Very well. Let me show you what true martial arts entail. Mu Shuiyao shot a glance at Sumu, realizing he had just found another opportunity to showcase his prowess. Chapter 25, Song Zhong. Rooting out the weeds in an instant, a clearing appeared in the training ground, prompting Master Li Xiong, the martial arts instructor, to refrain from intervening. Xiaoing was far too self-assured. A suitable conflict would serve to enlighten him on his own short-sightedness. As for Sumu, he had previously clashed with Song Yifan right at the school gate, concluding with the unfortunate incident of Song Yifan's trousers being crushed. It is unimaginable that such a person, having just awakened from slumber, could exhibit such talent. Perhaps this is what true genius looks like. It was during that encounter at the school gates that everyone realized Sumu's martial prowess had certainly reached the level expected of a Tier 3 warrior. However, the true extent of his abilities remained a mystery. This forthcoming conflict would provide a clearer insight into Sumu's genuine strength. Although I claim martial arts to be useless, that pertains only to those beyond Tier 4. Scoffed Xiaoing. You even defeated Song Yifan? Now, I am eager to see if your martial arts are as formidable as the rumors suggest. A collective silence fell upon the spectators. Just moments ago, he dismissed martial arts. And now he was backpedaling? Guan Mingjia, a close friend of Xiaoing, felt a flush of embarrassment. Honestly, Xia, you have no shame. Sumu chuckled. Let us not waste more words. Allow me to demonstrate what true martial arts entail. At that moment, the surrounding students fell silent, and the atmosphere grew tense. I'm coming. Xiaoing lunged forward, moving with the ferocity of a wild beast. His eyes were icy, imbued with a hint of malice. Sumu frowned, sensing that murderous intent. Just because I got a bit closer to your crush, you wish to harm me? Well then, don't blame me for what follows. Xiaoing's speed was remarkable, appearing before Sumu in the blink of an eye, and he launched a punch aimed directly at Sumu's temple. The angle was tricky, and the force behind it was terrifying. Swish! The powerful strike disturbed the air, creating a resonating hum. Had Sumu been an ordinary person, a blow like that would have surely led to grave injury, or worse. Look out! Su Xiaoyu gasped. Xiaoing, what are you doing? Stop! Master Li Xiong glared furiously. The other students gasped in alarm. Only Mu Shuiyao remained expressionless, even appearing slightly amused. Watch closely, Su. This is what one might call instinctive bodily reaction. As Sumu spoke, his head twisted at an extraordinarily peculiar angle, evading Xiaoing's attack in a fleeting moment. Smack! Xiaoing's fist struck on the air. His expression shifted dramatically. I missed? Su Xiaoyu, initially clutching her chest in fright, slowly relaxed her grip. Thank goodness Kaiwei's brother was unharmed. She would have had no explanation for Kaiwei otherwise. Li Xiong exhaled deeply, cursing in his mind. Damn it, Xiaoing. How could you unleash such lethal force on Sumu? The crowd erupted in excitement. Had Sumu's claim of instinctive reaction truly been validated? Mu Shuiyao, having witnessed Sumu's evasion, shut her eyes. Instinctive reaction? How on earth did he achieve that? Xiaoing was also left questioning. What do you think of my martial arts now? Is it still rubbish? Sumu sidled up to him, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Xiaoing's face flushed with rage. The mocking voices of the onlookers pierced his ears. Damn it! He seethed. Die! Bending his arm. He aimed once more for Sumu's temple. Sumu merely shook his head, continuing to evade. He sidestepped, bent, turned his head, and retreated. In that moment, Sumu resembled an ethereal sprite, his movements light and fluid. Silence. The students around them covered their mouths, the atmosphere thick with tension. The phrase instinctive bodily reaction seemed to find its perfect embodiment in Sumu. Shuiyao, how is he doing this? Su Xiaoyu swallowed hard. I don't know. Mu Shuiyao dared not close her eyes again, fearing she would miss every detail of Sumu's movements. Compared to their earlier encounter at the school gate, Sumu's current actions appeared slower and simpler. Yet, even with this clarity, she found herself unable to replicate his feats. As Sumu glanced back at Mu Shuiyao and Su Xiaoyu, he nodded in satisfaction. They should now have a rudimentary understanding of instinctive reaction. Honestly, you overestimate us. They both thought. Turning back, Sumu's gaze turned icy. You sought to harm me? Then you must face the consequences. With his hands casually in his pockets, he watched as Xiaoing charged towards him. Sumu lightly tapped his toes against the ground and launched himself into the air, executing a 360-degree spinning kick. Aya! Xiaoing screamed as he was struck, the sound echoing with excruciating pain. Thud! Xiaoing rolled backward for over 10 meters, clutching his chest, which had caved in by 5 centimeters, and he coughed up blood. Instant annihilation. Xiaoing, one of the 3S grade prodigies of the elite class, had been dispatched by Sumu with a single kick. How about now? Is my martial arts satisfactory? Sumu approached, squatting beside the nearly incapacitated Xiaoing, tauntingly inquiring. You. Blood trickled from Xiaoing's mouth, the pain rendering him speechless. Guomingjie rushed over, pushing Sumu aside before tightly embracing Xiaoing. Wangguang, what's wrong? Li teacher, hurry, get a doctor. Everything transpired too swiftly. Li Zhiyong finally regained his composure and urgently called for the school doctor. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoing was carried away by the medical staff. Wangguang was merely sparring with you. How could you be so ruthless? Guomingjie glared at Sumu, teeth clenched. Sparring? Did you not see the murderous intent he directed at me? Sumu chuckled mockingly. If I recall correctly, your name is Guomingjie, and your talent is merely rated A. It is hardly surprising that you failed to notice. You. Guomingjie clenched his fists tightly. Once, Xiaoing had saved his life, forging a bond of friendship. Now, witnessing his friend's downfall left him feeling powerless and frustrated. Enough. Mu Shuiyao and Su Xiaoyu approached. Was Xiaoing also aiming to harm Sumu? Where were your protests then? This is his own fault. Su Xiaoyu and Mu Shuiyao defended Sumu in unison. Everyone, stand down. Li Zhiyong barked as he arrived. Sparring is inherently unpredictable. If anyone is to blame, it is Xia for his lack of skill. Thus, this sparring session concludes. With that, Li Zhiyong departed to attend to Xiaoing's situation. Casting one last peculiar glance at Sumu, he had glimpsed the severity of Xiaoing's injuries. Even if he survived, his martial career would likely be over. Sumu was indeed a prodigy, surpassing even the talent of Tier 3 S-grade warriors. Truly terrifying. Before long, school was dismissed, and the commotion came to an end. Yet, the conflict between Sumu and Xiaoing continued to spread like wildfire. The situation at Jiang City No. 1 Middle School has stirred considerable commotion. In the principal's office, the families of Guomingjie and Xiaoing are demanding compensation from Sumu and insisting on his expulsion, labeling him a ruthless student. Principal Wang Hongkai, however, dismisses their concerns with indifference. The disparity in talent between Sumu and Xiaoing guarantees that Jiang City No. 1 Middle School will not take action against Sumu. After all, he is a prodigy whose abilities transcend the renowned 3S talent. Sumu's extraordinary gifts have garnered global attention. Various universities, and even the military district of Huaxia, are poised to recruit Sumu this weekend. This is not merely an unparalleled honor for Jiang City No. 1 Middle School. The true fault lies with Xiaoing himself. How could the school possibly take action against Sumu? Meanwhile, in another office of the academic administration, Secretary Xiao reports. This is what transpired today. That boy is simply too extraordinary. We cannot delay any longer. If we wait, he will inevitably become the next Su Kaiwei. Furthermore, various universities and even our Huaxia military district will be seeking to recruit Sumu this weekend. At that point, even with the backing of the prestigious Xiao family from the capital, you will be unable to take further action against Sumu. What? You say the plan has already commenced? That is splendid news. By the way, Secretary Xiao, Su Kaiwei from Peking University is currently participating in a hunting event. You should act swiftly against her as well. We must eradicate any potential threats before they arise. Chapter 26. The arrival of Zhao Qing's people at the school gate. Sumu was unaware of the events that would soon unfold as he waited for the bus alongside Su Xiaoyu and Mu Shuiyao. Su Xiaoyu cast her gaze downward, a hint of shyness in her eyes. Su, I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you because of my issues. How can I repay you? Her demeanor shifted, becoming resolute. In that moment, the aura of distance that had surrounded her vanished, and her eyes sparkled with light, complemented by her endearing, girl-next-door charm. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's just teasing you. Mu Xiao interjected, shooting Sumu a glare. Sumu chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. All right. Since you're my sister's friend, I want to ask for any reward. Su Xiaoyu was momentarily dazzled by Sumu's brilliant smile, her thoughts drifting. This guy is kind of handsome. Thank you, she murmured, lowering her gaze. At that moment, Mu Shuiyao exclaimed with enthusiasm, Sumu, your martial skills were truly impressive just now. Is that what you meant by instinctual abilities? Su Xiaoyu perked up, eager to hear more. Sumu nodded. Yes. Mu Xiao, filled with curiosity, inquired, how can we cultivate such instinctual abilities? That martial art seems almost prophetic. It's incredibly powerful. If I could learn it, I would definitely become stronger. Su Xiaoyu shyly added, I want to know too. She had previously claimed she didn't need Su Mu's help. Yet now she found herself seeking assistance. I feel a bit shameless. But wait, now that Su Mu is like my sister Koei, he has family. So, their help isn't charity or pity. Yes, that's right. I, Su Xiaoyu, will not be pitted by others. Su Mu glanced at Su Xiaoyu, suppressing a smile. To trigger instinctual responses in your body is actually quite simple. Simple? Then tell us. Just endure some beatings. As long as you keep taking hits. Your body Su Mu intended to teach them the foundational methods of cultivating instinctual abilities. Once he dealt with Xiaoqing and his family tonight, he would have more time to instruct these two young ladies. However, just then, he suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on the direction of his home. In his senses, he detected two powerful presences emanating from that direction. Estimating by Blue Star's standards, they were likely two level 7 warriors. Was a crisis finally upon them? Thankfully, he had practiced his teleportation last night. Otherwise, by the time he returned home, it might already be in ruins. What's wrong? Why are you silent? Su Xiaoyu furrowed her brows. Your expression seems off. Did something happen? Mu Xiao swallowed nervously. Guests are coming home. I need to leave. Bye. Sumu pressed his finger to his brow, and in the next instant, he activated his teleportation. He vanished from beside the two girls in an instant. Where did he go? Mu Xiao and Su Xiaoyu exchanged bewildered glances, both reflecting shock in their eyes. Su Xiaoyu stammered, what was that move? So fast. Mu Xiao remained silent, her fists clenched. Indeed, Su Mu's power was formidable. At Su Mu's home, Li Jing was busily preparing dinner in the kitchen, expecting her son to return in half an hour. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Su Mu appeared behind her. Who? Li Jing startled at the sound behind her. Turning around to see her son, she sighed in relief. You scared me, you little rascal. Su Mu jokingly wrapped an arm around his mother's shoulder. If you aren't doing anything wrong, you shouldn't fear ghosts knocking at your door. Mom, why are you so jumpy? Have you done something wrong? Get lost. Li Jing turned back to her cooking, annoyed. Aren't you usually home in half an hour? Why are you back so quickly tonight? Haha. My teacher said my talent is extraordinary. I grasp everything quickly, so there is nothing left for him to teach me. He let me out early. Nonsense. You must have caused some trouble. Mom, do you really think I'm that kind of troublemaker? Just be aware. Li Jing dished the cooked food onto a plate. Enough chatter. Since you're back, let us have dinner early. Mom, what now? Can't we eat dinner? Why not? Li Jing paused, holding the plate. Sumu replied calmly, there are bad people coming. In his perception, the two powerful presences were drawing closer. They would arrive within 2 minutes. What? Li Jing's expression altered. She quickly set the plate back on the stove. Son, what is happening? Should I call your sister back? No need to call sister. Before Sumu could finish, his mother rushed to the living room to make a call. Kaiwei is in trouble. Your brother says bad people are coming. Come back quickly. Sumu felt exasperated. Couldn't she let him finish speaking before calling his sister? He followed her out to the living room. His mother was on the phone, her voice filled with alarm. What? You say your brother can handle it? No. Your brother has only been in school for a few days. Even if he is talented, he can't be stronger than you. What? You say your brother is stronger than you? Are you kidding? Li Jing stood beside the sofa, her expression shifting rapidly. Soon, the sound of the call disconnecting filled the air. Seeing her son emerge from the kitchen, Li Jing furrowed her brows. You've only learned a little bit of martial arts. How could you possibly be stronger than your sister? Su Mu's mouth twitched. Don't underestimate me. Your sister said you would explain. Go on. What is happening? I'll explain later. They're coming. Su Mu stepped closer to his mother. They're coming? Li Jing's breath hitched, her grip tightening around her son's arm. At that moment, two figures landed in the yard. One was a tall, lanky individual, and the other was a short, stout one. They wore suits, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Son, there really are bad people coming. Li Jing was anxious. That troublesome girl Kaiwei is unreliable. Should we call for help from Mu? Mu? Su Mu scanned the surroundings. There were already bodyguards from Mu Xiao's family stationed nearby. Yet, they had yet to notice the incoming threat. What use would summoning such inept guards be? Mom, don't worry, I'm here. Sumu patted his mother's shoulder, then turned to the two figures in the yard, tauntingly saying, So, Xiaoqing, you've come to pay a visit? Yaoqing? Li Jing's eyes widened in horror. Oh no. That guy is disregarding Kaiwei's reputation and is intent on attacking her family. She glanced at her son, questioning whether he was truly capable. Chapter 27. The Tyrant Level 7 Expert. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at school? The tall man observed Sumu with a puzzled expression. Interesting, it seems my whereabouts are thoroughly investigated. Sumu smirked slightly. Enough with the nonsense. What does it matter if he is here? According to the orders from the secretary, this guy is doomed. Let's take action. The short man stepped forward, surveying the surroundings. According to the intel provided by Song Zhong, young Master Xiaoping had previously suffered a humiliating incident at the school entrance, seemingly at the hands of a level 7 expert. Moreover, that expert was someone Su Kaiwei had requested from Jingda University. Brother, I can't find him. I can't find him either. The tall man frowned. Sumu and Li Jing exchanged glances, puzzled by the antics of this lanky figure and his short companion. Bring out the expert hiding behind you. If he doesn't show up, you will meet your demise. The tall man spoke coldly. Bring out who? Sumu was taken aback, perplexed by the man's words. You incapacitated young Master Xiaoping, didn't he you? That must have been the work of the expert from Jingda, the short man scoffed. Finally grasping the situation, Sumu couldn't help but laugh. So, in your eyes, the one who incapacitated Xiaoping has always been someone else? You truly amuse me. The tall man and the short man exchanged glances, wondering if it was indeed so. Well, I now confirm that you were sent by Zhao Qing. And you thought to eliminate me tonight. To your surprise, you have walked right into my trap, Sumu declared, withdrawing his arm from his mother's embrace. Prepare to meet your end. Li Jing, observing her son, swallowed hard. What did he just say? To let others meet their demise? He had only been in school for 3 days. Was it necessary to be so arrogant? Ha ha ha, let us die? Do you know our strength? The short man sneered. Both of us possess level 7 power. Even if your hidden level 7 expert appears, he cannot save you, since he won't come to protect you. You should accept your fate. The short man suddenly appeared behind Sumu, a wave of energy coalescing in his palm, pressing it towards Sumu's head. Has he surpassed the 3S level talent? His talent is indeed remarkable, but you have offended Secretary Xiao. The tall man sighed. He refrained from attacking, confident that his brother could easily handle the mother and son duo. But in the next moment, the short man screamed in agony. What? The tall man's eyes widened as he beheld his brother's hand, which had been concentrating energy, vanish from sight. Looking down, he saw a severed hand lying on the ground. Is it the expert from Jingda? Have the courage to show yourself. The tall man glared into the surroundings. The short man clutched his severed arm, retreating in fear. Brother, it was Timmy. It was him. Him? Following the direction of the short man's gaze, the tall man noticed that his brother was staring at Sumu. At that moment, Sumu's expression was icy. His posture as steadfast as a pine tree, one hand raised before his chest, still radiating a flicker of energy. Energy blade formed. How is this possible? Li Jing was equally astonished, her hand covering her mouth. It wasn't the gruesomeness of the severed hand that shocked her, but the realization of her son's power. When did my son become so formidable? Sunyu. Mom, don't speak. Wait until I've dealt with them, then I'll explain. Sumu advanced step by step towards the short man. A level 7 expert? It seems you're not as impressive as I thought. The short man kept retreating. You just awakened a few days ago. How can you unleash energy externally? External energy manifestation is a hallmark of level 4 warriors. Yet he was facing a level 7 expert. He hadn't even comprehended the opponent's attack. Prepare to die. The short man released his grip on his severed arm, conjuring another wave of energy to launch at Sumu. Boom. The terrifying force reverberated through the air, shattering the sofa, television, and various furnishings in the villa's hall. How dare you destroy my home? Sumu was furious. Facing the approaching energy wave, he grasped it with one hand. Then, using instant movement, he appeared beside the short man and, employing the same technique, transported them both to the tall man's side. Both were kicked out through the door. How impressive is my own blood? Li Jing watched as her son soared through the air, her excitement mounting. Outside, in the sky, boom. Sumu forcefully crushed the energy wave in his hand, the violent explosion causing him no harm. You are a devil. The tall man, also propelled into the air, clutched his chest, his speech faltering. This is madness. A 17-year-old boy can withstand 2 level 7 experts. Moreover, he had severed one of their arms. I see now, there is no expert from Jingda. It was you. So, it was you who incapacitated young Master Xiao. The tall man finally connected the dots. But Sumu had no time to acknowledge him. He was currently torturing the short man mercilessly. In the air, Sumu continually moved around the short man. Each movement resulted in the severing of another body part. According to official reports, a level 7 warrior's vitality significantly increases. Despite having lost 2 arms and a thigh, the short man remained full of life. Ah! The short man cried out in pain. Stop! The tall man, witnessing his brother's dire condition, transformed into a bolt of lightning, rushing forward. Swish! The tall man appeared behind Sumu, raising his leg to sweep at the back of Sumu's head. With a thud, the tall man's pupils constricted as he realized his strike had been blocked. Not bad. At some point, Sumu had spun around, facing the tall man, his hands raised defensively before his chest, effectively thwarting the attack. Not good. You go first. The tall man grasped his brother's shoulder and hurled him backward. His brother was saved, and the tall man quickly retreated. As he fell back, he unleashed energy waves. Boom. Boom. The energy waves detonated upon nearing Sumu, the sky resonating with earth-shattering explosions. Li Jing had just stepped outside when she witnessed the spectacle above, her heart racing. Son! In the sky, the tall man continued his assault on Sumu. Ha ha ha. I don't know why you possess such formidable power upon awakening. But this time you are doomed. Brother, I'm coming too. The short man, severely injured, nonetheless flew back to join the fight. Devoid of hands, he gathered energy waves using his mouth. 2 level 7 experts simultaneously launched their attacks on Sumu. The sky reverberated with explosions, and the terrifying aftermath spread outwards. In that moment, the entire Jiang City became aware of this epic battle. Jiang City Enrollment Office. Numerous university mentors gathered here, including a major from the military district, all planning to visit Sumu's home over the weekend. The dual prodigies, who would have thought Siwei's brother could surpass her. Indeed. But Sumu has a vendetta against Zhao Qing, which may pose a challenge. A challenge? In the presence of the world's top genius. No matter how powerful Zhao Qing's influence, he will have to endure. The speaker was a mentor from Jingda, named Yu Qingfei. Su Kaiwei is undoubtedly the most exceptional student that Yu Qingfei has ever encountered. Describing her as unparalleled is hardly an exaggeration. However, this prodigy was nearly undone by Zhao Qing's son. Fortunately, Su Caiwei's brother is equally accomplished. Now, the Su family need not fear Zhao Qing any longer. Now, the matters concerning Zhao Qing are not for you to discuss, spoke a man in military uniform seated in the center. His name is Cheng Gaoi, a major and the recruiter dispatched by the military district. Upon Cheng Gaoi's utterance, the instructors from other universities dared not speak further. Yet, from Cheng Gaoi's tone, it seemed he harbored some inclination towards Zhao Qing. Cheng Gaoi indeed. Yu Qingfei murmured to himself as he regarded him. It is rumored that this individual has connections to the Xiao family in the capital. Whether this is true remains uncertain. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated from above. What a terrifying sound. Could it be a battle involving a level 7 powerhouse? Let's hurry and see which madman dares to engage in combat within the city. Move. Cheng Gaoi and the other instructors swiftly exited the admissions office, soaring into the air. This group comprised all level 6 powerhouses. Meanwhile, at Jiang City No. 1 High School, a battle was indeed underway involving level 7 powerhouses, and the source of the commotion was Su Mu's residence. This is bad. Wang Hongkai quickly flew towards the center of the conflict. On another teaching building, Song Zhong observed this development, holding his phone as he calmly stated, Secretary. Wang Hongkai has also gone over. This fellow is a level 7 warrior. You would do well to resolve this swiftly. Chapter 28. Deceiving even mother. You truly are inhuman. Above the Sumu residence, thunderous roars echoed. Waves of energy surged towards a singular target. Son, Li Jing, witnessing her son being bombarded by an overwhelming barrage of energy, felt faint. Ha ha ha. I refuse to believe you can survive this. Once I eliminate this monster, your mother, father, and sister will not escape either. Blame yourself for saving Mu Shuiao back then. The tall figure hovered in the air, laughing maniacally. The shorter companion remained silent. Severely injured and driven solely by the desire to vanquish Sumu, the tall brothers unleashed their assault for half a minute, their energies nearly depleted, finally ceasing their attack. Ha. They gasped for breath, chuckling at the smoke ahead. To possess the power of flight at such a young age, you truly are a monster. However, even if you are Godzilla, you shall perish before our combined might. Yet, as soon as their words fell, a languid, relaxed voice emerged from the smoke. Have you laughed too soon? Haven't you heard of the no harm without smoke principle? Li Jing, lying on the ground, suddenly lifted her head. That voice? It sounds like my son. Could it be? No way. In the air, the tall figure stared intently at the smoke. The voice emanated from within. But why is there still a voice? Shouldn't you be dead? The tall figure howled in despair. The shorter figure, unable to hold on any longer, leaned against his brother. His eyes filled with disbelief. With a whoosh, a surge of energy erupted from the center of the smoke, revealing Sumu once more. "It's my son!" Li Jing cried out, overwhelmed with emotion, laughter, and tears mingling. "You little rascal! You even deceived your mother. You truly are inhuman." Sumu hovered in the air, casting a glance at his mother before looking towards the city center. More energies were approaching. "I was planning to torment you further, but it seems it's time to annihilate you." Sumu twisted his neck, gathering energy in his hands, a blue glow forming in his palms. Buzz. The magnetic field of heaven and earth suddenly became chaotic. What kind of power is this? The tall brothers felt a chill run down their spines. Instinct warned them that even at their peak, they could not withstand this blow. "Brother, flee now," the shorter one shouted urgently. The tall figure reacted instantly, grabbing his brother and turning to escape. "Can you escape?" Kamehameha wave. Sumu shouted, and the blue energy surged forth. Roar. The Kamehameha wave surged like a ravenous beast, bearing boundless might. "What is this technique?" "No, it's too fast. We can't dodge." "No, we are level 7 warriors, yet we are to be defeated by a mere youth. We cannot accept this." Boom. The tall brothers regretted not following through with the order to eliminate Sumu's family. But there is no remedy for regret. The brothers were engulfed by the searing energy wave, their bodies unable to withstand the force. They twisted and melted away, yet, just before their demise. It seemed they recalled Sumu's technique, and the Kamehameha from Dragon Ball, it seems like. With a rustle, a gentle breeze scattered the remnants of smoke. The tall brothers vanished completely from this world. Sumu descended rapidly. "Son." Li Jing rushed forward, embracing her son tightly. "Mom, I'm fine. I'm strong," Sumu reassured her, patting her back. "You little rascal. How could you deceive your mother? Are you even human? I thought you were doomed. You nearly scared me to death just now." Li Jing pushed him away, wiping her tears. "Mom, when I realized they were Xiao Qing's people, I couldn't help but want to torment them. I was too reckless. I'm sorry." "No, you did well. When you encounter Xiao Qing's people, you must punish them severely. Never let them die easily," Li Jing said through gritted teeth. Sumu's mouth twitched. He found himself at a loss for words. "Son, how did you suddenly become so powerful?" Li Jing began, but was interrupted by Sumu's furrowed brow. "Mom, since Xiao Qing disregarded my sister's prestige to attack us, his retaliation will definitely not end here." "What do you mean?" "Right, Dad may also be in danger. We must leave quickly." Sumu took his mother's hand, glancing towards the city center. At last, he used instant transmission to leave the area. 5 minutes later, Chen Gaoi and Yu Qingfei finally arrived above the Sumu residence. This is where the battle occurred. Yu Qingfei hovered in the air, sniffing the surrounding air. Chen Gaoi scanned the area, puzzled. Who could the combatants be? At that moment, Wang Hongkai arrived. "Greetings, Principal Wang." The crowd greeted him respectfully. "Do you know who fought here?" Yu Qingfei asked, frowning. "There is a decree in Huaxia forbidding level 5 warriors and above from fighting in cities. I don't know who fought, but I know whose home this is." Wang Hongkai pointed to the villa below, his tone laced with concern. "Whose home?" the crowd asked in unison. "Sumu and Such Saiwei's home." "What?" They gasped in shock. Could it be that Xiao Qing sent people? Yu Qingfei gritted his teeth. "Don't speak nonsense," Chen Gaoi retorted coldly. "Without evidence, you are slandering. You meant her." Yu Qingfei's chest heaved with anger. He merely voiced a suspicion. Yet Chen Gaoi was so protective of Xiao Qing. He was certain that Chen Gaoi was connected to the Xiao family in Kyoto. Wang Hongkai shot Chen Gaoi a cold glare. As the foremost genius of Huaxia, Sumu is currently missing. We cannot overlook any suspicions. Whether Xiao Qing is involved or not, we shall investigate. "Very well, let us investigate." Chen Gaoi cast a disdainful glance at Wang Hongkai and Yu Qingfei, then turned and flew away. As he departed, the remaining mentors began to discuss among themselves. I once thought the rumors of his connection with the Xiao family in Kyoto were false. It seems we need not guess any longer." The incident with Su Kaiwei stirred the entire Huaxia. Had it not been for Xiao Ping's backing from the Xiao family in Kyoto, he and his son would have long faced consequences. Damn it, it is because of these parasites that our Huaxia talents have no chance to shine. One cannot fathom the thoughts of the military district, for they have inexplicably dispatched a person like Chen Gaoi to recruit Sumu. Are they not aware of the connection between Chen Gaoi and Xiao Qing? Very well, Let the investigation commence. Wang Hongkai also turned to leave this place. Yet his gaze was icy as he departed. Damn it. Su Mu's talent surpasses the extraordinary 3S level. Should he uncover any link between Su Mu's disappearance and Zhao Qing, he would undoubtedly report it to higher authorities. At that juncture, even if the Xiao family holds immense power, they will surely have to face the consequences. Chapter 29. The progress of eliminating the Su family in a clandestine meeting room in the heart of Jiang City. A dozen individuals sat in attendance. At the head of the table was Zhao Qing, who gestured for a secretary to speak. The secretary, holding a progress report, began. Secretary Xiao, Su Mu's father, Su Tianyu, is currently hospitalized. According to your plan, he is also one of the targets for elimination. We have dispatched 2 level 6 warriors, but we have yet to receive any updates. Next, Zhao Qing instructed. Secretary Xiao, Su Kaiwei from Peking University is participating in a hunting event at the edge of Shenanjia. Per your directives, Su Kaiwei is under the jurisdiction of your Peking base. A level 8 expert has been sent to capture her, but we have no reports thus far. Next, Secretary Xiao, as per your plan, we need to suppress all the spiritual liquid shops associated with Mu Feng within this week. Reports indicate that all of Mu Feng's shops have already shut down. In today's official meeting, we have also terminated our cooperative relationship with Mu Feng. Without this partnership, we will dispatch 2 level 7 experts and 10 level 6 experts to besiege the Mu family tonight. That concludes our progress report. The third secretary set down the report. Where's Su Mu? At this moment, a young man beside Zhao Qing spoke up. He was Guo Mingjie, a close friend of Xiaoing. Guo Mingjie's family also sold spiritual liquids in Jiang City, albeit not as prominently as the Mu family. However, after today, Guo Mingjie's family would replace the Mu family's position. Learning that Zhao Qing was dealing with Su Mu, he rushed over after school. Since the principal was not handling Su Mu, he decided to exact revenge for his friend on his own. Mingjie, speak. Zhao Qing commanded coldly. Since Su Mu left school, he has gone dark, a secretary reported. We suspect he has returned home and may have recently encountered our 2 dispatched level 7 warriors. It is highly likely that Su Mu has been killed. However, this is merely speculation. We will confirm the facts once our level 7 experts return. Upon hearing this, Guo Mingjie chuckled. Let him bully my friend. Now he is dead. Mingjie, are you satisfied? Zhao Qing rose and patted Guo Mingjie on the shoulder. The official cancellation of the partnership with Mu Feng meant that Guo Mingjie's family would become his new puppet. They must be offered some benefits to ensure better control. Very satisfied, Guo Mingjie stood, bowing respectfully. Zhao Qing was pleased with the young man's attitude and smiled. You just heard my plan. Tonight, I will send people to besiege the Mu family. Starting tomorrow, your family will be the new tycoon of Jiang City. Thank you, Secretary. My family will surely follow your lead. Guo Mingjie exclaimed, bending even lower. At that moment, a secretary spoke up. Secretary, just now Mr. Cheng Gaoyi informed us that Wang Hongkai intends to investigate whether Su Mu and his mother's disappearance is related to us. Mr. Cheng advised us to be cautious. Wang Hongkai? Zhao Qing's expression darkened. No need to worry about him now. We will eliminate him later. In a hospital in Jiang City, it was here that Su Mu had lain in slumber for a year. As twilight descended, Su Mu executed a teleportation, bringing his mother behind a nurse. Then swiftly vanished again. Son, where are we? In the corridor, Li Jing's eyes widened. We just blinked and ended up in a hospital dozens of kilometers away. We need to go to Dad, Su Mu replied, not rushing to explain as he led his mother to his father's ward. In a luxurious VIP room on the 3rd floor, Su Tianyu lay in bed, clad in a hospital gown, connected to several medical devices. His complexion was pale, but his features remained sharp, especially the chiseled jawline that hinted at his former vigor. Su Mu opened the door and stood by his father's side for a moment. Li Jing reassured, your father is fine. Zhao Qing hasn't sent anyone here. She caressed Su Tianyu's face, her tone noticeably lighter. Mom, they are on their way. Su Mu's gaze turned icy. He sensed 2 presences approaching from the sky, likely at the level 6 warrior level. What? They are coming? Li Jing gasped. Don't worry. I'm here, Su Mu assured his mother with a calming glance. I'll be back quickly. With that, he vanished from the room. Just like that? Li Jing had felt the teleportation before, but witnessing her son's sudden disappearance left her heart racing. How was this even possible? Sitting by the bedside, she stroked her husband's face, smiling. Your father, I just wonder how our little rascal became so strong. But it's good to have him around. In the dimming sky, The two level 6 warriors sent by Xiaoqing were flying toward the hospital. Suddenly, they spotted a white dot rapidly approaching. The speed was astonishing. In an instant, it was right in front of them. Two middle-aged men and a handsome high school student hovered in midair. "Who are you?" The leading middle-aged man, Wang Gaofei, broke the silence. Sumu crossed his arms and smiled. "Aren't you here to kill my father?" "Kill your father? You must be Sumu." Wang Gaofei and his companion widened their eyes in disbelief. The ability to unleash energy and fly in the void. Wasn't this the power of a level 6 warrior? Sumu had only awakened a week ago. He couldn't possibly have reached this level. "Who exactly are you?" Wang Gaofei asked gravely. "Haha." Sumu laughed as he spiraled in the air. "I'm sorry, but I am indeed the Sumu you speak of. And, didn't Xiaoqing send 2 level 7 experts to ambush my family? I've already taken care of them." At this revelation, Wang Gaofei and his companion's pupils constricted sharply. This plan was known only to their side, yet now it was known to others. Could it be true? How is that possible? Even if you are Sumu, your power is at the level 6 warrior level. Wang Gaofei shook his head frantically. "But you couldn't have killed 2 level 7 warriors. Nothing is impossible," Sumu sneered. "Well, I didn't get to torment those 2 enough earlier. Now it's your turn to experience what true despair feels like." Chapter 30. Sumu Mom. "Do you believe in immortals?" "Not good. This fellow is too strange. We must escape." Wang Gaofei observed Sumu warming up. And if he still failed to recognize the impending danger, he would truly be a fool. He hurriedly grabbed another companion and turned to flee. Escape? Is it possible to escape? Sumu had completed his warm-up, and his gaze was filled with disdain. On the first day of school, he had incapacitated Xiaoping. And for the next 2 days, he had been preoccupied with school affairs. He hadn't even had the chance to confront Xiaoqing and his family. Yet they had come knocking on his door. As I have stated before, anyone associated with Xiaoqing shall endure endless torment. After tormenting you, it will be Xiaoqing and his son's turn. Sumu muttered to himself. After uttering the last phrase, a burst of white energy erupted from his body as he charged after the 2 fleeing men. With a whoosh, like a sword slicing through the sky, Sumu swiftly closed the distance to Wang Gaofei and his companion. What? Wang Gaofei and his companion were taken aback. Explode. Sumu approached one of them and delivered a powerful kick. Crack. The sound of an egg shattering echoed. One of Wang Gaofei's companions clutched his groin, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Sumu's kick was so powerful that even Ultraman would have to light up, let alone a mere level 6 warrior. Unable to endure the excruciating pain, Wang Gaofei's companion plummeted from the air. Your young master is a eunuch, as his subordinates. You should also experience a taste of such suffering. Sumu's voice suddenly resonated in Wang Gaofei's other ear. When did that happen? Wang Gaofei's expression changed dramatically. In the next moment, crack. Wang Gaofei too clutched his groin and fell. As they neared the ground, Sumu lunged forward, quickly positioning himself beneath Wang Gaofei and his companion. With a swift kick, boom, boom, the lower halves of Wang Gaofei and his companion were immediately obliterated, sending them soaring into the sky. The sounds of agony echoed throughout the heavens. Yet Sumu's torment was far from over. Gathering energy into a blade, white light emanated from Sumu's hands. He bent forward, moving his hands back in a gesture reminiscent of a ninja's charge. He twisted his body. Whoosh. The white light streaked across the sky at incredible speed. Sumu glanced back. Wang Gaofei and his companion had been cleaved in 2. The scene gruesomely bloody. Having completed his torment, it was time for them to meet their end. Go. Sumu hurled a wave of energy, instantly reducing the 4 dismembered bodies to ashes as they fell. Phew, how refreshing. The fury within Sumu was somewhat alleviated as he pressed his fingers to his forehead, disappearing into the sky. In a high-end hospital room, Li Jing paced anxiously before her son's bed, her expression filled with worry. Why hasn't he returned yet? In the next instant, Sumu materialized beside her. Upon seeing him, Li Jing patted her chest. You little rascal, do you want to scare me to death? Sumu chuckled. Mom, I took care of the intruders. That's good. Li Jing regarded her son solemnly. Now tell me, what is this power of yours? Sumu suddenly fell silent, for he did not know how to respond. Should he tell his mother that during the year of his slumber, his soul had ventured into another world? No. His sister could know, but not his parents. Although they were the closest people to him, they were merely ordinary individuals. Knowing such a secret would not bode well for them. Mom, do you believe in immortals? Sumu cautiously observed his mother's expression. Li Jing's face darkened as she pinched his ear. You don't mean to say that your abilities were taught to you by an immortal during your year of slumber, do you? As expected, Mother truly does not believe. Sumu winced as she pulled his ear. Mom, if such anomalies can occur on Blue Star, how can you be certain that there are no immortals in this world? Suddenly, Li Jing released him, frowning. You have a point. Could it be true? Surely not. Can one really believe such things? Sumu's lips curled, and he became serious. I am not deceiving you. This is the truth. An old immortal taught me for a year in my mind, which is why I have awakened with such strength. Sumu spoke earnestly, his expression earnest. Fearful that his mother would not believe him, he concluded cautiously. So, Mom, you should now understand. This foolish child, you don't think I actually believe it, do you? Li Jing wanted to laugh, but restrained herself. She had an inkling of her son's struggles. He must be afraid that revealing too many secrets would burden her. Regardless, it was a good thing that her son had grown strong. Otherwise, they would not be able to cope with the current situation. You little rascal. You should properly thank that immortal in your mind. Understood? Li Jing stifled her laughter as she tugged at her son's ear once more. Rest assured, I will express my gratitude to him. Sumu grinned, surprised that his mother truly believed him. Son, Li Jing approached the window. The sky had darkened. What shall we do now? Since Zhao Qing disregarded Su Kaiwei, the strongest of the new generation, and chose to act against her family, this crisis will surely not be easily resolved. Li Jing glanced at Su Tianyu, who lay unconscious on the hospital bed. Did that mean they would have to stay in the hospital to protect him? Mom, those ants like Zhao Qing are nothing to me. I could crush a whole swarm with just one hand. Sumu stepped forward. We are in this passive position because I do not know Zhao Qing's whereabouts. Otherwise, I would have dealt with them on the day I awakened. The day you awakened? Li Jing suddenly recalled something, exclaiming. You mean to say that the massive explosion in the city center on the night Kaiwei returned was caused by you? Yes. Li Jing covered her mouth, her emotions swirling. Her son awakened with the intent to exact vengeance for them. Her son had truly grown up. He was now her pillar of support. Initially, she had planned to eradicate Zhao Qing and his family in one fell swoop. Yet Zhao Qing had unexpectedly left the city. Sumu continued, later. While I was in school, I encountered Zhao Ping. I thought incapacitating him would lure Zhao Qing out. Who would have imagined that Zhao Qing could endure to such an extent, not daring to appear before me, only sending others in his stead? The more Sumu spoke, the more exasperated he became. In the Dragon Ball world, he could find anyone simply by asking the dragon. Yet on Blue Star, he had yet to create the Dragon Balls and had no way of knowing Zhao Qing's whereabouts. Must he destroy the entire city to seek vengeance? While demolishing a city is simple, Sumu would not resort to such actions. Upon hearing her son's words, Li Jing finally realized the extent of his strength. Zhao Qing and his associates are merely ants? That is utterly insane. Li Jing's heart raced wildly as a thought struck her. Son, I have an idea. We can ask Mu Yaodao. Mu Yaodao's family is the wealthiest in the city. She has a vendetta against Zhao Qing, and her father must have information on Zhao Qing's whereabouts. Wow, Mom, you're quite clever. Su Mu's eyes lit up, flattered by her son's praise. Li Jing couldn't help but smile. Of course, your mother is quite intelligent. Su Mu, you look a bit foolish right now. Forget it. It's best not to provoke her, or else I might face her wrath again. Just then, Su Mu's phone suddenly rang. The caller was Mu Xiao. Su Mu was taken aback. It was quite a coincidence that she called just as they were speaking of her. He answered the call, and an urgent voice came through. Su Mu, you must escape quickly. Zhao Qing has gone mad. He disregards Sister Tsaiwei's authority and our Mu family strength, sending 2 level 7 warriors to find you. I know your strength is formidable, but facing 2 level 7 warriors will be challenging. Take Aunt Li and flee as far as you can. Chapter 31. Sumu arrives apart from hearing the voice of Mu Xiao. Sumu was also aware of the thunderous background of explosions. His expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, Is everything all right on your end, little girl? However, no reply came through the phone. When Sumu glanced down, he realized that the call had been disconnected. Hadn't he told her to reach out if she encountered trouble? How foolish she was. Son, what's wrong? Li Jing noticed something was amiss. Mom, Xiao is likely facing retribution from Zhao Qing. We need to go save her. What about your father? We can take him along. Without further ado, Sumu hoisted the hospital bed and, utilizing his ability to teleport, departed the hospital with his parents in tow. Before long, a nurse arrived to check on the ward. She pushed open the door, and a shocking sight met her eyes. Ah, doctor, someone has stolen something. The patient has been taken, even the bed has vanished. In the outskirts of Jiang City, at the Mu family estate, it was now 8 p.m. and darkness should have enveloped the surroundings. Yet boom, boom, amidst the deafening explosions, blinding flashes of light flickered in the sky. 5 formidable beings clashed above, divided into 2 factions, each boasting strength at the 7th level. 3 individuals from Xiaoqing's side unleashed a combined energy wave. This is bad. 2 powerful fighters recruited by Mu Feng managed to block 2 energy waves, but one remained unimpeded. Boom. The sky erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, sending Mu Feng's 2 allies hurtling away. Your strength is impressive, but alas, our paths diverge. The secretary aims to eradicate the Mu family, and we are powerless to intervene. The 3 sent by Xiaoqing pursued relentlessly. On the ground, Mu Feng emanated the aura of a 6th-level warrior, repelling 2 5th-level adversaries. Xiao, have you informed your classmate Sumu? Did he mention when he would assist us? I did inform him, but I didn't ask him to come help us. I've already dragged others into this. I cannot burden him further. Mu Xiao leaned against her father's back, expressing her helplessness. Mu Feng opened his mouth, but swallowed his words instead. Xiaoqing had dispatched 3 7th-level warriors, and with the 2 heading towards Sumu, they totaled 5 formidable fighters. According to Mu Feng's investigations, Xiaoqing should only possess 4 7th-level warriors. Yet, an additional one had surfaced. It was precisely this extra warrior that tipped the scales against them. Without additional support, the Mu family faced annihilation tonight. Alas, Mu Feng sighed. Perhaps this is the fate of our Mu family. Dad, I'm so sorry. It's my fault. Mu Xiao lamented. Don't speak foolishness. It is I who failed to protect you. Mu Feng repelled another 6th-level warrior, but was struck in the leg, resulting in a fracture. Dad. Mu Xiao rushed to support her father. At that moment, 2 figures plummeted from the sky. Uncle Kong, Uncle Hong. Seeing the grievously injured figures, her heart shattered. The 2 men she referred to as Uncle Kong and Uncle Hong were the 7th-level warriors her father had recruited. In a 2-against-3 scenario, they too had been defeated. The 3 7th-level warriors dispatched by Xiaoqing descended from the sky, encircling Mu Xiao and the others. Mu Feng, a 6th-level warrior, has become the wealthiest man in Jiang City. Frankly, I admire you, one of Xiaoqing's 7th-level warriors remarked coolly. What a pity. Your daughter has attracted the ire of Secretary Xiao. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiao's expression turned remorseful. She felt responsible for her father's predicament. Daughter, it is not your fault. Mu Feng reassured her. His gaze shifted to the 2 injured 7th-level warriors beside him. You 2 brothers could have escaped, yet you chose to stand by us. I am deeply sorry. The 2 warriors, gravely injured, could not muster a response. Mu Feng then turned to the 3rd 7th-level warrior sent by Xiaoqing. If I am not mistaken, this additional 7th-level warrior must belong to the Guo family. They can hardly wait to usurp our position in Jiang City. The 7th-level warrior from the Guo family sneered. Now that you know, prepare to meet your demise. You intend to kill me? Mu Feng shielded Mu Xiao, his voice brimming with fury. What do you truly want? Naturally, we intend to leave her for young Master Xiao to enjoy. One of Xiaoqing's warriors grinned wickedly. The root of all this is your daughter. She harmed young Master Xiao. Oh, and let us not forget the first of the new generation, Su Kaiwei. Both of these young women have been ordered to be spared by young Master Xiao. Indeed, one must admit, young Master Xiao possesses exquisite taste. Both are unparalleled beauties. It would be quite delightful to indulge in their company, wouldn't it? At this declaration, Mu Feng erupted in anger. You shameless fiends. Enough with the pleasantries. Prepare to depart. The 7th-level warrior from the Guo family chuckled. Killing you may very well grant young Master Xiao the chance to enjoy both your daughter and Su Kaiwei. Who do you wish to play with? A chilling voice suddenly resonated from the nearby clearing, sending a shiver down the spines of all present. Who? The 2 7th-level warriors dispatched by Xiaoqing swiftly turned around. Chapter 32. The whereabouts of Xiaoqing before their eyes, a hospital bed suddenly materialized in the open space, upon which lay a patient. Beside the bed stood a young boy and a beautiful woman. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. Who are you? How did you appear? The 7th-level warriors sent by the Guo family tensed up, utterly unable to sense any fluctuations from the newcomers. How could this be? He was a 7th-level warrior. Sumu? Mu Xiao's eyes lit up upon seeing Sumu, but her expression swiftly shifted to fury as her chest heaved. What are you doing here? I told you to escape. Upon hearing Mu Xiao's words, the 3 7th-level warriors accompanying Xiaoqing widened their eyes in astonishment. Sumu? Isn't he the younger brother of Su Kaiwei? How did he end up here? Wasn't he supposed to be killed by the other two 7th-level warriors? Foolish girl, why would I need to flee? With my power. Escaping is unnecessary. Sumu looked at the disheveled Mu Xiao, both amused and exasperated. You clearly saw the power I exposed. I even said that if you encountered any trouble, you could just come to me. Why are you so foolish? Mu Xiao's eyes reddened with grievances. She had no intention of dragging him down, yet he called her foolish. Sumu chose not to dwell on her words, instead surveying the scene. Houses lay in ruins. The ground quaked, and flames soared into the sky. The Mu family's estate had become a desolate landscape. It was evident that the Mu family had suffered tremendously that night. As Su Mu scanned the area, his gaze met with Mu Feng's. He nodded slightly. Mu Feng, relieved by Su Mu's arrival, let out a heavy sigh. He had visited Su Mu in the hospital, and since Su Mu's awakening. This was the first time he had seen the young lad. His mysterious entrance, coupled with his daughter's earlier mention of the newcomer's potential strength exceeding level 6, brought a glimmer of hope. You cannot possibly be Su Mu. Su Mu cannot possess such strength. At that moment, the two 7th-level warriors sent by Zhao Qing shouted loudly. Su Mu finally shifted his gaze to them. I have noticed that each of you enjoys asking that question. Yet it carries an ominous weight. Those who have uttered it before are now dead. What do you mean? The two 7th-level warriors sent by Zhao Qing appeared bewildered. Sumu then turned to the 7th-level warrior from the Guo family. Son, he just insulted your sister. Make sure to eliminate him. Li Jing exclaimed angrily from the side. Dare to insult my sister? I will ensure he meets a miserable end. Sumu advanced step by step towards the Guo family's 7th-level warrior. A chill enveloped the scene, plunging it into an icy silence as if winter had suddenly descended. Who are you? The Guo family's 7th-level warrior trembled uncontrollably. The manner of Su Mu's appearance was far too terrifying. A 7th-level warrior could not possibly possess such capabilities. Could it be that the opponent's strength exceeded level 7? This kid is too strange. Don't just stand there. Let us take him down together. The Guo family's 7th-level warrior shouted to his companions. All right. The two 7th-level warriors sent by Zhao Qing had yet to finish their sentence. This time, the spotlight was not on them. A flash of white light zipped past, and in an instant, their heads fell to the ground, just as Sumu had stated. His words bore an ominous significance. Those who had spoken them were indeed dead. Silence. The atmosphere grew as still as the depths of hell, echoing in unsettling quietude. How is this possible? Mu Feng's eyes widened. The two 7th-level warriors they had just fought so desperately against were now dead. It was a swift execution. Father, Su Mu. Mu Xiao covered her mouth. Her family was currently facing annihilation, and while she knew Su Mu was formidable, he had suffered greatly because of her. Thus, she wished not to burden others further. Yet at this critical juncture, Su Mu reappeared, having swiftly dispatched two 7th-level foes. Twice a hero saving a maiden. A fairy tale unfolding into reality, stirring an unaccustomed feeling within Mu Xiao. She gazed at Su Mu's charismatic silhouette. He was undeniably handsome. Xiao, it appears you were right. Su Mu's strength truly transcends level 6. Mu Feng, ignoring the pain from his broken leg, burst into laughter. He exceeds even level 7. They're dead. They actually died just like that. The Guo family's 7th-level warriors stared at the two fallen companions, their heads severed, eyes wide open, unable to accept the reality. He turned to Su Mu. Who is advancing? Who are you? How did you achieve this? Su Kaiwei is my sister, so do you still believe I am someone else? Su Mu replied, continuing his approach. With each step he took, the Guo family warrior's heart raced. It's impossible. Secretary Xiao sent two 7th-level warriors to your home. His words faltered. Had two 7th-level warriors been dispatched to besiege Su Mu's family? Yet, they had just witnessed Su Mu eliminate two 7th-level warriors on the spot. Meaning Zhao Qing's fighters had failed. As Su Mu drew nearer, the Guo family's warrior felt his mental defenses crumbling. Son, take him down. Li Jing's voice rang out. The Guo family's 7th-level warrior finally broke down internally, a crippled waste for a year. How could he possess such strength? It must be a lie. It's fake. You will die. He unleashed a powerful wave of energy. Su Mu's expression remained unchanged as he raised a hand to deflect the energy wave. With a thunderous explosion, the energy burst mid-air, and Su Mu had already appeared before him. Insult my sister? Blade of energy. With a swift motion, white light flashed as both arms were severed. The Guo family warrior screamed in agony. How dare you insult my sister? Su Mu delivered a kick, sending the warrior soaring. Before following him into the air, striking again. Both legs were severed. Ah! A blinding flash in the groin area left him in utter despair. The heart-wrenching screams echoed through the skies. Every protruding feature, nose, eyes, anything that stood out was sliced away by Su Mu. Die! Finally, Su Mu unleashed a wave of energy, sending the warrior into oblivion. Exhaling, Su Mu landed, finally releasing the rage that had built within him. Su Mu, there are still 10 6th-level warriors surrounding my Mu family. Could you assist us? Mu Xiao hurriedly approached, her gaze fervent. I already said, we are friends. If you're in trouble, just come to me. Su Mu's smile radiated warmth and brightness. Mu Xiao momentarily lost herself, her heart racing with unfamiliar emotions. Su Mu vanished from her sight, unnoticed. Before long, the 10 6th-level warriors sent by Xiaoqing also met their demise at Su Mu's hands, bringing an end to the Mu family's crisis. At that moment, Mu Feng still felt as if he were in a dream. Their family's near annihilation. Was it truly over? Father, are you all right? Mu Xiao supported her father. I'm fine. I just feel that today's youth are remarkably powerful. Indeed, I initially wished not to burden him. Yet here I am, saved once more. Mu Xiao gazed at Su Mu, who had returned. His features were strikingly handsome, still imbued with the youthful innocence of adolescence. However, having just endured a harrowing ordeal, the smile that once graced his face had diminished, replaced by an air of coldness and indifference. He approached with deliberate steps, resembling a youthful deity of death returning from the abyss. As Mu Xiao beheld Su Mu's return, her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. For he had saved their entire family. The tumultuous emotions within her reached a crescendo, compelling her to avert her gaze from him. When Su Mu stood before her, he inquired, Mu Xiao, may I ask you something? Do you know the whereabouts of Xiaoqing? I do. Mu Xiao replied, her head bowed, her tone somewhat soft and tender. You truly know? Where is he? Su Mu's demeanor shifted to one of excitement. Chapter 33 Xiaoqing, I have come to find you. Li Jing approached with excitement, exclaiming, Son, look. I knew that Mu girl was aware of Xiaoqing's whereabouts. Su Mu responded, Mother, at your age, why engage in such childish antics for recognition? What expression is that? Nothing. I just think you look particularly beautiful today, more so than ever before. Even the moon seems to shy away from your brilliance. Really? Li Jing glanced up at the sky, noticing the moon was indeed hidden behind clouds. She chuckled. You certainly know how to flatter. Mu Xiao. Mu Feng. This mother-son duo is quite amusing. Many thanks to you, Su, for rescuing us twice. If it weren't for you, my daughter and I, Mu Feng, who had sustained a leg injury in battle and was being supported by his daughter, had yet to finish his words of gratitude. Su Mu waved his hand dismissively. Let us save the thanks for later. Right now, I simply wish to know Xiaoqing's location. Li Jing gritted her teeth and said, Yes. Please tell us where Xiaoqing is so my son can deal with him. Xiaoqing's former home had been destroyed by a mysterious powerful figure, and it was highly likely that Su Mu was responsible. Mu Feng observed Su Mu's expression, noting his lack of denial, which confirmed his suspicions. Shocked, he continued. Although his former residence was obliterated, he still possesses numerous assets in Jiang City. According to the information I have received, he is currently in the basement of the No. 3 municipal building in Jiang City. That is his secret meeting room, where he will issue commands tonight. Mu Feng clenched his fists. He had long investigated Xiaoqing's whereabouts, waiting for the right moment to avenge his daughter. Who could have anticipated that Xiaoqing would strike first? Good. With the knowledge of Xiaoqing's location, Su Mu prepared to leave with his mother. Su, although Xiaoqing has dispatched many formidable warriors, we cannot ascertain what other contingencies he may have in place. Mu Feng glanced at the vacant hospital bed across the room, where Su Mu's father lay. Clearly, Su Mu's family had also fallen victim to Xiaoqing's attack. Your battle may be quite fierce, and you might not be able to attend to your parents. I suggest it would be best not to take them with you. Son, your father and I will stay behind. You go and do your best. Li Jing reflected for a moment and concurred with Mu Feng. Very well, I shall return shortly. Please take care. Su Mu pressed his finger to his forehead and vanished in an instant. Seeing Su Mu disappear, Mu Xiao finally dared to look up. Mu Feng had long noticed his daughter's unusual demeanor and smiled slightly, choosing to say nothing. Li Jing, however, remained oblivious and returned to her husband's bedside to care for him. With the crisis averted, Mu Feng and his daughter began to address the aftermath of the battle. As the wounded were loaded onto ambulances, in the basement conference room of the No. 3 municipal building in Jiang City, it was now 10 p.m. Guomingjia had long since departed. Only Xiaoqing and a few of his secretaries remained in the conference room. Secretary, we have received news. Speak. Secretary. The 2 level 7 warriors we sent to Su Mu's home have perished. What? How could this happen? Zhao Qing glared intensely at the secretary who spoke. However, another secretary interjected. Secretary, our mission to eliminate Su Mu's father at the hospital also failed. The footage shows that not only did Su Mu's father survive, but he was rescued by a mother and son. Before Zhao Qing could respond, yet another secretary spoke up. Secretary, our attempt to eradicate the Mu family has also failed. Mu Feng and Mu Xiao are alive, and the 3 level 7 warriors we dispatched have all been killed. Like a tempest, a barrage of bad news inundated the room. Zhao Qing collapsed into his office chair, his expression twisted with disbelief and frustration. Failure. All failures. How is this possible? Those were 5 level 7 warriors and 12 level 6 warriors. Zhao Qing could hardly fathom the reality of the situation, the conference room enveloped in a chilling silence. At that moment, the atmosphere felt as if it had solidified. How could such a lavish assembly fail? Speak, what on earth happened? Zhao Qing suddenly erupted in a fit of rage. One secretary trembled as he replied. According to the second report, a young man accompanied by a woman rescued Su Tanyu. Perhaps our failures are all linked to that young man. A young man? Zhao Qing's eyes turned icy. He pondered, but could not identify any youth with such capabilities. Suddenly, an ominous premonition surged within him, and he sat upright. Su Mu. If it were a matter of age, only Su Mu could fit the description. Could it be him? Impossible. Even if he had a powerful figure backing him, he could only command a level 7 warrior at most. Zhao Qing had sent 2 level 7 warriors to Su Mu's home. It should have been an overwhelming advantage. As Zhao Qing continued to wrestle with his thoughts, the situation felt increasingly amiss. No, something is terribly wrong. He still could not pinpoint the crux of the issue. But he recognized that his position was perilously precarious. With all missions failing, it meant that the enemy could now turn their full attention to him. Let us leave quickly. Zhao Qing was just about to exit when, suddenly, a surge of violent energy descended from above, engulfing the entire building. Zhao Qing, I have come to find you. Chapter 34. Found you. A resounding explosion erupted from building number 3 of the municipal committee, exposing the basement to the outside world. Zhao Qing was also revealed in the aftermath, though his secretaries tragically did not survive. A chilling voice echoed. Zhao Qing, I have found you. Who? Zhao Qing stood amidst the rubble, gazing skyward. He had sensed that something was amiss, but he did not anticipate the rapid arrival of his adversary. Your people collided with me a year ago, and subsequently left my father paralyzed. Have you forgotten me so quickly? Su Mu descended slowly from the sky, finally confronting his sworn enemy. Zhao Qing, a middle-aged man clad in black trousers and a white formal shirt, appeared to embody the image of an upright leader. Yet at that moment, his face was clouded with shadows, and his eyes radiated an endless cold light, reminiscent of a venomous serpent poised to strike. Su Mu? Is it truly you? Zhao Qing's heart raced with shock. It was no wonder he was taken aback. The reality was simply unfathomable. Su Mu had been dormant for a year, and in just 5 days since his awakening, he had achieved the ability to fly through the void. How did you accomplish this? Zhao Qing's voice trembled as he suppressed his astonishment. Remarkably, you seem to possess a modicum of intelligence compared to your subordinates, Su Mu remarked, approaching with deliberate steps. He was no longer in a hurry to engage, for he had sensed the essence of Zhao Qing. No matter where Zhao Qing fled, Su Mu could instantly teleport to his side. So, your sister never applied for protection from a strong man. It has been you all along who has taken action. Zhao Qing pieced together the information, gravely stating, the orders I issued today have all failed because of you. It was indeed I, Su Mu confirmed. Zhao Qing's realization struck him like a thunderbolt. The ability to fly through the void was a hallmark of a 6th level warrior. Attaining such a level required vast resources and time. Why could Su Mu possess such power upon awakening? No, it cannot merely be 6th level. To have killed so many of my subordinates, you must be an 8th level warrior. Zhao Qing blurted out. What level I am is of little consequence, Su Mu replied, his gaze growing increasingly lethal. Zhao Qing shook his head in bitter disbelief. It is absurd. A paralyzed waste, after a mere slumber, has managed to slay so many of my formidable warriors. It seems your secrets run deep. Zhao Qing's fury reignited. On the night you awakened, my home was attacked by a mysterious power. So, it was you behind it. Haha. Su Mu laughed heartily. You have inflicted such harm upon my family. Do you expect me to remain silent? So it was indeed you who murdered my wife. Zhao Qing suddenly charged at Su Mu in a frenzy. With a whoosh, his speed was astounding, causing the air to ripple and debris to scatter. He unleashed a powerful punch at Sumu. Bang! The force of the blow caused the ground to sink several centimeters. What? Xiaoqing felt as if his fist had struck a steel plate. Your strength is impressive. I did not expect a mere secretary to be a 7th-level warrior. Quite intriguing, Sumu observed as Xiaoqing's fist pressed against his chest. How can you be so powerful? What secrets do you conceal? Xiaoqing staggered back, his voice trembling. Is it not disheartening? Is it not despairing? Sumu pressed forward. The despair my sister and mother felt from your family's actions was similar. Now, I have merely avenged my wife, and you cannot endure it? Silence. Xiaoqing halted, glaring fiercely at Sumu. My son is of noble lineage. For that woman, Mu Shueyo, to be with him is her honor. You are a commoner. What gives you the right to interfere in the affairs of the head of Jiang City? If you had not saved Mu Shueyo, your family would not have suffered my wrath. It is all your fault, Sumu. Xiaoqing felt no remorse for his words. In his eyes, his wife was the most beautiful woman in the world, and his son the most understanding, obedient, and adorable child. Anyone who harmed them deserved utter destruction. Ha ha. Sumu laughed in disbelief. What a commoner. What a fool to think it is all my fault. You truly deserve the title of head of Jiang City. His tone turned frigid. Yet in my eyes, you and your son Xiaoping are nothing but refuse from the sewers. My parents, my sister, are they mere collateral damage to you? Silence. You are the refuse of the sewers. Xiaoqing roared, launching another punch at Sumu. But Sumu grasped his fist, squeezing with immense strength. Bang! Xiaoqing's fist shattered under the pressure, along with the bones within. Ugh! Xiaoqing's eyes filled with blood. Yet he refrained from screaming, merely letting out a muffled whimper. He clutched his injured hand and retreated swiftly, gritting his teeth. I may not be your match now, but you shall not capture me. The secrets you possess are certainly not simple. Await my return to Kyoto. I will uncover them. Xiaoqing ascended into the darkened sky, transforming into a streak of white light as he fled toward Kyoto. Sumu's lips curled in disdain. What delusion made you think you could escape from me? He pressed his finger to his forehead. Instantaneous movement. Whoosh. Sumu appeared before Xiaoqing in an instant. How is this possible? Xiaoqing stumbled back in terror. How did you appear here? You cannot escape. Sumu's murderous intent intensified. Once I have dealt with you, your son will be next. None of you will evade your fate. Do not touch my son. Upon hearing the threat against his son, Xiaoqing lost all sense of reason. He summoned all his strength and unleashed a wave of energy towards Sumu. Yet Sumu effortlessly crushed it with his bare hands. You know nothing of my power. Prepare to face my vengeance. At long last, Sumu made his move. Chapter 35. The brutal slaughter of Xiaoqing. He suddenly appeared behind Xiaoqing, gripping his neck tightly. Breathless, Xiaoqing felt on the verge of asphyxiation, dizziness clouding his mind. Killing you is but a trivial matter. Yet for the harm you have inflicted upon my family, I shall return the favor 100-fold. Concentrating his energy into a blade, Sumu made a swift motion. The sound of tearing flesh echoed as Xiaoqing's skin was sliced open, blood gushing forth. The excruciating pain jolted Xiaoqing's mind back to clarity. With a renewed consciousness, he found Sumu still gripping his throat. The suffocating sensation, coupled with the agony of his lacerated skin, rendered him desperate. Xiaoqing struggled incessantly, but as time passed, his movements grew sluggish. He was on the brink of death by suffocation, yet Sumu would not grant him such a merciful end. Releasing Xiaoqing's neck, he gasped for air, feeling the relief of survival. I am alive. I am alive again. Xiaoqing coughed and inhaled deeply. At that moment, fear crept into his gaze as he looked at Sumu. You are a demon. This is merely the beginning. I am far from your equal. Sumu's right hand radiated with energy as he swept it towards Xiaoqing's eyes. Helpless, Xiaoqing could not defend himself. The sound of his eyeball exploding filled the air. He clutched his face, his cries piercing the heavens. At that instant, Sumu pressed down on the back of his head, driving it into the ground. Boom. The earth shattered beneath the impact. Yet Sumu was not satisfied. He continued to force Xiaoqing's head against the ground, grinding his destroyed eyeball into the dirt. The agonizing pain surged through Xiaoqing's nerves, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. In this moment, the pent-up fury within Sumu found release. Meanwhile, Major Qinggaoyi of the military district raced towards the scene. Originally sent by the Southern Military Command to recruit Sumu, he bore another identity. As a child, he had been adopted by Xiaoqing's father. Although he had distanced himself from the Xiao family upon reaching adulthood for political reasons, they had always been his true home, and Xiaoqing had remained his older brother. The failure of his brother's mission suggested that Su Mu was backed by an 8th-level powerhouse. Cheng Gaoi soared through the air, his expression grim. He glanced back. Battles erupted throughout Jiang City, and with Su Mu surpassing the SSS level of cultivation, reinforcements from the Southern Military Command would soon follow. If an investigation were to occur, the plans to eliminate Su Mu's family would undoubtedly be exposed. No. Years ago, his nephew's attempt to violate Su Kaiwei had failed, and to quell the anger of the capital, the Xiao family had paid a heavy price. If they were to be implicated again for persecuting a talent beyond the SSS level, even the Xiao family would struggle to protect his brother. He needed to retrieve his brother swiftly. Cheng Gaoi accelerated his pace. Moments later, he arrived near building number 3 of the municipal committee. But where was building number 3? What is happening? Cheng Gaoi gazed at the ruins of the municipal center, clearly having been the site of a fierce battle. Could it be that the 8th-level protector of Su Mu had arrived here too? What about his brother? Hovering above, Cheng Gaoi scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, the sound of anguished cries caught his attention. He looked down to see a youth grinding the head of a middle-aged man into the ground. The man's eyes had burst, his legs broken, and his arms severed. Not a single inch of his skin remained intact, bloodied and torn. The gruesome scene was horrifying. On Su Mu's side, he had long since noticed the newcomer. The intruder's power appeared to be at the 6th-level warrior standard. Such strength could at best achieve flight or throw a few energy blasts. This was weak. He had slain countless foes of such caliber in the Dragon Ball world, rendering them unworthy of his concern. Lifting Xiaoqing, Su Mu grinned wickedly. Xiaoqing, how do you find my vengeance? You must kill me. Xiaoqing's voice faltered. Even as a 7th-level warrior, his vitality had significantly diminished under Su Mu's torment. Brother, in the sky. Cheng Gaoi finally recognized the identity of the middle-aged man, his eyes widening in horror. Stop. Cheng Gaoi dove down swiftly. Oh, your savior has arrived. Su Mu's grin widened as he observed Cheng Gaoi descending. Xiaoqing, blinded and hearing the voice of his brother, weakly urged, Gaoi, run. You are no match for him. Hold on, brother. Cheng Gaoi plunged towards Su Mu, ready to attack. But Su Mu was swifter. He hurled Xiaoqing into the air and then kicked towards Cheng Gaoi. The impact struck his groin. Crack. The sound of shattering echoed. Cheng Gaoi was sent flying, curling into a ball on the ground. Your son has been struck down, and I have granted your people this reward, so is the father of Xiaoping. You shall not be exempt from this process. As Xiaoqing fell, Su Mu raised his hand, launching a fist-sized energy blast. Boom. Xiaoqing's groin evaporated instantly. Xiaoqing was sent crashing down, landing beside Cheng Gaoi. Brother. Cheng Gaoi, enduring excruciating pain, cradled Xiaoqing in his arms. Gaoi, you must flee. Xiaoqing gasped. He is Su Mu. He harbors a great secret. No one protects him, and the one attacking has always been himself. What? Cheng Gaoi's head snapped up. No one protects Su Mu, and he has been the one to attack? This man's strength had reached the 8th-level warrior standard. But wait, shouldn't an 8th-level warrior have awakened extraordinary powers? Step by step, Su Mu approached with a sinister smile. It is about time I send you on your way, Xiaoqing. Next, I shall attend to your son. No. Please, spare my son. Xiaoqing, his eyes long since destroyed and his groin gone, was consumed by fear. He regretted not eliminating Su Mu's family sooner. Had he known this day would come, he would have acted earlier. Die. Su Mu lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick. Boom. The force reverberated against Xiaoqing's chest, shattering his ribcage into fragments. His heart ceased to exist. Chapter 36. Beasts and Captive Humans? With a violent cough, Xiaoqing spat out blood, sending both him and Cheng Gaoi hurtling backwards once more. Brother. Cheng Gaoi gazed at Xiaoqing, whose breath was becoming increasingly labored. He knelt on the ground and howled at the heavens. Damn it, Su Mu. I will take your life. Take my life. Su Mu sneered. Do you not see your brother, a level 7 warrior, lying dead? How could a mere level 6 warrior like you possibly threaten me? Before Su Mu could finish his sentence, Cheng Gaoi suddenly produced a flute and blew into it with all his might. A low, resonant sound echoed across the sky. What is he doing? Su Mu furrowed his brow, pondering if he was summoning reinforcements. In the next instant, Su Mu's expression shifted dramatically as he fixed his gaze towards the coastal region of Jiang City. A multitude of presences began to emerge, none of which bore the essence of humanity. Among them, there were level 1, level 2, and even level 7 energies. Furthermore, 10 of these presences surpassed the strength of a level 7 warrior. Could these be the level 8 beasts spoken of online? Su Mu's brow furrowed deeper. If equated to the combat power in Dragon Ball, the energy of those level 8 beasts would undoubtedly reach 500 points. Such power would be akin to that of minor cosmic entities in the Dragon Ball universe. What have you done? Su Mu's face turned grim. Ha! Cheng Gaoi laughed maniacally. As expected of a level 8 powerhouse, you actually noticed. Perhaps you are unaware that wisdom has long emerged among the beasts. Humans are merely their livestock. They will never allow the rise of top-tier warriors among us. And you, Su Mu, with a talent exceeding 3S level and strength reaching level 8, are nothing but a thorn in their side. You wish to kill my brother? Then you shall die alongside us. Cheng Gaoi's expression twisted in fury. Captive humans? Su Mu appeared before him in an instant, gripping his throat and lifting him off the ground. Wait, are you not also human? How can you summon those beasts? Cheng Gaoi's face turned crimson as he struggled to respond. Do you think I would tell you? Dream on. Suddenly, Su Mu laughed, a strange, unsettling laugh that left Cheng Gaoi bewildered. Had he lost his mind? Could he not comprehend the implications of thousands of oceanic beasts coming ashore to seek him? By his own words, humans and beasts were supposed to be mortal enemies, yet he was able to summon them. Su Mu gazed into his eyes, calmly stating, clearly, you have colluded with the beasts. You are a traitor to humanity. Cheng Gaoi fell silent under Su Mu's grip, for the truth of his words struck home. Su Mu shook his head dismissively. Merely an ant. It matters little. Cheng Gaoi could not comprehend Su Mu's words. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and he struggled to breathe. Go die first. Su Mu tightened his grip. With a sickening crunch, Cheng Gaoi's neck was crushed in an instant. Zhao Qing was dead, and Cheng Gaoi lay lifeless beside him, their bodies sprawled amidst the ruins. The atmosphere grew oppressive, filled with the roars of the beasts that had come ashore. A fierce wind howled, heralding an impending storm. Thud! Thud! 2 energy waves erupted from Su Mu's hands, ensuring that Zhao Qing and his companion would have no place to rest in death. Immediately after, Su Mu vanished from the scene. Before long, several powerful figures, including Principal Wang Hongkai of Jiang City No. 1 High School, Major General Li Zijuan of the Southern Military District, and Professor Yu Qinfei of Jing University, arrived at the site. Among them, Wang Hongkai and Li Zijuan were level 7 warriors. Someone has attacked the municipal center. They possess quite the audacity. Major General Li Zijuan scanned the area. Everyone, investigate the surroundings and see what you can uncover. After a brief interval, a soldier returned with a report. We cannot reach Secretary Xiao. He may have fallen victim. Another soldier followed suit. Major Cheng Gaoi is also uncontactable. His whereabouts are currently unknown. Li Zijuan's expression darkened. General Li, there have been battles erupting throughout Jiang City today, all of which are linked to Su Mu. Wang Hongkai looked at Li Zijuan gravely. Now that Su Mu has also vanished, it is evident that someone is attempting to eliminate him and his family. Li Zijuan furrowed his brow. So, Principal Wang, who do you suspect? Zhao Qing. Wang Hongkai replied solemnly. Everyone knows the enmity between Zhao Qing and Su Kuei. With her brother detected to possess a cultivation talent exceeding 3S level, he would not remain idle. I understand, but we must find evidence to substantiate this. Li Zijuan surveyed the group, stating matter-of-factly, currently, Su Mu's whereabouts are unknown, and both Secretary Xiao and Major Cheng Gaoi have also vanished. It is said that the Mu family was attacked tonight as well. With so many battlefronts opening up, only the Mu family has managed to survive. They must know something. Let us proceed to the Mu family. Before Major General Li Zijuan could finish, a soldier rushed forward. General, there is an urgent notice from the Southern Military District. He leaned in to whisper urgently into Li Zijuan's ear. What? Li Zijuan's face fell. Wang Hongkai queried. General Li, what is the matter? The others held their breath, sensing that something significant was unfolding. Li Zijuan scanned the crowd gravely. For now, we must set aside matters regarding Su Mu. There are more pressing concerns at hand. The assembly remained silent, awaiting Li Zijuan's next words. Many beasts have come ashore along the Jiang City coastline. We must gather all forces to withstand this beast tide. Li Zijuan's expression was grave as he articulated the urgent message he had just received. What? The esteemed professors of various universities were taken aback by the news of the beast tide. You are all esteemed mentors from prominent institutions. Your powers are not to be underestimated. I require your strength. Very well. For the sake of Huaxia, we shall not shy away. With a resounding clamor, including Wang Hongkai, the group followed Li Zijuan towards the military base. So much had transpired today. conflict between Su Mu and Xiaoing, an attack on Su Mu's family. The disappearance of Su father Su Tianyu, the assault on the Mu family, and now the beast tide threatening Jiang City. This night would surely be sleepless. Meanwhile, Su Mu had returned to the Mu family estate, exchanging pleasantries with Mu Xiao before departing with his parents. However, they did not return home, and no one knew their destination. Even with the official investigation underway, Su Mu's family remained elusive. In the following 2 days, the Mu family underwent thorough scrutiny. Yet, on the night Su Mu left, he had informed Mu Feng and his daughter that he would disappear for a few days. In his absence, it would be wise to avoid any mention of the Xiao family. Thus, during the investigation, Mu Feng merely stated that they were being pursued by enemies. Having no ties to the disappearances of Su Mu's family, Zhao Qing, or Chenggaoi, time passed swiftly, and 2 more days slipped by. For days had elapsed since the beast tide came ashore. During this time, the Southern Military District and university mentors had been suppressing the beasts along the Jiang City coast. However, the beasts that had emerged were exceptionally formidable, with even 10 level 8 beasts among them. Upon reaching the 8th level, both humans and otherworldly beasts awaken extraordinary powers. The 10 8th level beasts have each manifested abilities such as frost freezing, water manipulation, and the control of lava. In the Southern Military District, there exists an 8th level powerhouse whose ability lies in rock manipulation. This defensive power, if faced with merely 2 or 3 8th level beasts, or even 5, would suffice for him to single-handedly withstand their assaults. However, confronted with 10 8th level beasts, he stands no chance of resistance. With 10 such formidable entities as their backing, the onslaught of the beasts upon the shore is immensely devastating. The military forces and coastal populace are either ravaged by the extraordinary powers of these beasts or consumed by them. The military district and the esteemed mentors of various universities are utterly incapable of withstanding this threat. Just as the coastal city of Jiang was on the brink of collapse, a youth radiating a crimson glow made his appearance. Chapter 37. The creation of the 7 Dragon Balls unlike the white aura of others. The youth was enveloped in a brilliant red flame. Those who have seen the Dragon Ball anime often experience a peculiar sensation. The state of this young man closely resembled the Kaioken from Dragon Ball. It was precisely due to the emergence of this boy that the 10 level 8 beasts, rising from the sea, were swiftly annihilated. With the elimination of these formidable creatures, the remaining beasts seemed trivial and insignificant. The beast tide along the coastal city of Jiang had finally subsided, giving rise to the legend of the Kaioken youth. This young man, radiating red light, was the one referred to as the Kaioken youth. It was a Sunday. 3 individuals had returned to the Su household. "Hey, Kaioken youth, come see. It seems like someone has tidied up our home." "What are you talking about, Mom?" Sumu replied, his mouth twitching as he carried his father. He glanced around the house and deduced that it was likely Mu Xiaoing who had come to assist with the cleaning. "I'll settle Dad first." "All right, Kaioken youth." Li Jing chuckled, covering her mouth. She was aware of the beast tide that had plagued the coastal city and had witnessed the devastation firsthand. Fortunately, her son had acted decisively to eliminate those level 8 beasts. Otherwise, Jiang City would have faced ruin. However, why were people referring to her son as the Kaioken youth? Ignoring his mother's teasing, Su Mu carried his father, Su Tianyu, back to their room on the 2nd floor. When he descended to the 1st floor, Li Jing, seated on the sofa, pulled out a clump of soil from a bag and inquired, "Son, is this what you've been searching for these past few days?" "Yes," Su Mu replied, taking the reddish-brown lump and placing it back into the bag. "What do you need these clumps for? We already have some in our garden." "Those soils are useless." "Useless? Then why are you looking for them?" "These clumps can awaken Dad," Su Mu said, shaking the bag in his hand. "What?" Li Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Mu ascended to the 2nd floor with the clumps and turned back, saying, "You'll know soon." "Can it really wake your father?" Thump. Thump. Li Jing's heart raced wildly. Her son's recent behavior left no room for doubt. This was indeed possible. Her husband was finally going to awaken. In the 2nd floor room, Su Mu filled a basin with water and crushed the soil lumps, mixing them into a thick, gooey paste. Sitting on the floor, he began to knead the mixture. After half an hour, the paste transformed remarkably. He molded it into the shape of a loach, continuing to craft various features, dragon whiskers, horns, and scales. Soon, a dragon-shaped mold emerged on the floor. At last, the mold was complete. Su Mu stretched lazily. What he was creating was the mold for the Shenlong dragon. Just a few days ago, with his combat power barely exceeding 100, he could not have fashioned the 7 Dragon Balls. However, after days of combat and training. His strength had risen to 300 points. This increase in fundamental power, combined with the use of the threefold Kaioken, allowed him to effortlessly dispatch the beasts along the Jiang coastal region. The 300 points of foundational strength were just sufficient to harness the miraculous power. This miraculous power was the key to awakening the Shenlong, akin to the Namekians in Dragon Ball, Dend, the Elder, who possessed the miraculous power enabling them to create the Dragon Balls. Sumu had trained in various powers, magic, and rules during his time in the Dragon Ball world, and he was well versed in miraculous power as well. Just as Sumu was about to invoke the miraculous power to awaken the Shenlong, an urgent voice from the first floor interrupted him. "Son, come downstairs quickly." Sumu vanished from the room in an instant. In the hall on the first floor, he appeared beside Li Jing, about to inquire what had happened when he noticed Mu Shuiyao had also arrived. "Why are you here, little girl?" "Sumu, something has happened to Xiaoyu. Can you help her?" Mu Shuiyao grasped his arm anxiously. "Help her? What happened?" Sumu frowned. "Xiaoyu learned about the message Zhao Qing sent concerning your family a few days ago." Mu Shuiyao began to recount the events. On the day the beasts appeared, battles erupted throughout Jiang City. Initially, Sumu's home was attacked by 2 level 7 experts, followed by similar assaults on the Mu family. The commotion of these battles could not be concealed. Everyone in Jiang City knew that someone was targeting both the Su and Mu families. The only one who bore a grudge against both Sumu and Mu Shuiyao was Zhao Qing. There was no one else. Originally, Major General Li Zijuan from the Southern Military District intended to investigate Zhao Qing and Cheng Gaoi, but the emergence of the beasts diverted his attention. When Su Xiaoyu returned to school, she also learned of the turmoil surrounding Su Mu and Mu Shuiyao's families. Coupled with Su Mu's disappearance, she became convinced that Zhao Qing had murdered him. Su Mu was the brother of Su Kaiwei, who was a relative of hers. During their school days, Sumu had taught her martial arts, and with the connection to Su Kaiwei, Sumu was akin to family. Su Xiaoyu's fate was tragic. She was left with only a half-relative in this world. Someone had killed her half-relative, and she could no longer contain her emotions. She sought vengeance. Thus, she left school to pursue Zhao Qing's whereabouts. When Zhao Qing proved elusive, Su Xiaoyu shifted her focus to Zhao Ping. However, during her investigation of Zhao Ping, she vanished. As of now, Su Xiaoyu had been missing for over 3 days. Mu Shuiyao was visibly distressed. "Xiaoyu must be in trouble. She is my dear friend and your sister's good friend. Can you help?" "All right." Sumu refrained from saying much more. He had almost forgotten about that Zhao Ping character. However, it was undeniable that he was genuinely touched by Su Xiaoyu's willingness to go to such lengths for him. With his finger pressed to his brow, he concentrated. 3 minutes later, he declared, "Found her. Follow me." Chapter 38. Uncle Zhao Mu grasped Mu Shuiao's delicate hand, turned to greet his mother, and then swiftly vanished from sight. What a troublesome child. Li Jing sighed helplessly. Yet, who was that person named Xiaoyu? The name seemed oddly familiar. In H Province, at Shenanjia, following the anomaly on Blue Star, the region had undergone significant changes as well. Both flora and fauna were mutating, with fearsome creatures lurking within, including a rumored level 9 beast. Such a creature was considered the most formidable entity known on Blue Star, deterring humanity from venturing into this perilous territory. However, on a highway approximately 100 kilometers from Shenanjia, a vehicle sped towards its destination. My father is the chief of Jiang City and a level 7 warrior. How could anything happen to him? Inside the car, a pale-faced young man with yellow hair screamed in despair. He was none other than Zhao Ping, who had recently escaped from Jiang City. "Young Master Zhao, your injuries are not yet healed. Please, try to remain calm," the driver, Lu Kangping, a level 5 warrior, urged. Having been dispatched by Zhao Qing to protect Zhao Ping. Before the incident, the secretary instructed us to take you towards Shenanjia. There, we may find a chance to survive. Damn it, Zhao Ping shouted from the passenger seat. If we're fleeing, then why can't we return to Kyoto? The Zhao family's stronghold is there. Wouldn't it be better to go home? We cannot. Another subordinate, Fei Yuan, interjected from the back seat. If someone is intent on thwarting the secretary's plans, their strength must exceed level 7. If we head towards Kyoto, they will certainly anticipate our move. With only our level 5 capabilities, we cannot traverse the void. And even if we could, we would never outpace that level 8 powerhouse. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping gradually calmed himself and spoke with a serious tone. If the opponent is a level 8 warrior, then can we truly escape toward Shenanjia? We absolutely can. Lu Kangping replied, maintaining focus on the road. Because Su Kaiwei is currently hunting beasts on the outskirts of Shenangjia. Su Kaiwei. Zhao Ping's expression softened slightly. Su Mu's sister. Su Kaiwei. He had nearly crossed paths with her in the past. But what connection did she have to their plight? She was merely a level 6 warrior. Wouldn't it be wiser to keep our distance from her? Zhao Ping voiced his doubts. Fei Yuan explained, Young Master Xiao, you may be unaware. But Su Kaiwei is indeed part of our strategy. The Su family, the Mu family, and Su Kaiwei of Beijing University were all targeted simultaneously by the secretary. Particularly, regarding Su Kaiwei, the secretary has already contacted your grandfather, requesting your uncle's assistance in capturing her. Fei Yuan was visibly excited. Your uncle is a level 8 powerhouse. Once we find him, we can surely return to Kyoto safely. My uncle has arrived? Zhao Ping paused, processing the information. Wait, capture Su Kaiwei? Not eliminate her. His eyes brimmed with tears as he clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, he had urged his father to capture Su Kaiwei for his own amusement, never imagining that this plan would turn into his last lifeline. Father, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Young master, please take care of yourself. Your wounds have yet to heal. As long as we find your uncle in Shenangjia, we will have our revenge. Fei Yuan offered a comforting word, then glanced at the unconscious girl beside him. What should we do with her? The girl who lay unconscious was Su Xiaoyu. Though slender, her features were exquisite, resembling a perfect work of art. With some nurturing, she could undoubtedly blossom into a goddess-like figure. Wiping away his tears, Zhao Ping began to regain his composure upon realizing his uncle had arrived at Shenangjia. Su Xiaoyu, a mere level 3 weakling, dares to obstruct me? He turned to gaze at her with a lewd glint in his eyes. I must admit, I never noticed how attractive she truly is. Let us keep her for now. Su Xiaoyu is still a friend of Mu Shiweiyao. Once we return to Kyoto and take our revenge, I will enjoy playing with both sisters, and that damned Su Kaiwei as well. Indeed, the vehicle sped onward, swiftly entering the vicinity of Shenangjia. In another part of Shenangjia, ordinary people had long since ceased to dare enter this territory, which had transformed into a veritable forbidden zone for humanity. Roars from mutated beasts echoed sporadically from deep within the primordial forest. On its fringes, 2 women were fleeing rapidly. Despite their perilous situation, they maintained an air of grace, one strikingly beautiful, the other exuding timeless charm. Damn it, why is a level 8 warrior seeking us out? The enchanting woman, Dongfang Gulan, lamented. A mentor at Beijing University and a level 7 warrior, she was present primarily to protect Su Kaiwei. Gulan, he might be after me. Su Kaiwei gritted her teeth. How do you know? Gulan inquired. Because my brother has been detected with a cultivation talent exceeding level 3S. Dongfang Gulan fell silent. Years ago, Zhao Ping's actions towards Su Kaiwei had caused a stir throughout Kyoto, culminating in a devastating price paid by the Xiao family to quell the turmoil. Their enmity towards Su Kaiwei was deep-rooted, yet they had been forced to endure due to her rising prominence as the new generation's leader. However, with Su Kaiwei's brother now exhibiting extraordinary talent, far surpassing level 3S, this news had sent shockwaves across Blue Star, eclipsing even Su Kaiwei's previous fame. Should her brother mature, he would become a nightmare for the Xiao family. Thus, they were eager to eliminate your family. Dongfang Gulan clenched her jaw. Gulan, I'm so sorry for dragging you into this. Su Kaiwei felt remorseful. Enough. We must escape deeper into Shenangjia. He surely wouldn't dare follow us there. Gulan urged, pulling Su Kaiwei into the forest as they pressed onward. Suddenly, a boisterous voice echoed. Ha! You think you can enter the depths of Shenangjia? Do you take me? And level 8 warrior, for a mere decoration? A wave of energy surged towards the 2 women. Watch out. Gulan reacted swiftly, pulling Su Kaiwei aside just in time. Boom. A massive crater formed in the ground, obliterating trees within a 100-meter radius due to the force of the explosion. Newly awakened level 1 flora and fauna perished as well. At the edge of the crater, Dongfang Gulan helped Su Kaiwei to her feet, worry etched across her face. Kaiwei, are you all right? Aye. Su Kaiwei began, but before she could finish, she spat a mouthful of blood. He is too strong. For Su Kaiwei, a level 8 warrior was still overwhelmingly powerful. Despite her training and meditation, her cultivation journey had only just begun, and she was far from reaching level 7, let alone facing an level 8 warrior. The opponent had not even unleashed their full strength. A mere energy wave was enough to wreak havoc. Even with Gulan's timely intervention, she could not withstand the backlash from the explosion. Kaiwei, what's wrong? Gulan's concern intensified. I'm fine. Su Kaiwei coughed again, blood staining her exquisite visage. At that moment, a figure emerged from the forest's edge, a man in his 30s, named Xiaogang. He possesses a square-shaped visage, exuding a robust physique reminiscent of a boxer, adorned with 2 prominent scars upon his face. Su Kaiwei, I have captured you. Chapter 39, Treading on My Sister's Head? Are you a member of the Xiao clan? Dongfang Gulan cradled Su Kaiwei in her arms, directing a fierce glare at Xiaogang. Isn't it obvious? Xiaogang sneered. Years ago, Su Kaiwei brought disgrace upon our Xiao family, and now it's time to pay the debt. Have you lost your mind, Xiao family? Are you not aware of how vital a 3S grade genius is to Huaxia? Dongfang Gulan's face flushed with anger. Ha! Xiaogang suddenly erupted in laughter, his expression chilling as he retorted, what do you know? Even if they surpass the 3S level, so what? In their presence, all levels of genius are but ants. Xiaogang looked up at the rift in the sky, a flicker of terror gleaming in his eyes. They? Dongfang Gulan was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend who Xiaogang referred to. Regaining his composure, Xiaogang sneered. Dongfang Gulan, you cannot protect Su Kaiwei. Prepare to meet your demise. Humph. If you wish to take Kaiwei, you must first step over my corpse. Dongfang Gulan set Su Kaiwei aside. Gu, Lanjia. Su Kaiwei reached out to her. Do not fear, I am here. Dongfang Gulan braced herself for a desperate battle against Xiaogang. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the edge of the forest, Second Uncle. Save me. Second Uncle? Xiaogang paused, quickly realizing it was his nephew, Xiaoping. Su Kaiwei's expression darkened further upon hearing Xiaoping's cry. That wretched eunuch had come too. Before long, Fei Yuan supported Xiaoping, while Lu Kongping dragged Su Xiaoyu into the woods. Xiaoyu. Su Kaiwei fell to the ground, recognizing the unconscious girl as Su Xiaoyu. Why has she been captured too? Xiaoping, why are you here? Xiaogang turned to his nephew, urgently inquiring, what did you mean by calling for help? Upon seeing his uncle, Xiaoping's eyes filled with tears. Second uncle. My father is dead. What? Xiaogang's eyes widened in shock. Not only he, but Su Kaiwei and Dongfang Gulan were equally stunned. Zhao Qing is dead. He was the top authority in Jiang City and the legitimate heir of the Xiao family in Kyoto, surrounded by so many powerful allies. How could he have died so suddenly? What on earth happened? Speak. Xiaogang shouted, gripping Xiaoping's collar. Xiaoping lifted off the ground. What does he recounted the events in Jiang City? What? You mean to say my elder brother was killed by the guardian behind Sumu while eliminating his family? Xiaogang released Xiaoping, his expression darkening. Second uncle, the person behind Sumu must be an 8th level powerhouse. Otherwise, my father would not have perished. Xiaoping choked on his words. Su Kaiwei listened intently, quickly understanding the situation. It turned out that Zhao Qing had launched an attack on her family and the Mu family, only to have his plans thwarted by an 8th level powerhouse. Ha! Su Kaiwei laughed aloud. Zhao Qing has finally met his end. He deserves it. Her brother has no such 8th level guardian. She realized that the one truly taking action had to be her brother's incompetent ally. Su Kaiwei. Xiaogang bellowed towards the pit. Su Kaiwei, still on the ground and shielded by Dongfang Gulan, retorted, what do you intend to do? A surge of white energy erupted from Dongfang Gulan's body as she tensed, wary of Xiaogang's sudden attack. Get lost. Xiaogang waved his hand, causing the magnetic field to spiral into chaos, and charged a torrent of ions into a bolt of lightning. Crack. Dongfang Gulan was struck, sent flying. Cough. Blood spewed from Dongfang Gulan's mouth as she spoke, her voice shaky. So you control lightning. Your extraordinary power is the manipulation of thunder and lightning. Gulanjia. Su Kaiwei's eyes widened in horror as she attempted to crawl towards Dongfang Gulan. Xiaogang suddenly appeared before her, stepping on her head in fury. Tell me, who is the one behind your brother? Cough, cough. Su Kaiwei coughed up blood. I will never tell you. If you have the ability, kill me. Kill you? No, I will not kill you. Xiaogang's rage evaporated, replaced by an icy demeanor. Years ago, my nephew played with a beggar. When I take you back to Kyoto, I will let my nephew have his fun with you again. Let's see if you still remain silent. At this, Xiaoping felt a surge of delight. This vile woman deserves to be tormented like this. You. Su Kaiwei gritted her teeth. If my brother were here, would you dare to say such things? Sumu. Xiaoping approached, mocking, your brother's talent is impressive, but he has yet to mature. He is ultimately useless. Humph. Do not think that just because an 8th level powerhouse protects your brother, he is invincible. Xiaogang clenched his teeth. Once I extract the identity of the one behind your brother from you, Both he and that 8th level powerhouse will perish. Hearing this, Su Xiaoi's heart raced with anxiety. Where are you, brother? Come save me quickly. If you do not arrive soon, the purity I leave for you will. Just as Su Xiaoi spiraled into despair. Suddenly, two figures appeared beside her with a whoosh. The abrupt arrival of the two silenced the atmosphere. Who are you? Xiaogang tensed, realizing he had not sensed their approach. What did Sumu witness? My sister is being tread upon? Rage erupted like a volcano. Treading on my sister? You seek death. Chapter 40. The brother grabs his sister. On the first day of school, he had sensed the aura of Zhao Ping and his two subordinates. Thus, he quickly located Zhao Ping. However, to his shock, upon instantaneously teleporting here, he found his sister being trampled on the ground. This was unforgivable. Boom. A crimson aura erupted from him. King of the World Fist. 1x, 2x, 5x. Sumu's combat power soared to approximately 1,500 points in an instant. The terrifying force made the entire Shenanjia tremble. Uncle, he is Sumu. Zhao Ping was overwhelmed by the pressure and recognized Sumu's identity. Sumu? How is this possible? Zhao Gang's voice trembled. Though he could not sense the aura, the power and pressure emanating from Sumu were visibly formidable. This power was undoubtedly beyond that of an 8th level warrior. In fact, the strength of an 8th level warrior, when measured by the combat power of the Dragon Ball world, would only amount to around 500 points. However, the anomalies on Blue Star had awakened their extraordinary powers, allowing 8th level warriors to achieve a comprehensive combat power of around 700 points. Nevertheless, this level of power was utterly insufficient before Sumu. Sumu transformed into a streak of red light, appearing behind Zhao Gang in the blink of an eye. He exerted all his strength. With a single kick, the aura of death enveloped Zhao Gang instantly, causing his hairs to stand on end. Not good, dodge. In a flash of lightning, Zhao Gang vanished from his original position. Sumu kicked at empty air, yet the force from his leg ignited the atmosphere. Boom! The sound of the air explosion reverberated throughout Shenanjia, causing countless exotic beasts to roar. But soon, silence fell, as if a powerful entity had commanded them to hush. Huff! Huff! Zhao Gang escaped to a distance of 100 meters from Sumu, gasping for breath. He was alive. He had survived. On Sumu's side, he was somewhat surprised that his kick had missed. This was not the first time he had witnessed the awakened extraordinary powers of an 8th level warrior. He had seen it during the beast tide along the coastal region of Jiang City. Yet, he was astonished that Zhao Gang's awakened extraordinary power was lightning, and he had managed to evade his attack. Interesting. Let us see if you are truly faster than me. Just as Sumu was about to continue his assault, Mu Shiwei crouched down, cradling Su Xiaoing. Sumu, something seems off with Sister Kuei. At that moment, Su Xiaoing's face was ashen, indicating she had sustained severe injuries. Sister. Sumu abandoned his pursuit and hurriedly took his sister from Mu Shiwei's arms. Su Xiaoing raised her hand to caress her brother's face. Brother, you finally came. I thought I was going to die. Don't speak. You'll be all right soon. Sumu's eyes reddened as he held her tightly with one arm while placing his other hand on her chest. His sister's breasts were soft, yet he had no time to dwell on that. Sumu began to use healing magic on his sister. Upon witnessing this, Mu Shiwei immediately covered her mouth. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Sumu, he is actually touching Sister Xiaoing's breasts. The scene of a brother grabbing his sister's chest. Oh my heavens! Mu Shiwei was greatly shocked, yet found it exhilarating, captivated by the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Zhao Ping and his two subordinates had abandoned Su Xiaoyu and crawled over to Zhao Gang. Zhao Ping, trembling, pointed at Sumu uncle. He is the Sumu I mentioned earlier. He is backed by an 8th level powerhouse. No. Zhao Gang swallowed hard. You are mistaken. He has no 8th level powerhouse behind him. What are you saying, uncle? Zhao Ping's eyes widened. Previously, your father said you were injured in the groin and that a 6th level warrior hadn't discovered it. He said it was done by someone behind you, but the one who truly injured you is Sumu himself. Zhao Gang's face was filled with terror. What? Zhao Ping shook his head frantically. No? That's impossible. He is only awakened for about a week. Before he could finish, Zhao Gang interjected. It's him. Just thinking of Sumu's previous kick sends shivers down my spine. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I would have died beneath his foot. He has no one else guarding him. He is the 8th level powerhouse you speak of. Your father's plan to attack Sumu's family will fail. And it was he who did it. Your father's plan to attack the Mu family will also fail. And it was he who did it. Your father will die. And he's the one who will kill him. It's all him. It's all Sumu. Zhao Gang closed his eyes, his expression filled with fear and despair. Hearing this, Zhao Ping's heart surged with tumultuous waves. How can this be? Uncle, is this true? Zhao Ping knew his uncle would not deceive him, yet he sought confirmation once more. Yes. Plop. Zhao Ping collapsed to the ground. Next to him, Fei Yuan, suppressing his fear, spoke. Zhao Er-yi, since he is so powerful, we should flee quickly. Yes, uncle, let us escape. Zhao Ping scrambled to his feet, clutching Zhao Gang's arm tightly, terrified that his uncle would abandon him. Flee. Zhao Gang forced a bitter smile. It's too late. Just now, he was able to utilize lightning speed to evade Su Mu's attack purely due to surprise. However, his life-saving secret has already been revealed, and he can no longer escape. If one were to ask why, it was simply because the opponent was stronger and faster. After all, Su Mu's arrival was so silent that even he could not detect it. With an overwhelming advantage in speed and power, how could one escape? Not escape? Why? Zhao Ping shouted like a madman. Yet, Zhao Gang had no time to pay attention to his foolish nephew. If it weren't for him, their Zhao family would not have fallen to such a state. No, even if he must die, he would make the opponent pay the price. Zhao Gang set his gaze deep into Shenanjia. On the other side, Su Mu held Su Kaiwei with his left hand, while his right hand radiated a purple glow over her chest. This was healing magic. Mu Shuiao observed the scene, feeling extremely exhilarated as she witnessed the brother's touch on his sister. She couldn't help but blush, her legs growing weak. What is happening to me? How can I have such a reaction? Mu Shuiao chastised herself internally, yet she could not tear her gaze away, especially as she beheld the pair of siblings. One dazzling and the other strikingly handsome. They seemed perfectly matched. Yet why did her heart feel a twinge of jealousy? If only Su Mu could touch me like that, it would surely feel delightful as well. Mu Shuiao gazed down at her ample bosom, recalling the 2 times Su Mu had saved her. Her heart was filled with mixed emotions. All right, sister, do you still feel pain? Su Mu noticed the purple glow dissipating from his hand and spoke hastily. At that moment, Su Kaiwei's complexion regained its rosy hue, her stunning beauty radiating once more. Aye. Su Kaiwei sat up, feeling her wounds, and exclaimed in astonishment. I'm fine now. Su Mu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. You truly scared me just now. Wait, sister, is there something wrong? Are you still feeling unwell? Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. It shouldn't be. He had clearly healed her. Your right hand. Su Kaiwei felt a warmth spreading across her chest, and as she lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed slightly. As for Su Mu, he also glanced down and was taken aback to discover that his right hand was resting on his sister. What a misfortune. At that moment, his right hand instinctively squeezed gently. How soft. Chapter 41. The depths of Shenanjia. Su Mu inhaled sharply, quickly pleading for mercy. Sister, I swear it wasn't intentional. Please believe me. Having cultivated the state of ultimate freedom, he understood the instinctual reactions of the body. That response was undoubtedly a primal instinct of a man towards a woman. Any man would have instinctively performed that action. Sister, you must believe me, it was truly unintentional. Su Kaiwei was somewhat speechless. Am I really that terrifying? Besides, I haven't even pushed your hand away. How could you be so foolish? You big silly. She sighed. Su Mu hastily withdrew his hand, relieved that his sister hadn't scolded him. He exhaled, I'm not a big fool. Su Kaiwei. Mu Shuiao. Mu Shuiao found it amusing. Su Mu only displayed such naivety in front of his sister. By the way, little brother, what about my mentor? Sister Gulan and Xiaoyu? You must save them. Su Kaiwei finally remembered them. Su Mu nodded and quickly made his way to Su Xiaoyu's side. After sensing her condition, he determined she was merely unconscious and had not sustained any other injuries. He pinched her cheek gently. Once she awakened, he instantly teleported to Dongfang Gulan's side. Dongfang Gulan was a 28-year-old woman with fair skin and a perfect figure, exuding the charm of maturity. Another exquisite beauty. Although she was also unconscious, Su Mu sensed that her injuries were quite severe. This time, he did not dare to place his hands on her chest. Instead, he grasped her delicate hand and began to heal her. As the violet glow dissipated, Dongfang Gulan slowly opened her eyes. Who are you? Upon seeing a handsome young man holding her hand, she swiftly recoiled. Sister Gulan, this is my brother Su Mu. He is the one who saved us. Su Kaiwei hurriedly introduced. Your brother? Saved us? Dongfang Gulan's eyes widened in disbelief. Hadn't Su Kaiwei's brother only recently awakened? How could he have saved them from an 8th-level powerhouse? She scrutinized Su Mu, who had slightly parted hair and striking features, with a youthful innocence. Particularly, the confident smile gracing his lips made him quite the charming young man. Dongfang Gulan's gaze shifted downward to her hands. Indeed, my injuries have healed. She was acutely aware of her injuries. Having been struck by the extraordinary power of an 8th-level warrior, it was miraculous that she had survived. Yet, now she was saved by a young man. What was happening? Suddenly, Su Xiaoyu dashed over, excitement radiating from her. Sumu, you're alive? Sumu twitched his mouth. Was I supposed to be dead? Su Xiaoyu quickly shook her head. No, I just thought you had died. She was baffled by her own thoughts. A 3rd-level warrior daring to confront Zhao Qing and his crew was indeed reckless. Sumu couldn't help but tap her head lightly. Although he was touched, her actions were undeniably foolish. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu's usual indifference was replaced by embarrassment and awkwardness. She had acted on impulse, driven solely by a desire for vengeance for her half-relative. Su Kaiwei paused, sensing a familiarity between this girl and Sumu. Brother, how do you know? Before she could finish, Dongfang Gulan interjected. Whereas that 8th-level powerhouse from the Xiao family. Why is he missing? Although she was puzzled by Sumu's rescue, she was more concerned about the whereabouts of Zhao Gang and his companions. Missing? The 3 women quickly scanned their surroundings. Aside from the destroyed trees, only the deep pit remained. Zhao Gang and his crew had truly vanished. They must have fled deeper into Shenanjia, Sumu explained. He had observed Zhao Gang's movements while treating the women, but chose not to intervene, allowing them to escape deeper into the Shenanjia. He had memorized their aura, and at any moment he could appear by their side. That is splendid, Dongfang Gulan asserted. If they venture deeper into Shenanjia, they're doomed. Why is that? Su Xiaoyu furrowed her brow, a bit puzzled. Mu Xiao suddenly recalled something, her lips parting. I remember there was news about a 9th-level beast residing deep within Shenanjia. If they enter that depth, they will undoubtedly encounter that beast. This revelation likely explained why Dongfang Gulan was so certain of their fate. Dongfang Gulan's eyes lit up, surprised by the intelligence of this ample-chested girl. Yes, if they confront the 9th-level beast, survival is impossible. The disparity between 7th and 8th levels is vast, but the difference between 8th and 9th levels is, to exaggerate, almost otherworldly. In contrast to Dongfang Gulan and the others, Su Kaiwei understood her brother's true capabilities and cautiously inquired, Brother, with your current strength, can you defeat Zhao Ping and his uncle? Piece of cake. Sumu's gaze shifted toward the depths of Shenanjia. In his perception, Zhao Gang and his companions were indeed fleeing deeper. Additionally, a formidable presence lingered in the very depths of the forest. This must be the 9th-level beast Mu Shuyao had mentioned. Judging by its aura, its combat power was around 1,500 points. Considering its extraordinary abilities and connection to the forces of nature, its comprehensive combat strength could reach approximately 2,000 points, comparable to Raditz upon arriving on Earth. Just trash. Piece of cake? Upon hearing Su Mu's words, Dongfang Gulan and Su Xiaoyu gawked in astonishment. Could Su Kaiwei's earlier claims possibly be true? Had Su Mu truly rescued them from that 8th-level powerhouse? Su Muyu. Mu Shuyao covered her mouth, her heart racing. She had assumed Su Mu had reached the 8th level, but it appeared she had miscalculated. Did that mean Su Mu had attained the 9th level? Or perhaps even surpassed it? Don't speak. Quickly hold hands. I will now take you all to eliminate them. Chapter 42. The Young King. Sumu ignoring the reactions of the crowd, Sumu swiftly instructed everyone to hold hands. He grasped his sister's delicate hand with one hand, while the other pressed against his forehead. In the next moment, with a whoosh, Sumu and the others vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Shenanjia forest, cries of despair echoed as Fei Yuan and Lu Kangping shouted, Zhao Eryi, don't leave us behind. Their faces were etched with hopelessness. Just moments ago, Zhao Gang had abandoned them, fleeing deeper into the wilderness with Zhao Ping. In this primitive forest teeming with strange beasts, they were utterly defenseless, and with their mere 5th-level strength, survival was a distant dream. At that moment, countless vines surged towards them. No. In an instant, Fei Yuan and Lu Kangping were consumed, their screams reverberating through the forest. Deeper within the woods, Zhao Ping was being dragged by the nape of his neck by Zhao Gang as they darted through the trees. Hearing the final cries of his companions, Zhao Ping turned back, unable to suppress his sorrow. Uncle, can't we take them with us? Shut up. Zhao Gang slapped him sharply. If it weren't for your foolishness, our Xiao family wouldn't be in such dire straits. Rescue others? If you weren't the last descendant of my elder brother, I would have discarded you too. After berating him, Zhao Gang continued deeper into the Shenanjia. Zhao Ping covered his face, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. My father has never struck me. How dare you? Unbeknownst to Zhao Gang, he was unaware of Zhao Ping's thoughts. Glancing back, he noted that Sumu had not pursued them. With a sigh of relief, Zhao Gang relaxed his tense body. Sumu overwhelmed him in every aspect, leaving him reliant on the 9th-level beast lurking in the depths of Shenangjia for deterrence. It appeared that Sumu truly dared not venture further inside. As long as he could endure until Sumu departed or find another route to escape, his crisis would be averted. After traversing swiftly for a while, Zhao Gang halted, tossing Zhao Ping aside. Xiao Ping, don't blame your uncle for striking you. Your actions were simply foolish. It's all my fault. I don't blame you, uncle. Zhao Ping lowered his head, seemingly remorseful. Little did Zhao Gang know, a ruthless glint lay hidden in Zhao Ping's gaze. Zhao Gang cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Towering trees loomed overhead, their dense foliage obscuring much of the sunlight. The atmosphere was dark and oppressive. They had reached the innermost depths of Shenangjia. Yet Zhao Gang felt something was amiss. Not a single beast, even of the first level, was in sight. What is going on? Let us move to another area. Sensing something was wrong, Zhao Gang prepared to leave when, suddenly, with a whoosh, a man and 4 women appeared before him. This is, Zhao Ping? Su Xiaoyu and Dongfang Gulan, having just landed, were utterly bewildered. Didn't Zhao Ping get taken deep into Shenangjia by that 8th-level powerhouse? Could it be? They exchanged glances, gasping in shock. Is this truly the innermost part of Shenangjia? Indeed, we have arrived, Mu Shueyo feigned calmness. Though she had experienced instant teleportation before, the shock remained fresh. Only Su Kaiwei appeared undisturbed. Please, my brother is a being of supreme caliber in the Dragon Ball realm. What is so astonishing about teleportation? With such a brother, she felt no pride at all. Noticing her sister's inexplicable arrogance, Sumu turned to Zhao Ping, teasingly asking, "Where are you headed?" What? The sudden appearance of Sumu and his companions caused Zhao Gang to tremble uncontrollably. Such unanticipated speed was beyond anything he had ever witnessed. His awakened extraordinary power was lightning, and among all 8th-level warriors, he prided himself on his speed. How did you arrive so swiftly? Why didn't I sense anything? Zhao Gang swallowed hard. Zhao Ping, already haunted by Sumu, cowered behind Zhao Gang, too frightened to speak. Ignoring Zhao Gang's query, Sumu turned to his sister and asked, "How shall you torment them?" "First, help me incapacitate them," she replied. "Very well," Sumu nodded. In the next moment, he erupted with a crimson aura. 5-fold King's fist. Combat power 1,500 points. Boom. A terrifying wave of energy burst forth from Sumu, expanding outward and causing nearby trees to collapse instantly. This power. Su Xiaoyu and Dongfang Gulan were blown to the ground by the raging winds, utterly astonished. It was true. The one who rescued them from that 8th-level powerhouse was indeed Sumu. Sumu was undeniably powerful. Mu Shuiyao was equally taken aback. She had seen Sumu glowing red before but hadn't thought much of it. Now, witnessing the crimson light again, she recalled another significant event. The young king. Mu Shuiyao clasped her mouth in excitement. The hero who resolved the beast tide in Jiang City was none other than Sumu. Memories of his heroic deeds flooded her mind, and her face flushed with admiration. Oh no. Upon seeing Sumu radiate with red energy once more, Zhao Gang's scalp prickled with dread. He grabbed Zhao Ping and attempted to flee. With a crackle, a bolt of lightning streaked through the forest. You cannot escape. Instant teleportation. Sumu appeared before Zhao Gang, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Zhao Gang's abdomen was struck, and his eyes widened in shock as Sumu's fist pressed against him. Pain. Excruciating pain. Zhao Gang felt as if his insides were shattering. Seeing his uncle defeated in an instant, Zhao Ping gasped in horror and pushed Zhao Gang. "Uncle, you're so strong. Help me block him." With that, he turned and fled in the opposite direction. Zhao Gang's fury reached its peak, and he could no longer contain himself, spewing blood. The nephew he had fought to protect had betrayed him at such a critical moment. You all shall perish. Zhao Gang's body began to swell ominously. Sumu harbored a significant secret. Otherwise, he could not have awakened with such immense power. If he could uncover the mystery behind Sumu's strength, he could become even mightier. The threat behind the rift in the sky could potentially be resolved. Yet the gap between them was insurmountable, and Zhao Gang realized he could not escape. The only option left was to self-destruct, drawing the attention of the 9th-level powerhouse. At that moment, he would ensure that the 9th-level beast would target both Sumu and his treacherous nephew. Let us all perish together. Chapter 43. The Gorilla and the Secrets of the Rift Death? No, the only ones who will perish are you. Sumu sneered as he unleashed another punch. In an instant, Zhao Gang's abdomen was pierced, and he deflated like a punctured balloon. The self-detonation had failed. It was over. Zhao Gang collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from his abdomen and mouth. Sister, I've incapacitated him. You can torment him first. I will go retrieve Xiao Ping for you. With that, Sumu vanished from sight. 3 seconds later, he returned with a wailing Xiao Ping in tow. Take me back to Kyoto just so a beggar can humiliate me? You're not taking me back now? Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the sight of his second uncle being crushed by Su Caiwei's heel. Having experienced the excruciating pain of such humiliation twice before, he was instantly paralyzed with terror, losing control of his bodily functions. Die. After tormenting Zhao Gang for 10 minutes, Su Caiwei ended his life with a single energy wave. A once formidable level 8 awakened warrior had met his demise at the hands of a mere level 6 woman. Now it's your turn, Xiao Ping. Su Caiwei, Mu Shuiyao, and Su Xiaoyu stood before him, their faces painted with fury. Sumu stood to the side, refraining from interfering. Xiao Ping, with his dyed yellow hair and shifty eyes, appeared contemptible. Had it not been for his fortunate parentage, he would have long since faced death at the hands of others for his despicable nature. You killed my mother, you killed my father, you killed my second uncle. You should be satisfied now. Please, spare me. Xiao Ping repeatedly bowed his head to the ground. TSK, TSK. Su Xiaoyu kicked him away, gritting her teeth. Isn't it your fault they died? Mu Shuiyao stepped forward, delivering another kick to his groin, her anger boiling over. Did you ever consider that this day might come? Su Caiwei remained silent but was more ruthless. She picked up a stone from the ground and smashed it against Zhao Ping's groin. His already injured groin suffered further devastation, causing him to writhe in agony. I was wrong. Please, spare me. His cries were intermingled with his regrets. Sumu shook his head. You don't genuinely repent. You merely realize that you are about to die. Half an hour passed, and another hour followed. For Xiao Ping, the architect of so much suffering, Su Caiwei and Mu Shuiyao tormented him mercilessly. By this time, Xiao Ping had broken legs and arms, his skin cracked. There was not a single unscathed spot on his body. Enough, let us end his life, Su Mu declared, unable to watch any longer. Su Caiwei and Mu Shuiyao nodded. They had vented much of their anger. With a thunderous roar, 2 energy waves burst forth from their hands, and Xiao Ping vanished completely from this world. A profound sense of relief washed over Su Caiwei and her companions. Brother, thank you for avenging me. Su Caiwei buried her face in Su Mu's embrace, her voice muffled. Su Mu chuckled. What are you thanking me for? You are my sister. This is what I ought to do. Upon hearing the word sister, Su Caiwei bit her lip. Her beautiful eyes filled with unspoken sorrow. Yet, she did not release him, continuing to cling to him, her head nestled against his chest. Inhaling his comforting scent, an overwhelming sense of security enveloped her. Observing the embrace between Caiwei and Su Mu, Mu Shuiyao felt an inexplicable twinge of envy, while Su Xiaoyu bowed her head, lost in her thoughts. By the way, Su Mu, at that moment, Dongfang Gulan finally spoke. Have you noticed that level 9 beast? With all the commotion we just caused, it should have sensed our presence. Su Mu's power was formidable, leaving her with many questions. Yet, this was someone else's secret. She felt it inappropriate to pry further. Sometimes, knowing too much could be detrimental. Speaking of which, I almost forgot. Su Caiwei emerged from her brother's embrace, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Could it be that the level 9 beast hasn't he detected us? Su Xiaoyu and Mu Shuiyao stood back to back. They were the weakest here and needed to be vigilant. A faint smile played on Su Mu's lips. It has already noticed us. Where is it? The women asked in unison, their voices tinged with tension. Su Mu pointed ahead, jesting, it's right in front of us. Atop that enormous tree. That tree ahead. The women followed Su Mu's gesture. This area had once been a forest, but the recent battle had left the surroundings devastated, creating a clearing of 100 meters. A colossal tree, 80 meters in diameter, loomed 100 meters away, its branches reaching toward the clouds like a world tree supporting the heavens. What a massive tree! The women exclaimed in awe. Such a tree would have been unimaginable before the mutation on Blue Star. Wait, what is that up there? Just then, a deafening roar echoed through the sky. A gigantic shadow leaped from the tree trunk. As it landed, the ground trembled as if a colossal beast had descended upon the earth. Careful! Su Caiwei attempted to retreat. But seeing her brother remain still, she hesitated and stayed put. Are we not running? If we don't, we can't escape anyway. Never mind, let's not run. Mu Shuiyao and the others observed Su Caiwei and her brother's lack of movement, and decided to stand their ground, though they hid behind Sumu. How enormous! Standing beside Sumu, Su Kaiwei gazed at the descending beast, her mouth agape. Mu Xiao and Su Xiaoyu's eyes filled with terror. It's a gorilla. Dongfang Gulan swallowed hard. So the legendary level 9 beast is indeed a gorilla. Following their gaze, a 50-meter-tall gorilla stood before them, with crimson eyes, sharp fangs, and a formidable physique. A mere sneeze from it sent gusts of wind swirling, causing nearby trees to sway violently. The oppressive aura emanating from this gorilla was terrifying. As the gorilla appeared, the women covered their mouths, and the beast made no move. The air became eerily silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Brother, what is it doing? Su Kaiwei tugged at Sumu's sleeve, whispering. Her voice seemed to shatter the fragile balance. Roar! The gorilla began to pound its chest, its roar reverberating painfully in the women's ears. Suddenly, Sumu's gaze sharpened as he stepped forward. The action startled Su Kaiwei and the others. Was he about to engage in combat? Should they flee? While they were lost in thought, Sumu unexpectedly began to pound his own chest, joining in the roaring. Roar! To the untrained eye, one might mistake Sumu for another gorilla. In truth, upon his arrival in the Dragon Ball world, he had indeed been akin to a gorilla, because he was a scion. Roar! Roar! The pair continued their thunderous calls. As time passed, Sumu's roars grew fainter, yet his gaze grew colder. He ceased his bellowing, suddenly looking up at the silver rift in the sky. Is this the secret of the rift? Chapter 44. The mysterious man with the staff. The recent roar of the gorilla was, in fact, a form of communication with him. Sumu was astonished to discover that the gorilla possessed such intelligence. This also corroborated Qing Gaoi's earlier assertion that some formidable beasts had already attained consciousness. Through their exchange, Sumu gleaned some hidden truths. Before the gorilla gained its intellect, it was merely an animal in a zoo. One fateful day, a rift appeared in the sky, and the energy emanating from it significantly enhanced both its power and wisdom. Subsequently, with its newfound strength, it realized that the food provided by the zoo was insufficient to satiate its hunger, prompting it to escape and eventually arrive in Shenanjia. From that moment, its power began to swell dramatically. Upon reaching the rank of a level 7 beast, mysterious information infiltrated its mind. I am your master. Caged humans. Create fear. Harvest fear. Having been close to humans since childhood, the gorilla initially thought it was losing its mind and even contemplated returning to its animal state to seek help from a human veterinarian. However, after defeating another level 7 beast, it learned the truth. All awakened beasts received similar messages in their minds, indicating that they were bound to obey their master's will. Thus, a consensus formed within the beast realm. Humans were their prey, and only by consuming humans could they evoke the utmost terror, especially when humans were kept in captivity, periodically reaping a harvest of fear. Nevertheless, unlike other beasts, the gorilla's affinity for humans prevented it from committing such acts. This was why it refrained from attacking Sumu and his companions. Inquiring about the identity of the beast master, Sumu learned from the gorilla that it was uncertain of that individual's true nature. However, on one moonlit night, it had seen a figure emerge from the rift. But fear had restrained it from gazing too long. Only the staff in the figure's hand remained etched in its memory. The gorilla speculated that this self-proclaimed master of beasts was likely that very individual. The rift in the sky was probably directly linked to the one wielding the staff. This was the information Sumu gathered from the gorilla. He also inquired about the connection between humans and beasts. The gorilla claimed to possess some knowledge, but, having never involved itself in the affairs of other beasts, was unaware of the specifics. What is happening? Was that roar just now a form of communication with the gorilla? Su Xiaoyu furrowed her brow. In the forest clearing, Sumu stood motionless, his expression grave, while the gorilla ceased its roaring. The scene was peculiar, a level 9 beast and a human, where typically, beasts would see humans as mere food. Ordinarily, upon spotting a human, beasts would not forego a meal. Yet this gorilla refrained from attacking Sumu, merely vocalizing its presence. Sumu had no intention of aggression either. He had been vocalizing in a manner reminiscent of the gorilla, which was quite strange. I do not know. Mu Xiao shook her head, her intense gaze fixed on Sumu. However, given the current circumstances, the lack of confrontation is the best outcome. Despite the oddity of the situation, Dongfang Gulan understood that a battle was unlikely to ensue. Supporting her chin with her hand, her gaze on Sumu's silhouette grew increasingly curious. This younger brother of hers was indeed mysterious, able to coexist peacefully with a level 9 beast. In stark contrast to the others, only Su Kaiwei comprehended the situation. Her brother, in the Dragon Ball world, was a scion. Thus, calling him a gorilla was not entirely inaccurate. Their recent roars had likely been their mode of communication. Sukaiwei found this rather amusing, marveling at her brother's return to this world and his ability to converse with a gorilla. Suddenly, the ground trembled once more. The gorilla had dashed back towards the large tree. In the blink of an eye, it was back atop the tree. The rapid turn of events left the women momentarily stunned. "Brother, what just happened? Why did it run away?" Sukaiwei furrowed her brow. "Do not worry. It poses no threat to us. Let us return home," Sumu replied, diverting his gaze from the sky. Although he had uncovered some secrets regarding the rift from the gorilla, the identity of the staff-wielding figure remained shrouded in mystery. To learn more, he would likely have to wait until the Dragon Balls were created. Fortunately, they had already prepared the molds at home, and upon returning, he could summon the dragon with the power of miracles. Home. All right, we should head back. Sukaiwei grasped her brother's hand, intertwining their fingers like a couple. Sumu was taken aback by the softness of her hand. "Sister, why are you holding me like this? I almost died on this hunting trip. And I'm still a bit scared." With her face slightly smudged and now displaying a frightened expression, Sukaiwei appeared even more pitiful. "Do not be afraid. I am here." Sumu felt a surge of compassion, and without regard for the others, he clasped his sister's delicate hand in his. Sukaiwei's enchanting eyes curved into crescents, unable to suppress her secret joy. "Hiki, this silly brother may be a bit dim-witted, but his hand is truly warm." Sukaiwei noticed the gazes of Dongfang Gulen and the others but chose to ignore them. "Why are you all still standing there? Hurry and take my hand, or I might just leave you behind." With her chin held high, she joked, appearing somewhat foolish, her usual aloof demeanor fading away. Mu Xiao and Su Xiaoyu exchanged astonished glances. Isn't Sister Kaiwei always a cold, aloof beauty, looking down on everyone? Who knew she had such a side to her? Dongfang Gulen smirked knowingly, recognizing this aspect of her. Her gaze returned to Su Kaiwei's hand. But, is it truly appropriate for an elder sister to hold her younger brother's hand like this? Quit dawdling. If that gorilla comes back, you will be in trouble. Su Kaiwei extended her hand towards them. Upon hearing this, the three women's expressions changed dramatically, and they quickly grasped each other's hands as before. "Let us go? Let us hurry." "Very well, let us depart." Sumu utilized his teleportation ability to lead everyone away. Shenangjia soon returned to its former tranquility. Half a day after Sumu's departure, a seemingly inconspicuous shrub 100 meters away stirred slightly. The sleeping gorilla atop the towering tree remained oblivious to this occurrence. Chapter 45, bringing back 4 stunning beauties in recent days, the legend of the young king of realms sweeping through 10 level 8 beasts has spread throughout China. People have come to realize that, apart from the white aura, humanity can also unleash a red aura. The emergence of this red aura has sparked speculation. Could it indeed amplify one's strength significantly, much like the King Fist in the Dragon Ball anime? Regardless of the ultimate truth, the mere existence of this rumor has caused a tremendous stir. Suddenly, the entire nation is in pursuit of the young king of realms, hoping to learn from him and enhance their own powers. At Jing University, it has been reported that the Xiao family dispatched an 8th-level powerhouse to Shenangjia. Is Kaiwei all right? The principal reassured, "I've contacted Mentor Dongfang. They are safe and have returned to Jiang City." Jiang City? So, Kaiwei is back home? Yes. Her family resides in Jiang City. She and her brother are a formidable duo. Who would have thought Jiang City would produce 2 such terrifying geniuses? Yet, unexpectedly, another monster-level figure, the young king of realms, has emerged in Jiang City, capable of defeating 10 level 8 beasts. Such astonishing occurrences in a small Jiang City, it surely has exceptional feng shui. Principal, should we also seek out this young king of realms? Seek him out? No. Only fools would pursue that young king. He can defeat 10 level 8 beasts, which signifies that he is the foremost among humanity. He is not someone we can provoke. Our current objective is singular, to locate Saiwei's brother and ensure his admission to Jing University. Understood. I will notify Mentor Yu Chengfei immediately to expedite the search for Su Mu's whereabouts. In Jiang City, at the Southern Military District's garrison. Have you uncovered the identity of the young king of realms? Report, General Li. It seems as though the young king appeared out of thin air. We cannot trace his origins at all. Since you cannot determine the young king's background, what of Su Mu? Have you found any leads on him? Report, General. We have not located him either. You lot, never mind, continue investigating their whereabouts. Yes. Amidst the swirling currents of intrigue, Su Mu, the subject of all this attention, has just returned home with several young ladies. Mom, I'm back. Hearing her son's voice, Li Jing turned from the kitchen where she was preparing dinner. She was startled upon seeing him. 1, 2, 3, 4, counting the stunning beauties accompanying Su Mu. She realized her son had brought home 4 exquisite women at once. The first was breathtakingly beautiful, the second a voluptuous campus belle, the third a charming neighbor, and the fourth a mature seductress. My son is quite extraordinary, isn't he? Wait a moment. Isn't the first one my daughter? Li Jing paused in surprise. Today, Mu Xiao had come seeking help, saying a girl named Su Xiaoyu had gone missing, requesting her son's assistance. So, the charming neighbor must be Su Xiaoyu. But why has her daughter returned as well? And who is that mature seductress? Quickly, Li Jing pulled her son aside and whispered, "You rascal. I thought you want to save someone. How did you manage to bring back so many beauties at once?" Sumu shrugged. "It's just my sister and her mentor." That mature seductress is Caiwei's mentor? Who else would it be? I thought you had gotten into some trouble outside. Sumu, Dongfang Gulan. Other ladies. Seeing her mother's serious demeanor, Sumu felt both exasperated and amused. You're overthinking it. Ignoring her son, Li Jing approached Su Kaiwei. Kaiwei, why are you back? Didn't you say you'd return next week? I encountered my younger brother while hunting in Shenangjia, so we returned together. To spare her mother worry, Su Kaiwei refrained from sharing her experiences in Shenangjia. I see. Li Jing thought nothing of it, and turned to Dongfang Gulan, Mu Xiao, and Su Xiaoyu, warmly saying, "Welcome, please sit down. I'll call you when dinner is ready. Auntie, you don't need to prepare a meal for me. I'm heading home," Su Xiaoyu interjected suddenly. Her home lies just beyond the intersection nearby. The distance is not far. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze shifted to her. Xiaoyu, don't go back to that home. It's a hell for you. You should stay with your sister from now on. Su Kaiwei grasped her hand. Su Xiaoyu's hand was delicate, a result of years of malnutrition that she had yet to fully recover from. Li Jing looked at the slender girl and, recalling Caiwei's attitude towards her, immediately recognized who she was. Su Xiaoyu lost her mother at 10 and nearly fell victim to her father's betrayal at 16. Her early life was filled with sorrow. Had it not been for her daughter's help, Su Xiaoyu might not be alive today. Child, Kaiwei is your family. And Auntie is naturally your family as well. You should stay with us. Li Jing, filled with compassion, stepped forward to embrace Su Xiaoyu. The moment she did, she realized just how frail Su Xiaoyu was, and tears welled up in her eyes. However, Su Xiaoyu's upbringing had instilled in her a proud demeanor. She instinctively rejected kindness from others. Just days ago, when Sumu tried to teach her genuine martial arts, she had turned him down as well. If it weren't for Mu Xiao explaining that Su Mu was also akin to family, she likely wouldn't have accepted his goodwill. Suddenly, Sumu spoke up. Stop with the buts. My sister saved you back then. Haven't you thought about how to repay her? You might as well stay at my house and serve my sister. Su Kaiwei, Li Jing, Mu Xiao, and Dongfang Gulan all stared in wide-eyed disbelief. How can you say such things when someone is so pitiful? You're right. I should repay Sister Kaiwei. Then I will stay here. Su Xiaoyu peeked out from Li Jing's embrace, her expression devoid of anger, but filled with utmost seriousness. Su Kaiwei and the others were once again dumbfounded. This girl, who appeared so stubborn, why was she so easily swayed by others' words to agree to stay? Chapter 46. Letting Su Xiaoyu stay at my home. Sumu glanced at them, suppressing a smile. They clearly did not understand that dealing with someone as proud as Su Xiaoyu required a bit of provocation. Seemingly grasping Su Mu's intent, the others silently gave him a thumbs up. Turning to Su Xiaoyu, he said, "Since dinner isn't ready yet, allow me to take you home to pack your things. From now on, you shall reside with me." Su Mu was indifferent to his sister's sudden suggestion of having Su Xiaoyu stay. After all, there were ample rooms in his house. One Su Xiaoyu was no issue, and even if Mu Xiao and Dongfang Gulan both moved in, there would still be enough space. Moreover, Su Xiaoyu's plight was indeed pitiable. Having witnessed her father's attitude towards her, Sumu understood all too well what his sister had just mentioned. The home Su Xiaoyu spoke of was akin to a hellish realm for her. To be honest, even Sumu felt a twinge of sympathy for her. "Let us go." He beckoned Su Xiaoyu, stepping out the door. She emerged from Li Jing's embrace, following Su Mu like a well-behaved daughter-in-law. Observing their retreating figures, Mu Xiao broke into a relaxed smile. "Kaiwei, it seems Xiaoyu has agreed to stay at your place. Don't call me Kaiwei. We aren't that familiar yet. If it weren't for you, my family wouldn't be in this predicament." "What? I accompanied Su Mu to rescue you today. Why are you still upset with me?" Mu Xiao's eyes widened, her expression adorably foolish. "Ah, yes, you did help save me today." so I suppose I won't hold a grudge against you anymore. Ah, hearing you say that, I'm so thrilled. Mu Shuiao squealed, throwing herself into Su Caiwei's embrace. Su Caiwei chuckled, finding amusement in the girl's antics. Wait a moment, Caiwei. Didn't you say you just happened to run into your brother on the way back? Li Jing emerged from the kitchen, wielding a spatula, her expression fierce. What was that about you being rescued? Oh no, I've exposed myself. Su Caiwei's expression shifted, and she hurriedly urged Dongfang Guilin and Mu Shuiao upstairs. Su Caiwei, stop right there and clarify. Their mother's furious voice echoed from behind, prompting Su Caiwei to quicken her pace. She led Dongfang Guilin and Mu Shuiao to her room, where she intended to retrieve a hot water kettle from her brother's room since hers was broken. However, upon opening the door, her eyes widened in astonishment. There lay a dragon-shaped mold on the floor of her brother's room. What on earth is this? Meanwhile, Su Mu and Su Xiaoyu approached the intersection, with Su Xiaoyu's home not far down the other path. Su Mu, thank you for saving me today, Su Xiaoyu murmured. Her head bowed as she nervously fiddled with her clothing. Suddenly, Su Mu halted. Bang! Su Xiaoyu bumped into his back, letting out a muffled grunt as she covered her nose. Why did you stop? She exclaimed, finally showing some emotion. Su Mu turned to her, saying, You ought to express yourself more. Don't always wear a cold expression. Embrace a variety of feelings, or you'll find life burdensome. Embrace more feelings? Su Xiaoyu lowered her head again. Seeing this, Su Mu rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. When Mu Shuiao was around, she was not so withdrawn. He had anticipated that she would be so reserved when alone with him. However, he understood that this was tied to Su Xiaoyu's upbringing. He sighed. You needn't thank me. During my absence these past few days, you were preoccupied with thoughts of avenging me, were you not? Shouldn't I be thanking you instead? But I didn't manage to help you take revenge. Instead, you saved me. Su Xiaoyu blushed slightly, feeling embarrassed. Let me ask you this. How did you come to think of avenging me? We've only known each other for a few days. Finally, Su Mu voiced his curiosity. Su Xiaoyu bit her lip, pondering for a moment before slowly responding. Because you were Caiwei's brother. You are, in a way, family to me. Family? Su Mu was taken aback. Had he really made such an impression on her just by being related to Caiwei? He suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Su Xiaoyu fell silent as well. She too wished to repay her benefactor. Yet soon she would turn 18, and she contemplated committing an unspeakable act, patricide. She wanted to express her gratitude to Caiwei before taking her own life, but with Caiwei absent from the city, she had turned her focus to her brother. I know a bit about your family situation. Don't dwell on it. Let the past be the past. Su Mu gently ruffled her hair. Your home is truly unsuitable for you. From now on, stay with me. Given how fiercely you wish to help me, I won't turn you away. As he tousled her hair, Su Xiaoyu, particularly aware of the fact that he was male, would have typically retaliated fiercely. However, this was Su Mu. If she harmed him, Caiwei would likely retaliate against her. Moreover, she almost forgot that she wouldn't stand a chance against him. Su Xiaoyu lifted her chin, quietly watching Su Mu ruffle her hair. As dusk settled, the orange light cast half of Su Mu's face in brightness and the other half in shadow. The illuminated side was sharp and defined, while the shadowed side held a depth of mystery. His confident, sunny smile lingered on his lips, etching itself into Su Xiaoyu's heart, leaving her transfixed like a little rabbit. Let us go, Su Mu said, retracting his hand and moving toward the other side of the intersection. All right. Once I tidy up my things, I'll take care of the tea and water at your house. Su Mu's lips twitched. Was she genuinely intent on repaying her sister in this manner? He chose to remain silent as he continued towards Su Xiaoyu's home. Yet, as they approached, the cold aura surrounding Su Xiaoyu intensified. Upon reaching her doorstep, the chill seemed almost palpable, accompanied by an expression of profound disdain in her eyes. Su Mu observed these changes, clenching his fists. How much did she despise this place? Come in, Su Xiaoyu said, opening the door to her home. It was a modest flat, the walls in disrepair, rainwater seeping in when it rained. Upon entering, the state of cleanliness was even more distressing. Leftover food littered the table alongside empty bottles and discarded clothing strewn about. I apologize for the mess, Su Xiaoyu said, feeling embarrassed and ashamed, a tear threatening to fall. This was her home for the past 17 years. Su Mu shook his head. It's all right. This won't be your home anymore. Go and pack your things. Noticing the absence of mockery on Su Mu's face, warmth surged through Su Xiaoyu's heart. Following his instructions, she entered her room to gather her belongings. As a young girl alone in her room, Su Mu felt it inappropriate to intrude, so he remained standing in the living area. Half an hour passed without a sight of Su Xiaoyu's father. Perhaps he was out drinking again. Just as Su Mu thought her father might not return, the front door suddenly swung open. Immediately, a strong smell of alcohol assailed the senses, accompanied by two boisterous voices. Xiaoing, let me tell you. For a bride price of merely 3 million, I would gladly allow my daughter to marry you. With her exceptional cultivation talent, marrying you would undoubtedly be a wise choice. After all, she possesses an SS-level cultivation aptitude. However, whether it is a wise choice or not depends on the first meeting. If he turns out to be an ugly fellow, then her only redeeming quality would be her cultivation talent, and in that case, the bride price should certainly be halved. Chapter 47. Are you still human? The door creaked open to reveal a disheveled, inebriated middle-aged man, accompanied by a rotund, balding elder from the Mediterranean region, flanked by two bodyguards. However, as the filthy man stumbled into the room, he was taken aback to find a young boy standing in his home. Who are you? How did you get in here? The drunken man's stupor began to dissipate as he bellowed in anger. 3 million in dowry? Marriage? Just then, Su Xiaoyu emerged from a nearby room, her fist clenched tightly as she overheard the conversation. Sumu surmised that this drunken, filthy man must be Su Xiaoyu's father. Xiaoyu. You're back. Sudagnian, exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. He paid no mind to Su Mu's presence and hurriedly brought the Mediterranean elder, Xiaoing, before his daughter. Grinning ear to ear. Xiaoyu, look. This is the husband I've found for you. Just serve him well, dear. No need to focus on training all day long. Xiaoing, with his protruding belly, appraised Su Xiaoyu up and down, stroking his bald head. Sudagnian, your daughter is quite lovely, though she could use a bit more flesh on her bones. He nodded approvingly, adding, with some nurturing, she'll be quite delightful. I'm satisfied with her. That 3 million is no issue for me. His voice was grating, akin to a phlegmy cough that sent shivers down the spine. Su Xiaoyu stood at the door, feeling suffocated by the scene unfolding in the hall. This was her so-called good father. She glanced at Su Mu, realizing once again that he was witnessing her humiliation. Tears welled up in her eyes as she confronted Sudagnian. Sudagnian, do you intend to sell me again? Are you even human? What do you mean? Sudagnian, I'm your father. Sudagnian replied earnestly. I'm not selling you. I'm securing a good future for you. Look at Mr. Xiao. Yes. He is a bit older, but he is wealthy. Marrying him means you'll never worry about food or clothing again. Sudagnian felt exasperated, lamenting how his daughter failed to understand his intentions. Xiaoing, clearing his throat, chuckled. I hear you possess SS-level cultivation talent, Xiaoyu. Quite impressive. If you come with me, I'll cover all your cultivation needs. And if you bear me a chubby child, I'll reward you with an additional 10 million. Upon hearing 10 million, Sudagnian's eyes sparkled with greed. Xiaoyu, did you hear that? 10 million. You must agree to Mr. Xiao. His excited voice echoed through the hall. Su Xiaoyu trembled with rage. After enduring her father's behavior for 17 years, she could no longer bear it. After killing her father, she would take her own life. If you wish for death, I shall grant it. Wiping her tears, she summoned all her strength and kicked at Sudagnian. Watch out. The bodyguards reacted swiftly, positioning themselves in front of Sudagnian and intercepting Su Xiaoyu's attack. The hall resonated with the sound of impact. Boss, she is a level 3 warrior. One bodyguard informed Xiaoing. Indeed, as Sudagnian described, this girl possesses commendable strength. Xiaoing stroked his chin. Fortunately, I brought along 2 level 4 warriors. Sudagnian quickly retreated, clutching his chest and gasping for air. If it weren't for Mr. Xiao's strong companions, I would have been finished. At this moment, Sudagnian pointed an accusatory finger at Su Xiaoyu, fuming, You ungrateful daughter, do you truly wish to commit patricide? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Divine retribution? Su Xiaoyu exclaimed in despair. You killed my mother. Why didn't you suffer any punishment then? You. Sudagnian gritted his teeth. You little wretch. I knew you sought revenge. When you were younger, I should have put an end to you. He turned to Xiaoing, bowing obsequiously. Please, Mr. Xiao. Take care of this wretched girl. Do with her as you wish. Ha ha ha, such a fine girl deserves proper training. Xiaoing waved his hand at his 2 bodyguards. Seize her. There's a reward for you. A triumphant smile spread across Sudagnian's face, envisioning another 3 million in his pocket. Wait. Su Mu, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Everyone turned to him, puzzled. Who is this guy? Su classmate, come stand behind me. I assure you, no one shall take you away. Su Mu beckoned. Who are you? Stay out of my family matters. Sudagnian began, but was cut short. A shadow darted across the hall, and Sudagnian was sent flying backward. Bang! The door shattered. Ah! Sudagnian clutched his abdomen, writhing in pain on the floor. Sumo observed as Su Xiaoyu joined him, hesitantly asking, "Su classmate, you won't blame me for this, will you?" He had approached her to preemptively intervene. But he hadn't anticipated this turn of events. "No, thank you for helping me," Su Xiaoyu replied, wiping her tears and shaking her head. She understood Su Mu's intentions. He sought to liberate her from this hellish existence. A warm current flowed through her heart, leaving her deeply touched. "You seek death? You dare interfere with the woman I desire? Attack!" Zhao Kong, incensed by the display between the two, barked another command. The two bodyguards moved forward, unleashing their level 4 warrior strength, swiftly positioning themselves beside Su Mu. "Prepare to die." The two bodyguards lunged forward simultaneously. Chapter 48. What a reckless fool you are faced with attacks from both sides. Su Mu shook his head. These two individuals were far too weak to pique his interest. Standing behind Su Mu, Su Xiaoyu displayed no signs of fear. After all, Su Mu was capable of vanquishing an 8th-level warrior. Indeed, before the two bodyguards could even reach him, Su Mu had already forced 2 energy capsules into their mouths. Bang! Bang! Su Mu's mastery over power had reached its zenith, reducing the two bodyguards to mere ashes without affecting the surrounding environment in the slightest. Gasp! The Mediterranean elder inhaled sharply. Had his 2 4th-level bodyguards just been obliterated? Su Daji, writhing on the ground, was so startled that he forgot his pain. Who on earth was this person? The woman you fancied? Su Mu approached Zhao Kong, his expression as frigid as ice. "You, an old fool on the brink of the grave, dare to coerce others?" "No, no, no." Zhao Kong, paralyzed with fear, quickly waved his hands. "I was blind to not recognize your greatness. I truly had no idea this girl was your girlfriend. I was wrong. It was Su Daji who incited me." He pointed at Su Daji, who was attempting to flee towards the door. "Damn!" Su Daji cursed inwardly, nearly escaping, and thought bitterly how despicable this old pig was. As Su Mu approached, Su Daji trembled more violently. "And no, please don't kill me. I am Xiaoyu's father. If you slay me, Xiaoyu will hate you for eternity." Su Daji felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, his face growing increasingly pale. "Silence!" Su Xiaoyu screamed in a fit of rage. "You are unworthy of being my father." Su Mu glanced at her and sighed. He stepped in front of Su Daji, gripping his neck tightly and lifting him off the ground. "Since I awoke, I have witnessed you berating Su Tongxue more than once. How dare you, a mere mortal, treat a 3rd-level warrior with such contempt? Just because she is your daughter, you presume she would never strike back at you? You have failed miserably, both as a person and as a father." Su Mu's grip tightened further. Su Daji struggled desperately, his pale face turning a deep shade of blue, a clear sign of suffocation. Su Mu had long since considered killing him, yet he hesitated, as this man was indeed Su Xiaoyu's father. "Su Tongxue, may I kill him?" Su Mu turned to ask. "Don't." Su Xiaoyu's response surprised him. But she continued, "Don't dirty your hands. Let me do it." Her expression was filled with torment, although she had resolved to commit patricide on her coming of age. This man was her biological father. Yet, she could not forsake her mother as vengeance. "He killed my mother. I must slay him myself." Su Xiaoyu approached Su Daji, her gaze filled with complexity. Was the day of patricide finally upon her? So be it. Kill him, and then end my own life. The mere thought brought her an unexpected sense of relief. She was finally liberated. "No, don't. I'm your father. Xiaoyu, are you truly going to commit patricide?" Even in the throes of oxygen deprivation, Su Daji managed to utter these desperate words. "Wait." Su Mu abruptly halted Su Xiaoyu, having recognized her inner turmoil. It was evident she might seek to end her own life after committing patricide. Unaware that Su Mu had discerned her thoughts, Su Xiaoyu came to a stop. Su Mu proposed, "There exists a method that allows you to exact your vengeance without the need for your direct involvement. What do you think of such a method?" "Exacting revenge without having to act myself?" Su Xiaoyu was puzzled. "Is there truly such a method? Follow me." Su Mu dispatched Zhao Kong with a wave of his energy and led Su Daji and Su Xiaoyu out of the humble abode. "Shenanjia." With a whoosh, 3 figures appeared in the sky. "Is this Shenanjia?" Su Xiaoyu recognized the place immediately. She had nearly perished here that very day. "I know what you're thinking. In truth, your father is not worth sacrificing your own life for." Su Mu held Su Daji in one hand and grasped Su Xiaoyu's arm with the other. After all, Su Xiaoyu was merely a 3rd-level warrior and could not fly. "You knew." Su Xiaoyu lowered her head, unable to face Su Mu. Su Mu positioned Su Daji before her. "If you cast him down, and he survives to leave this place, consider it a reprieve for him. You need not bear the weight of guilt. He did not finish his thought. The anomalies within Shenanjia were abundant, and Su Daji, being the worthless man he was, would undoubtedly not survive. Boom. Su Xiaoyu felt as though a thunderclap had echoed in her mind, her eyes brightening with realization. Why didn't I think of this method? Here, take him. Sumu urged Su Xiaoyu to hold her father. No, don't, Xiaoyu. I was wrong. Please don't throw me. Su Daji's breakdown was beyond comprehension. He never believed his daughter would dare to kill him. Su Daji, you murdered my mother. Now it is my turn to avenge her. Su Xiaoyu tightened her grip on his neck, a cold smile on her lips. However, as my biological father, I shall grant you a chance. If you can escape alive, she could not be bothered to finish her sentence, simply hurling the disgraceful man away. In that moment, Su Xiaoyu felt an unprecedented lightness. Without the burden of guilt, she had avenged her mother's death. Finally, I am free. Ah. Su Daji plummeted into the primordial forest of Shenanjia, and soon, the sounds of dismemberment and consumption echoed from below. Fearing Su Daji might survive, Sumu watched the entire process of his demise, even sensing his energy countless times. Only when he was certain Su Daji's presence had vanished entirely did Sumu allow a smile to spread across his face. Sumu, thank you. Su Xiaoyu suddenly embraced the young man beside her. Sumu tensed. He had misjudged the situation terribly. This girl, clad in faded school uniforms and appearing so frail, possessed a remarkable figure, with curves that were unexpectedly soft. What's wrong? Su Xiaoyu noticed Sumu's slight tremor and looked at him with curiosity. It's nothing. I merely find the moon to be particularly round tonight. Sumu took a deep breath, directing his gaze toward the sky as he attempted to shift his focus. As dusk fell, the moon emerged. Su Xiaoyu glanced at it and suddenly sensed something, her ears turning slightly pink. Sumu, it's getting late. We should return home. Su Xiaoyu wriggled out of Sumu's embrace but did not distance herself. Instead, she tightly linked her arms around his. Sumu's arm brushed against her chest once more, but she paid it no mind. He was her savior, and this was merely a token of gratitude. Could you please release me? I want tea. Don't you like this? What a reckless fool you are. Let us go. Chapter 49. What is that dragon-shaped clay figurine? At 8 p.m., Sumu and his companion finally returned home. Mom, I'm back. Hurry and get dinner ready. I'm famished. You impudent child. What time do you call this? Li Jing inquired about their late return, but Sumu chose not to mention the incident with Su Danian. He preferred to let bygones be bygones, merely stating that he had taken longer due to the numerous belongings of Su Xiaoyu. No one seemed skeptical, however, when they glanced at Su Xiaoyu. They noticed a subtle transformation in her demeanor. The coldness that once graced her features had been replaced by a hopeful smile, radiating dreams of the future. They exchanged knowing smiles, affirming that the decision to extricate Su Xiaoyu from her tumultuous family was indeed judicious. Let's eat. With Su Mu's arrival, dinner commenced in earnest. The gathering was lively, enriched by the presence of Su Xiaoyu, Mu Shuiyao, and Dongfang Gulan, especially Dongfang Gulan, a mature woman of striking beauty, who appeared to possess an innate talent for socializing. Under her influence, laughter filled the air as each person was drawn into joyous mirth. Sumu relished this vibrant life, a stark contrast to the solitude he had known in the Dragon Ball world. Yet, since his awakening, he had incapacitated Xiaoping and annihilated the Xiao family. Today, he not only vanquished an 8th-level adversary, but also coexisted peacefully with a 9th-level beast. Li Jing remained oblivious to these matters. But Mu Shuiyao and others had witnessed the astonishing events firsthand. To them, Su Mu was shrouded in mystery, which naturally led to discussions about him during dinner. You all have no idea, Su Mu was quite the mischievous child. Li Jing, filled with joy, began recounting tales of her son's childhood antics, climbing trees to catch birds, fishing in rivers, using firecrackers to blow up dung pits, and even wetting the bed at the age of 7. Su Mu, overhearing these tales, felt his face darken with embarrassment. He intended to retort, but his sister Su Kaiwei interjected, steering the conversation. Laughter erupted around the table, and Su Xiaoyu, upon hearing about Su Mu's carefree childhood, looked on with envy, wishing for a life as joyful as his. However, she resolved that she would dedicate herself to his family in the future. Surely, she would find happiness in that. Mu Shuiyao's gaze remained fixed on Su Mu. Had it not been for him, she would have perished a year ago. He had saved her. But that act of heroism had also drawn retaliation upon his family. Most critically, just after his reawakening, he had once again saved her entire family. How could she ever repay such kindness? As the clock struck 10, the dinner concluded. Hey, it's getting late. Let me escort you home, Sumu suggested. Looking at Mu Xiao, her long, elegant legs draped over the sofa glimmered enticingly under the soft lighting. Thank you for your trouble, she replied, rising from the couch, her legs appearing even more elongated. After exchanging farewells with Li Jing and the others, Sumu used his teleportation ability to whisk her back to the Mu family estate. Just as Sumu prepared to return home, Mu Xiao regarded him with an unusual expression. Tomorrow is Monday. Will you be returning to school? I have some matters to attend to, and will postpone my return until I resolve them, he replied. He had to awaken the divine dragon and truly had little time to spare. After all, attending school was merely a pastime for him, and whether he went or not was inconsequential. However, there were several nuisances at school that he intended to deal with when he had the time. Nothing pressing. I shall take my leave now. Sumu placed his finger on his forehead. Sumu, what is it? Never mind, you go ahead. Mu Xiao opened her mouth but swallowed her words. Nodding, Sumu vanished in an instant. On the rooftop garden of their home, Su Kaiwei and Dongfang Gulan stood beneath the stars. Gulan, I must return to school. How about you? I'll return once I break through to the 7th level. Would you kindly assist me in requesting a leave of absence? Su Kaiwei tossed her hair aside, revealing her graceful neck, reminiscent of a swan's elegance, captivating Dongfang Gulan's attention. Breaking through to the 7th level? Dongfang Gulan snapped back to reality, contemplating, well, given your brother's mysterious nature and his assistance, it is no surprise you anticipate reaching the 8th level soon. To be able to defeat an 8th level powerhouse, that is truly unparalleled. Your brother is indeed enigmatic. Why not stay, Gulan? I can have him teach you as well. Su Tsaiwei's eyes sparkled with pride. It was difficult not to feel boastful with such a remarkable brother. You cheeky girl, now you're tempting me. Dongfang Gulan playfully poked her waist, feigning annoyance. However, I must return to handle school matters, especially concerning the credits for your recent beast hunting expedition. I need to ensure they are added. You're still trying to tempt me? Su Kaiwei, you truly are incorrigible. Tickled. Su Kaiwei laughed heartily. I surrender. Please, spare me, Gulan. Humph. This time I shall let you off the hook. Dongfang Gulan ceased her teasing, her expression turning serious. Kaiwei, I want to pry into your brother's affairs, but you must understand his mysterious nature has likely attracted considerable attention. If you wish to avoid disturbances in your life, remind him to be cautious. Understood. I actually haven't discussed this with my brother, but it's not a major concern. Even if his identity is revealed, it won't matter. In the Dragon Ball world, he stands as a formidable force. No amount of chaos could possibly threaten our family. With your brother protecting you, I need not worry about your safety. I must take my leave now. With that, Dongfang Gulan enveloped herself in a radiant aura and soared into the night sky. Gulan, thank you for your care this past year. Su Kaiwei called out as she watched Dongfang Gulan's retreating figure. Turning briefly, Dongfang Gulan glanced back at Su Kaiwei but did not linger, swiftly vanishing into the heavens. As Su Kaiwei prepared to descend, suddenly, a figure appeared beside her. Sister, what are you doing here? Sumu looked around, puzzled by her presence on the rooftop. Sumu, she began, her expression grave. I need to ask you, what is that dragon-shaped clay figurine in your room? Chapter 50, Sumu's academic journey in the Dragon Ball world. Dragon-shaped clay figurine? Sumu was taken aback. What dragon-shaped clay figurine? What are you talking about, sis? Su Kaiwei rolled her eyes. What else could it be? The clay figurine you made in your room. This fellow looked just like he did in his childhood, adorably foolish. However, that foolishness was quite endearing. Gazing at her handsome younger brother, she couldn't help but lick her red lips. What you're referring to is the Shenlong mold. I thought you meant something else. Sumu's mouth twitched. Shenlong? Su Kaiwei snapped back to attention, her pupils suddenly narrowing. The plot of Dragon Ball revolved around the 7 Dragon Balls. Once gathered, they could summon Shenlong, who could grant nearly any wish. Brother, you can create Shenlong? Is that true? Su Kaiwei covered her mouth, excitement bubbling within her. If she could truly summon Shenlong, she could awaken their father. That's not difficult, Sumu replied with a smile. In the Dragon Ball world, there's a realm called the Dragon Realm, akin to the Omni-King's universe. However, unlike the Omni-King's universe, the Dragon Realm is ruled by Salama, and its inhabitants are known as the Dragon Clan. Just like the Namekians, they're a branch of the Dragon Clan. Almost all excellent members of the Dragon Clan can create Shenlong. To awaken Shenlong, however, one needs to harness miraculous power. As Sumu sat on the swing, he related tales of the Dragon Ball world to his sister. Su Kaiwei joined him, resting her head on his shoulder as she listened intently. She had some knowledge of Salama, seemingly a being of similar status as the Omni-King. When I ventured into the Dragon Ball world, it was around the year 735 of the Ag era, Sumu said, draping an arm over his sister's shoulder. At that time, Frieza had yet to destroy planet Vegeta. Thankfully, I escaped quickly, otherwise, I would have encountered that wretched little tyrant in 2 years. Frieza. At the mention of that name, Su Tsaiwei's eyes sparkled. While she wasn't very familiar with Salama, she knew Frieza well, especially his infamous line, "My battle power is 530. 000. That statement carried an immense sense of pressure, unmatched by any other line in the entire anime. After I left Planet Vegeta, I focused on my development. I traveled to Yardrat to learn instant transmission and to Metamore to master the fusion technique. Eventually, I reached a certain level and ventured into the Dragon Realm, where I learned to harness miraculous power. Once Sumu finished recounting his academic journey, he noticed his sister's gaze had shifted. She was looking up at him, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unusual light, a peculiar expression gracing her face, and drool even trickling from the corner of her mouth. "What's wrong? Why do you look like you want to devour me?" Sumu was startled and quickly stood up. I'm not doing anything." Su Kaiwei wiped her mouth, realizing her younger brother's handsomeness had momentarily distracted her. Clearing her throat, she quickly changed the subject. "So, brother, is it true that you can create Shenlong?" "Of course. I could do it before, and I still can now. It's just that some techniques and powers require reaching a certain level to be executed." Sumu looked up at the fissure in the sky, his tone profound. "Awakening Shenlong is quite simple. I can accomplish it by tomorrow." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Kaiwei leaped into his arms, hugging him tightly. "What's wrong?" Sumu frowned, sensing something was off with his sister's emotions. "Brother, remember to wish for Dad to wake up." Su Tsaiwei's voice trembled with emotion. It turned out her emotional shift was due to this. Sumu gently ruffled her hair. Speaking softly, "Don't worry, my first wish will be for that." He had crossed into the Dragon Ball world to save Mu Xiao, which had resulted in his family facing retaliation. The greatest guilt he felt was towards his family. "Okay." Su Kaiwei buried her head in his embrace. "Tomorrow, Dad will wake up. Now, please let go of me." "No." Su Kaiwei replied in a soft, clingy tone, tightening her embrace. Sumu's eyes were filled with affection as he didn't push her away but instead lifted her effortlessly. "Time is fleeting. We must return to meditation and training." He carried her downstairs. As they reached the second floor, Li Jing was coming up with Su Xiaoyu from the first floor. "How old are you two? Why are you still playing such childish games?" Li Jing scolded. Su Xiaoyu looked at them with envy, admiring the bond between the siblings. "Did you hear that? Hurry down." Sumu playfully patted his sister's backside. "Don't." Su Kaiwei tightened her arms, burying her head deeper. "You're so naughty to pat my backside." Sumu looked at his mother with an innocent expression, as if saying, "Look at the daughter you raised. I can't stand both of you. If you're going to play, do it elsewhere, and don't block the way." Li Jing pushed the siblings aside and led Su Xiaoyu towards the guest room. However, as she passed by, a slight smile crept onto Li Jing's lips. "It's all your fault for making me get scolded by Mom." Sumu shot a glare at the beauty in his arms. "How childish." Sumu sighed, resigned to carry her to her room. "All right, focus on your training." Sumu set her down on the bed and returned to his own room. As the door closed behind him, Su Kaiwei touched her backside where he had playfully patted her, her legs instinctively tightening, her cheeks flushed. Such a rascal. She buried her head under the covers, writhing like a little worm. Meanwhile, back in his room, Sumu placed the Shenlong mold on the desk. The floor was still dirty, covered in mud, and he was about to clean up when suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. "Su Xiaoyu?" Sumu sensed the presence of the visitor and opened the door, puzzled. Su Xiaoyu stood outside, carrying a basin of warm water. "Don't call me Su Xiaoyu anymore. Just call me Xiaoyu." She walked in, holding the warm water. Sumu didn't mind the change of name and stepped aside. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing? You and Kaiwei are my saviors. So I've decided to serve you both." Su Xiaoyu placed the basin on the floor, biting her lip. "Let me wash your feet, and once I'm done, I'll help Kaiwei." Sumu's face darkened. "Go away. You silly girl, what nonsense are you thinking? Come on. If you don't let me wash your feet, I want to leave." Su Xiaoyu stood stubbornly like a little rabbit, unwilling to budge. "If you keep this up, I'll call my mom." Sumu's threat had a significant effect. Su Xiaoyu's face turned crimson as she quickly grabbed the basin of warm water and dashed out of the room. Sumu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Women are truly troublesome. Chapter 51. Summoning the divine dragon. Time flew by swiftly, and a night had passed in the blink of an eye. It was Monday, and Su Xiaoyu rose early, heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Half an hour later, Li Jing awoke, intending to make breakfast for the children. However, upon entering the kitchen, she discovered Su Xiaoyu had already prepared a pot of century egg and lean meat congee. "Dear, I have already taken care of it," Su Xiaoyu said sweetly. "You child." Li Jing chuckled, somewhat amused. "I've invited you to stay here, and you needn't treat yourself as an outsider. Why do you?" Before she could finish, Su Xiaoyu shook her head. "Auntie, you are indeed like family to me, but I cannot be a freeloader. I can handle breakfast from now on. I know how to cook." Children from poor families mature quickly. Had Su Xiaoyu not learned to make breakfast, she might have starved long ago. Li Jing opened her mouth, ultimately conceding, "Then it will be a joint effort from now on, Xiaoyu." "Sure." Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Li Jing affectionately ruffled her hair, recognizing her as a sensible child. At Li Jing's call, Su Kaiwei and Su Mu emerged from their contemplative states. They washed up and came downstairs to enjoy breakfast. But at the moment they took their first bites, both sensed something was slightly amiss with the congee today. It wasn't tea that it tasted bad. Rather, the flavor had subtly changed, a difference they could easily detect. "It's made by Xiaoyu," Li Jing explained, leading to their sudden realization. "Xiaoyu, it's delicious," Su Kaiwei exclaimed, giving Su Xiaoyu a thumbs up from her seat at the dining table. Su Mu and Li Jing echoed her praise, with the approval of everyone. Su Xiaoyu beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped like a beautiful moon. Having spent just one night here, the girl had visibly brightened. Su Kaiwei felt a surge of happiness for Su Xiaoyu, the girl she had saved a year ago. "By the way, Xiaoyu, you should head back to school alone later. I have some other matters to attend to," Su Mu remarked, lifting his gaze. He was about to awaken the divine dragon, and given its high recognition, it would be prudent to keep Su Xiaoyu at a distance for now. "All right." Su Xiaoyu didn't question why. Su Mu was formidable. Whatever he needed to do must be of great importance. Also, after this week, don't go to school. Remember to tell Mu Xiaoyu to come here as well. Su Mu said earnestly as he set down his bowl and chopsticks. "I will teach you both the true methods of cultivation." Although the blue star appeared tranquil at present, Su Mu knew it was merely a facade, not to mention the grade 9 gorilla and shenangjia. The number of extraordinary beasts lurking in the oceans and primal forest worldwide was unfathomable. For instance, the 10 grade 8 beasts that had surfaced along the Jiang City coast were merely a fraction of the monstrous population. Had they not been corralled to contain humanity, humans would have been exterminated long ago. Moreover, there was that mysterious rift in the sky. What secrets lay hidden behind it remained unknown. In the face of impending peril, the best course of action was to enhance oneself. Teach us cultivation? Su Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. She had witnessed Su Mu's strength firsthand and believed that under his guidance, she could grow ever more powerful. "Sure, I will inform Xiao." Su Xiaoyu replied after finishing her breakfast. She tidied up the dishes and left the house, boarding a bus. In the living room, only Su Mu and the two siblings remained. "Mom, I plan to awaken Dad soon. Please take good care of him," Su Mu stated as he stood and walked back to his room. Su Kaiwei followed closely, suddenly feeling a wave of apprehension. Li Jing lingered in the living room for a moment, her emotions surging as she promptly dashed toward the room where Su Tianyu, her husband, was recuperating. Meanwhile, Su Mu returned to his room, grasping the divine dragon mold from the table. Su Kaiwei entered and inquired, "Brother, didn't the anime say that to summon the divine dragon, one needs to collect 7 Dragon Balls? Why haven't I seen you create them?" "That is merely a cultivation method of the dragon clan, serving to prevent humans from making reckless wishes. Besides, I do not possess any fragments of the Super Dragon Balls." Su Mu replied, not elaborating further, knowing his sister would not comprehend. Looking at his sister, he added, "I don't need those things. Let us go." "Go? Where to?" "The commotion of summoning the divine dragon at home would be too great. We must find a secluded spot first." Su Mu approached, taking his sister's hand. In the next moment, they vanished from the room. On an uninhabited island in the Pacific Ocean of Blue Star. Since the transformation of Blue Star, the maritime environment had turned treacherous, with scorching sun, raging winds, and tumultuous waves. Numerous extraordinary beasts roamed the seas. As soon as Su Mu and his sister landed, they were assaulted by dozens of grade 5 marine beasts, mutated seals, sharks, and tuna. Yet, even without Su Mu, Su Kaiwei could easily handle such trifles alone. Boom, boom. Su Kaiwei unleashed dozens of energy waves, obliterating the approaching beasts in a series of explosive blasts. "Oh, impressive strength," Su Mu remarked with a smile. "Of course, who do you think my brother is?" Sukaiwei replied, raising her chin proudly. Now, let us summon the divine dragon. I can hardly wait. Indeed, I too am eager, Sumu declared, placing the divine dragon mold onto the beach, its likeness remarkably lifelike. Kneeling, he placed his hand on the mold and began to chant an incantation. While the traditional Dragon Clan incantation is in the language of the Namekians, Sumu chanted in the language of the divine. In the world of Dragon Balls, the language of the gods was exclusive to deities, and Sumu was no exception. As he uttered the obscure phrases, Sukaiwei frowned deeply, feeling as if her heart was being compressed by an enigmatic force, making it difficult to breathe. She quickly covered her ears. Simultaneously, as Sumu continued his incantation, radiant golden light began to emanate from his hand, enveloping the divine dragon mold. Boom. The winds and clouds shifted dramatically. Chapter 52. Lord Caesar drawn by an inexplicable force, countless clouds converged. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled, the sea roiled, and dark clouds gathered. From above, a shadow loomed over the Pacific Ocean. At that moment, Sumu radiated a golden light, and Sukaiwei felt an extraordinary power transforming decay into the miraculous surrounding them. Could this be the power of miracles? In Sukaiwei's sight, the brilliance flowed from Sumu's hand into the dragon mold. As the last glimmer of light entered the mold, the dragon's eyes were suddenly painted. The finishing touch. The dragon awakened. Cracks appeared on the mold as a small dragon emerged. Its head resembled that of a camel, its horns like those of a deer. Its eyes akin to a rabbit's. Especially striking were its golden scales and 5 claws. This is. Sukaiwei covered her mouth. It is our Washa's 5-clawed golden dragon. From what Sukaiwei understood, the ordinary dragon in the Dragon Ball anime was green, resembling an ugly snake. Yet, she never expected the dragon her brother created to be this magnificent. How stunning. Roar. The golden 5-clawed dragon twisted and spiraled, releasing an ancient and profound roar. Crackle. Lightning crackled around it, and its body began to swell. 1 meter, 2 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. Roar. The 5-clawed golden dragon soared into the sky, transforming the previously overcast sky into a golden hue with its radiant glow. Sacred and luminous. Meanwhile, far away in the military district of the beautiful nation. Report. We have detected a mysterious power emerging in the Pacific, unlike those of the. Perhaps a rare treasure has appeared. What are we waiting for? Dispatch someone immediately. In the military district of Sakura Country, Your Majesty, a rare treasure has emerged in the Pacific. Hurry, send someone over. We cannot let Huaxia seize it this time. At the Huaxia military headquarters. Have you found that young king? Report, General. Not yet. Then continue searching. With such a powerful figure emerging in Huaxia, the future situation of Blue Star will be dictated by us. Report, General. We have received sudden news from the Pacific. What? What are we waiting for? Dispatch someone immediately. Even if others seize it, we must not let that little nation gain it. Understood. On a deserted island in the Pacific, Sumu knelt on the ground, his face pale. The consumption of energy was immense. Brother, are you okay? Sukaiwei rushed over anxiously, supporting her younger brother. In the past, she would have seized the opportunity to tease him, but now, all she felt was concern. I'm fine, just exhausted, Sumu gasped. Seeing that he was indeed okay, Sukaiwei felt relieved. Suddenly, a voice from above proclaimed, I have seen Lord Caesar. This voice, no longer ancient and profound, sounded youthful and lively, as if a young boy were speaking. Caesar? Sukaiwei looked up in astonishment. The dragon her brother created was so sacred and impressive. But who was this Lord Caesar? Wait a moment. Sukaiwei glanced down, casting a peculiar look at her brother. Sumu's mouth twitched. Don't look at me. Caesar is the name I took in the Dragon Ball world. Upon hearing this, Sukaiwei burst into laughter. Ha! Caesar, Lord Caesar, what a ridiculously melodramatic name. It was so childish. Only her foolish younger brother could come up with such a name. You think I wanted it? I was reborn as a scion, and that scion's name is Caesar. Sumu shot her a glare. And could you please stop laughing so loudly? I have some dignity, you know? His words only made Sukaiwei laugh even harder. Unable to bear it, Sumu raised his head and barked. What are you staring at? I've become this weak just to awaken you, you idiot. Hurry up and restore my energy. Sumu referred to awakening, not creating. For this dragon was the one Sumu had created in the Dragon Ball world, and he was now awakening it in Blue Star. Hearing Sumu call the dragon an idiot, it seemed so sacred and dignified. Was that truly permissible? Sukaiwei suddenly felt concerned. However, apologies, Lord Caesar. I was momentarily blind. I will restore your energy right away. The dragon in the sky nodded eagerly, humbling itself like a dog. Su Kaiwei. This is utterly absurd. Where is your supreme, sacred demeanor? Have you turned into a lapdog? The eyes of the five-clawed golden dragon brightened. And Sumu felt his energy surge back. As he sensed his vitality restored, he released his sister's support. Brother, if you demand too much of it, it won't consider that our wish, right? Su Kaiwei put away her smile, feeling a twinge of worry. From her knowledge of some plots in the Dragon Ball anime, it seemed that as long as the phrasing was correct, the first person to state a desire would have it granted. For instance, in Goku's childhood, when Oolong wished for a girl's underwear, the dragon granted that wish. In Dragon Ball GT, Pilaf made Goku small in a similar manner. Before Sumu could speak, the five-clawed golden dragon responded to Su Kaiwei's words. I wouldn't dare. Restoring Lord Caesar's energy is such a trivial matter, I wouldn't consider it a wish. Su Kaiwei was taken aback, and simultaneously, she confirmed that this five-clawed golden dragon was indeed a sycophantic dragon. Sumu chuckled, as the creator of this dragon. He knew it wouldn't dare. Oh, Lord Caesar, your energy seems a bit off. The five-clawed golden dragon finally reacted, its expression turning grim. In terms of combat power from Dragon Ball, its creator definitely did not exceed 500. How could this be? Sumu replied nonchalantly, don't look. Your power is equally weak as mine. The dragon's strength was linked to its creators, and since Sumu is currently weak, the dragon he awakened would also be weak. What? Is that really the case? The five-clawed golden dragon widened its eyes, panicking like a small animal. Brother, this dragon seems a bit dim-witted. Su Kaiwei covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Sumu's face darkened. This fool was not only dim-witted but also slow to react, which was utterly embarrassing. How could this happen? Wait. The five-clawed golden dragon's eyes flickered, and it instantaneously grasped the situation. Chapter 53, Blood Demon and the Gravity Chamber Hiss. The five-clawed golden dragon inhaled sharply. It had always known that its master was not originally from the Dragon Ball world. It was unexpected that its master had suddenly traversed back to their original realm, which explained their current weakness. Well, you should understand why our strength is so diminished now, Sumu said helplessly. Now, I wish to make my first request. Please command. Lord Caesar. The five-clawed golden dragon instantly became serious. It had no particular thoughts about coming to this world. Wherever its master was, it would follow. However, during its recent information search, it seemed to have discovered something intriguing. For my first wish, I want my father to awaken. If Sumu's power were still at the level of the Dragon Ball world, he would not need to wish upon the dragon. But now that he had returned to Blue Star, his current abilities only permitted him to use some healing magic. While this magic could heal external injuries, Su Tianyu, Sumu's father, had long since healed physically. His prolonged unconsciousness was due to damage at the level of consciousness. Thus, Sumu had no choice but to make a wish to the dragon. Su Kaiwei held her breath, hoping desperately for success. This wish seemed straightforward. The five-clawed golden dragon's crimson eyes flickered. Lord Caesar, your father has awakened. Upon hearing the dragon's words, Su Kaiwei excitedly leapt onto Sumu. Brother, Dad is finally awake. Yes, Dad is finally awake. Sumu supported his elder sister with a smile of joy. At that moment, in a room of the Su family in Jiang City, a long-sleeping middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes, his voice hoarse. Where is this? Darling, you are finally awake. Li Jing exclaimed, rushing into Su Tianyu's embrace. Why are you crying, dear? Su Tianyu's awareness lingered on the moment he was struck by a car, and he quickly recalled everything, asking anxiously, how is our son, Xiaomu? Woo-woo. Li Jing, overwhelmed with joy, wiped her tears. Our son is fine. It's all thanks to him that you are awake. Li Jing began recounting the events of the past few days to Su Tianyu. On a deserted island in the Pacific Ocean, Lord Caesar, your first wish has been granted. May I inquire about your second wish? The five-clawed golden dragon asked cautiously. Sumu set his beautiful sister down. Su Kaiwei pouted, displeased with her brother's action. Couldn't you just hold me a little longer? Unaware of his sister's thoughts, Sumu lifted his head, seriousness etched on his face. Isn't there a silver rift in the sky? Investigate its origins for me. Lord Caesar, there's no need for investigation. While I was looking into the reasons for our diminished powers, I also discovered the origin of that rift. The five-clawed golden dragon's response left Su Kaiwei wide-eyed. You already know the secret behind the rift? That's quite remarkable. Sumu frowned. Then why are you not speaking up? Indeed, the dragon's tone shifted to a teasing one. That rift in the sky was created by a dark plane sorcerer known as Blood Demon. He is the prince of that dark realm, seeking to harvest human fear to gain greater power. ultimately aiming for immortality. In just a few words, the five-clawed golden dragon unveiled the rift's mystery. Su Kaiwei stood there, dumbfounded. Dark plane, prince, immortality, harvesting human fear. These terms, when connected, unmistakably hinted at yet another world-ending plot. Could it be? Is Blue Star truly in such peril? Su Kaiwei's heart raced as she glanced at her brother. Why is he smirking? Sumu twisted his neck, suddenly intrigued. The five-clawed golden dragon chuckled. Using the combat power scale of the Dragon Ball world, his combat power is approximately 50 billion. What? Su Kaiwei instinctively exclaimed. Sumu patted his sister's head, laughing. It's merely 50 billion combat power. Harvesting human fear, seeking immortality, dark planes. Listening to this, one might assume that the foe was formidable, but it turns out he only possesses 50 billion combat power. Such strength is comparable to that of Majin Buu. No wonder he could break through space to arrive at Blue Star. Su Kaiwei was rendered speechless. Although she was unfamiliar with the detailed plot of Dragon Ball, she clearly understood the concept of combat power, especially Frisia's infamous declaration, "My combat power is 530,000." When Frisia unlocked his ultimate transformation, he could reach 12 million combat power. And now, you are saying that this blood demon possesses 50 billion combat power? What are you worried about? If my strength hadn't diminished, I could dispatch such rubbish with just a sneeze. Seeing the panic on his sister's face, Su Mu retorted. You did say if, but your strength has already vanished. How can you fight him now? Su Mu and the five-clawed golden dragon's expressions suddenly changed. It was no wonder they reacted this way. Both had stood atop the pinnacle of power in the Dragon Ball world. Figures like Frisia and Majin Buu did not even qualify to challenge them. Thus, they instinctively overlooked such trivial threats. Su Mu's expression turned serious. Little Gold. Has that blood demon recently considered destroying Blue Star? Little Gold was Su Mu's nickname for the five-clawed golden dragon. The dragon shook its head. No. Blue Star is his farm. It is the source of his power, and he would not easily destroy it. That's a relief. Su Mu exhaled deeply. After so many days of traversing back to Blue Star, he finally felt an intense sense of crisis. However, now, this is getting interesting. Su Mu suddenly became exhilarated. Brother, aren't you afraid? Su Kaiwei swallowed hard. Her legs were trembling, and she wondered why her brother appeared so exhilarated. Afraid? Su Mu turned, cradling his sister's delicate face. Smiling. The crises I faced in the Dragon Ball world were far more terrifying than this. It's just a boss at the level of Majin Buu. As long as I train diligently, why would I fear such trash? Brother, you. Su Kaiwei and Su Mu locked eyes, and she saw fearlessness reflected in her brother's gaze. Brother is so cool. Su Mu ignored the adoring look from his sister and suddenly looked up. Little Gold. For my third wish, I want you to create 100 gravity chambers according to my previous specifications. Chapter 54. Transforming back into a scion physique given his current needs. A handful of gravity chambers would suffice, yet having a few extra never hurts. Upon finishing his statement, Su Mu observed a flicker in Xiao Jin's eyes, and suddenly, a box descended from the sky. Su Mu released his sister and reached out to catch the box. Weren't we wishing for gravity chambers? Why is there only one box? Su Kaiwei furrowed her brows in confusion. Have you ever heard of the universal capsule? Su Mu inquired. Universal capsule? Su Kaiwei exclaimed, snatching the box from Su Mu's hands and opening it to reveal 100 capsule-shaped items inside. Is this truly the legendary universal capsule? Filled with excitement, Su Kaiwei was eager to experiment with this fabled item. Understanding the gleam in his sister's eyes, Su Mu nodded in agreement. With his consent, Su Kaiwei, suppressing her enthusiasm, retrieved one capsule and pressed the button atop it. Boom. A room of 50 square meters manifested on the beach, seemingly crafted from a peculiar metal, exuding a sleek, white, metallic luster. At first glance, it conveyed a sense of advanced technology. Remarkable. Su Kaiwei's eyes widened, resembling a startled little creature, innocent and bewildered. All right, I will share one with you later. Do you have any other wishes? Su Mu inquired, retracting the gravity chamber into a universal capsule. Is there a third wish? She asked. Indeed, Su Mu chuckled. As the master of this divine dragon, he could fulfill not just 3 wishes, but even 10, as long as the miraculous energy within the dragon remained intact. However, exhausting this energy would lead to dire consequences. Therefore, under normal circumstances, both Xiao Jin and the divine dragon would only grant 1 wish per individual. Brother, I wish for immortality. Su Kaiwei leaned closer, her head brushing against Su Mu's cheek in a charming manner. Their skin touched, warm and smooth. Sumu shivered slightly and quickly pushed her away. Do not wish for that. The drawbacks are too great. The dragon's ability to grant wishes correlates with the strength of its creator, with Sumu's current power. Although he could manifest a dragon capable of fulfilling Su Xiaoi's wish, true immortality remained elusive. This type of immortality would only preserve the physical form, leaving the spirit and consciousness vulnerable. Of course, if I were to regain my strength from the Dragon Ball world, it would be possible, he continued, to attain true immortality. Cultivating one's realm is a more viable path, and I will teach you that later. Please, choose another wish. Then I wish to transform into a Super Saiyan. Su Kaiwei clenched her fists, quickly revising her wish. Since learning of her brother's journey to the Dragon Ball world and his transformation into a Saiyan, she had dreamed of becoming one herself. Sumu was taken aback. He never expected his sister would wish for this. Is that permissible? Su Kaiwei lowered her head, appearing rather pitiful. It's not that it's impossible, but it feels a bit unusual. Sumu scratched his head. He had never placed much importance on the Saiyan physique. After all, he had returned to Blue Star, and with his exalted soul, even without the Saiyan traits, reclaiming his peak prowess was merely a matter of time. Moreover, this current body was his true form, and he had never contemplated reverting to a Saiyan physique. Thus, his sister's desire to change her physique struck him as peculiar. Do you genuinely wish to become a Saiyan? Sumu asked again. Yes, Su Kaiwei affirmed resolutely. Though Saiyans have their drawbacks, if you become one, you will grow a tail, and you must never gaze upon the full moon again. Can you accept that? Can't I just sever the tail? She reasoned. If I have the chance to transform into Super Saiyan 4 later, I could regrow it. Sumu was momentarily speechless, surprised that his sister was even aware of the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Then let us go ahead with your wish. Wait, Sumu interjected, puzzled. Did she change her mind? Su Kaiwei gazed at her brother. From your tone, it seems you do not wish to revert to a Saiyan physique. Indeed. Having been a Saiyan once, I see no need to revert. He began, but was cut off. No. Su Kaiwei tugged at his ear. I'm a bit frightened to transform alone. Please, transform back into a Saiyan with me. At that moment, Xiaojin interjected from above. Lord Caesar, I am struggling. Have you yet to decide on the third wish? Xiaojin, having been summoned for quite some time, appeared to be fading, as if on the verge of vanishing. Brother, please accompany me in becoming a Saiyan. Su Kaiwei urged. Really? Sumu sighed, realizing his sister's deep affection for him. Fine, if you wish to become a Saiyan. I shall accompany you. Xiaojin, let us both transform into Saiyans. Sumu articulated the command in the language of the gods. Su Kaiwei released her grip on her brother's ear, holding her breath in anticipation, her nerves on edge. As Sumu's words faded, a golden light descended from the heavenly dragon, enveloping the two in a radiant glow. The agony of transformation and the sensation of bones shifting brought Su Kaiwei to her knees, while Sumu remained relatively unfazed, merely letting out a soft grunt. This pain was trivial compared to the torment he had endured in the Dragon Ball world. With a roar, Xiaojin's form rapidly diminished, plummeting from the sky before morphing back into the dragon mold, while Sumu and his sister continued their transformation. Half an hour passed, and the glow surrounding them began to dissipate. Simultaneously, a short tail sprouted from behind them, gradually elongating. Once it reached its maximum length, the luminous aura vanished completely. At last, they had succeeded. The siblings' appearances remained unchanged, still handsome, yet both now bore a tail, signifying their transformation. Thud. Su Kaiwei could no longer endure. She collapsed onto the beach. The pain of transformation was unbearable, a torment that penetrated to the very marrow of her bones, leaving her nearly convinced she was on the brink of death. Are you all right, sister? Sumu crouched beside her, extending a hand to assist her. Su Kaiwei lay on the sand, gasping for breath. Let me recover for a moment. Sumu chuckled softly, opting not to rush her. After a while, Su Kaiwei finally regained her composure, grasping her brother's hand in resignation. How did you endure that pain? Chapter 55. Breaking through to level 7, is it really that painful? Are you even human? Su Kaiwei leaned against her brother, casting him a sidelong glance. Suddenly, she sensed something peculiar about her body, a tail that she could manipulate into view. Look, it's a tail, she exclaimed, excitement radiating from her. Sometimes, possessing a tail is not advantageous. Sumu reached out, grasping his sister's tail. A wave of tingling sensations surged through her, causing her body to go limp. Su Kaiwei's cheeks flushed, and she couldn't suppress a weak moan that felt utterly embarrassing. Don't hold it," she murmured shyly. Sumu was taken aback. His sister's once fair skin was now tinged with a rosy hue, beads of sweat adorning her forehead, exuding an aura of captivating vulnerability. Clad in a low-cut top, her neckline gaped slightly, revealing a delicate curve that was both soft and alluring. "Well," Sumu hastily released her tail, remarking, "Before transforming into Super Saiyan, having a tail is more of a hindrance than a benefit. You just experienced that. If someone were to grab your tail in battle, it would spell disaster." "Indeed," Sukaiwei replied, her gaze lowered, her body still feeling weak. Reflecting on the intoxicating sensation she had just felt, she instinctively squeezed her legs together. "Moreover, if you possess a tail and gaze at the full moon, you might turn into a giant ape, losing your sanity in the process. We should sever it for now. Once you have the chance to transform into Super Saiyan, I will allow it to regrow." Without waiting for her response, Sumu grasped her tail once more and yanked it sharply. A sharp pain shot through her. But compared to the agony she had experienced during her transformation, this was bearable. He then cast a sealing spell at the base of her tail, ensuring it would not regrow. He replicated the action for himself, and both siblings found themselves devoid of tails. Now, without their tails, they appeared no different than before. After a brief respite, Sukaiwei finally regained her vitality. "Ha!" She laughed joyfully on the beach. "I never imagined Sukaiwei, could one day become a Scion." Sumu's expression darkened as he interjected, "If Mom and Dad find out you've changed species, you're done for." The words conjured a vivid image in Su Caiwei's mind. Her father, Su Tianyu, grasping her hands while her mother, Li Jing, punished her from behind, both scolding her relentlessly. "You think you can become a Scion? Just wait until we deal with you." Gasping at the thought, Su Kaiwei turned to Sumu, gritting her teeth. "If you don't say anything, who will know I've become a Scion? And do you think you can escape unscathed?" Raising her chin defiantly, she regained her composure and pride. "I'm not the only one to become a Scion. You have too, little brother." Sumu found himself both amused and exasperated. "You were the one who insisted I transform into a Scion. Now you're burning the bridge behind you? Humph, address me as sister," she retorted playfully. "I dare you to accept your punishment." Sumu scooped her up and tossed her into the sea, then followed suit. They began to spar in the water. Rather than a fight, it was more of Sumu facilitating Su Caiwei's adaptation to her newfound Scion strength. Thud, thud. Each punch resonated with impact. Scions, being a warrior race, inherently craved combat. The more intense the fight, the more they could transcend their limits. With a thunderous roar, the aftermath of their battle stirred monstrous waves, causing weaker creatures in the ocean to perish instantly. "Take this." Su Kaiwei unleashed a wave of energy, swiftly pursuing it. As Sumu struck her energy wave away, she seized the opportunity to kick at him with all her might. Boom. The power of a peak level 6 warrior erupted. And Sumu braced himself, instantly propelled backward. Su Kaiwei smirked, recognizing her brother's acting prowess. However, she understood he was merely guiding her, and she pressed on with her assault. Boom, boom. The air crackled with the sound of their colliding forces, and Su Kaiwei became increasingly adept at maneuvering her Scion physique. Simultaneously, her strength continued to surge. Seizing the moment, Sumu sensed her impending breakthrough. "Now, exhaust every ounce of power within you." With both hands, he launched a Kamehameha wave. A terrifying force swept through the sky, radiating intense heat that made Su Caiwei's scalp tingle. If she were struck by this attack, it would be fatal. Now, Su Kaiwei clenched her teeth, gathering all her energy to her chest, ensuring not a drop remained. Go. She propelled her energy wave forward, colliding with Su Mu's Kamehameha. Boom. The world dimmed as the magnetic field of the void became chaotic. The two energy waves clashed, with her brother's wave drawing perilously close. Stop. Su Kaiwei felt death looming before her. Suddenly, a crack echoed, the sound of shackles shattering. An overwhelming force erupted within her. Level 7. Su Kaiwei had ascended to level 7 warrior. In just a week, she had transitioned from level 6 to level 7. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly create a stir. At the moment of her breakthrough, Sumu redirected his Kamehameha wave. Boom. The sky erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The siblings collapsed back onto the beach, drenched and refreshed by the cool breeze that enveloped them. Gazing at the plume of smoke in the sky, Su Kaiwei realized that had she been struck by that attack, survival would have been impossible, even at level 7. Brother, I did it. Thank you. She turned her head, admiring her brother's handsome profile. You are my sister, no need for thanks, Sumu replied, reclining comfortably under the sun. Su Kaiwei lay beside him, lifting her hands to feel the power coursing through her. Is this the strength of a scion? Truly formidable. She glanced at her brother's handsome face and, unable to resist, leaped onto him. Chapter 56. Brother, I adore you rather than merely falling onto him. It felt more like she was perched atop him. Sumu gazed at his sister, whose delicate brows arched gracefully, her nose elegantly sculpted, and lips reminiscent of a rosy dawn. Her skin, as pristine as snow, combined with her extraordinary beauty, exuded an enchanting allure with just a fleeting glance. Their eyes locked, and it seemed as if her gaze was imbued with sweetness, thick enough to be palpable. Suddenly, she averted her eyes, lowering her head. What is she planning to do? Sumu tensed as they drew closer, their lips merely 3 centimeters apart, their breaths mingling in the air. The intoxicating fragrance emanating from her enveloped him, quickening his breath. Brother, Su Kaiwei cradled his face, summoning her courage to confess her feelings. Suddenly, brother, there are numerous presences approaching us. Sumu's expression shifted. He sensed over a dozen 8th-level warriors heading their way. The enchanting atmosphere shattered in an instant, and Su Kaiwei pursed her lips, clenching her fists. You little rascal, be quiet. She firmly turned his head and kissed him fiercely. Sumu's pupils dilated in shock. Was she out of her mind? Yet, the sensation was soft, warm, smooth, and sweet. He felt as though the most exquisite delight in the world rested upon his lips. Just as he was about to lose himself in the moment, Su Kaiwei stood up, her face glistening with beads of sweat and a rosy hue. Brother, I adore you. I have always adored you. Yet, these words remained unspoken, her earlier impulsiveness having drained all her courage. Sumu also rose from the sand, his gaze evasive, unable to meet Su Kaiwei's eyes. In their childhood, she frequently chased him for kisses, but they had grown up. Why was she still kissing him? Don't tell Mom and Dad. I'm afraid they'll scold me. Sumu turned his head, shrinking his neck. What do you mean? You just kissed me, and now, being such an adult, if Mom and Dad find out, they'll think I bullied you. He retorted. Su Kaiwei, this little brat is too naive. No wonder he has remained single even after traversing into the Dragon Ball world for so long. Just shut up. Dad and Mom would be delighted for me to act this way. Su Kaiwei could hardly contain her laughter. Before the anomalies in Blue Star, their mother had always wished to unite her and Sumu, but their father had opposed it, insisting on respecting her wishes. Yet, her inclination was clear. She longed to be close to her brother every day. Just as the bumbling Sumu was about to inquire about her meaning, a dozen figures suddenly descended from the sky. Both men and women, they bore diverse features, Eastern and Western alike. Their auras formidable, yet they were all on high alert. In the Huaxia military district, a 7th-level major general leaned toward a middle-aged man with a crew cut. General, the source of that unique power has been interrupted here. The man, named Yihua, was the leader of the mission and an 8th-level powerhouse. Interrupted here? Yihua surveyed the surroundings. This deserted island seemed devoid of any other presence aside from the striking pair. Had they managed to acquire it? That woman appears so familiar. I feel as though I have seen her before. The 7th-level major general whispered. I share that sentiment, Yihua remarked, frowning as he searched his memory. At that moment, Sumu and Su Kaiwei had drawn the attention of all present. An elder from Sakura country diverted his gaze toward Yihua, his eyes brimming with malice. Oh, isn't this Yihua from Huaxia? It seems I encounter you every time, you mutt. This elder, named Wei Pingyilang, was also an 8th-level powerhouse. 6 months ago, he had faced Yihua in battle, but he had suffered a crushing defeat. Since then, their encounters had always sparked tension. Ah, it's you, old dog. What? Still unwilling to concede? Yihua taunted. Shall we have another bout? Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. Wei Pingyilang was ready to fight. And the atmosphere grew taut. Hey. Must you two always resort to violence upon meeting? Can't you be a bit more original? A Western woman interjected, named Alice. An 8th-level powerhouse from the beautiful country. She had no desire for these two to clash. If 2 8th-level warriors were to battle, not even an entire city could withstand their onslaught, let alone this uninhabited island. Should it be sunk, how would they uncover the mysterious power? Very well. I shall grant this lady a reprieve, but should we meet again, your luck may not hold. Wei Pingyilang huffed. Cut it out. Yihua scoffed, finding the demeanor of the Sakura nationals repugnant. With the fight averted, he, like the others, shifted his gaze back to Sumu and Su Kaiwei. Both bore Eastern features, particularly Su Kaiwei, whose visage struck Yihua and his companions as eerily familiar. Are you from Huaxia? Yihua inquired, his brow furrowed. This is the middle of the Pacific. How could these two Huaxia faces appear here? Wei Pingyilang sneered. You see an Eastern face and immediately assume they must be from Huaxia? They are far too attractive. It's clear they belong to our great Sakura country. Sakura country? Yihua retorted. Isn't your nation known for filming? I have never seen any works featuring these two striking individuals online, so they cannot possibly be from your country. Su Mu, Su Kaiwei. Yihua's biting remarks carried considerable weight. The others stifled their laughter, while Alice from the beautiful country burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha. The piercing laughter reached Wei Pingyilang's ears, turning his face crimson with rage. You seek death. What, is watching films forbidden now? Oh, I shall kill you. A fierce white aura erupted from Wei Pingyilang, the terrifying pressure causing the ground to sink 2 meters. Enough. Alice sighed, exasperated. These two would bicker endlessly whenever they met. She turned to Su Mu and his sister. I ask you both, there was a recent anomaly here, accompanied by a surge of mysterious power. Did you witness anything? At her words, every individual present perked up, and both Wei Pingyilang and Yihua abandoned their quarrel, as their purpose for being there was to investigate the source of that enigmatic power. If it were indeed a treasure of the heavens and earth, they would seize it with all their might. Wait, General, she seems to be a 7th-level warrior. The 7th-level Major General beside Yihua suddenly interjected, holding up a device that displayed a reading of 7th level. A 7th-level warrior. The crowd gasped, following the Major General's gaze, which rested on the stunning woman. Indeed, others from different nations also held detectors, confirming Su Kaiwei's level. Gasped. The assembly inhaled sharply. A 7th-level warrior at such a young age? Their astonishment was understandable, for in Blue Star, those above 7th level were predominantly middle-aged. During the anomalies in Blue Star, individuals of that age had already amassed considerable wealth in society, ensuring a continuous supply of resources for their cultivation. Thus, this phenomenon has come to be. Indeed, as time progresses, the new generation of extraordinary talents has begun to catch up. However, even if the gifts of these emerging prodigies are remarkable, the current pinnacle of strength stands only at the 6th level. That title belongs to Su Kaiwei of Huaxia. Chapter 57. I am Su Kaiwei, she is Su Kaiwei? Yihua's eyes widened. As a general of the Huaxia military district, he had seen Su Kaiwei's photograph. This woman bore a striking resemblance to Huaxia's brightest talent, Su Kaiwei. That can't be right, or Su Kaiwei has only just broken through to level 6. A nearby level 7 soldier, a major general, shook his head. Everyone present was acutely aware of the talents from enemy nations, especially Su Kaiwei, the foremost figure of Huaxia's new generation. It was inconceivable that she could have advanced 2 levels in such a short span, even with her exceptional talents. Despite their doubts, the woman's age appeared similar to Su Kaiwei's, and she also possessed an Eastern countenance, while standing as a level 7 warrior. Who, then, could she possibly be? And what about that young man? What is his strength? Yihua furrowed his brow. Level 0. The level 7 major general beside him replied, shaking his head. Level 0? Everyone, including Yihua, was momentarily taken aback. They were currently in the heart of the Pacific Ocean, surrounded by perilous beasts. How could a mere level 0 individual find themselves in such a perilous location? Was it possible that the stunning woman had brought him here? As the crowd pondered this, Su Kaiwei shot a glance at her brother, Su Mu. While her power had been detected, her Navi younger brother remained undetected. How infuriating. Noticing his sister's gaze, Su Mu proudly lifted his head. You just don't understand. I have absolute control over my energy. I'll teach you later. Humph, you better teach me, you brat. Su Kaiwei seemed to share a silent understanding with Su Mu, communicating without words. Who are you? Yihua asked, his voice tense. As he posed the question, anxiety gripped him. If these two were indeed Huaxia nationals, it would be acceptable. However, if they were from another country, such a talent could not be allowed to leave alive. Wei Pingyilang held his breath as well. The features of Su Mu and Su Kaiwei also matched those from the Cherry Blossom Nation. They could potentially be from there. Catching her brother's indifferent expression, Su Kaiwei boldly declared, General Yihua, I am Su Kaiwei. Silence ensued. The deserted island became eerily quiet. She claimed to be who? Su Kaiwei? Boom. It was as if a thunderclap had struck. Yihua and the Huaxia warriors behind him were all wide-eyed. She says she is Su Kaiwei. How can this be? Wasn't her strength just at level 6? How could she have suddenly broken through to level 7? If you are Su Kaiwei, then who is he? Surely he cannot be your brother? The level 7 major general from Huaxia gasped, breathing rapidly. Yes, he is my brother, Su Mu. Su Kaiwei glanced at her brother's handsome visage, a slight smile gracing her lips. Thump, thump. Yihua's heart raced wildly. Sumu. The news of his surpassing the 3S level talent had already spread throughout Blue Star. He had vanished, and now he appeared here. Come to me. Yihua, consumed with urgency, could no longer ponder the mysterious powers at play. The pure Huaxiao language, the breathtaking Su Kaiwei, and the newly awakened Su Mu of level 0. He confirmed it. They were indeed the siblings Su Kaiwei. Curse it. How did they arrive in the Pacific? It was indeed the siblings Su Kaiwei from Huaxia. Wei Ping Yilang rejoiced. Though disappointed that they were not from the Cherry Blossom Nation, he relished the fact that they were Su Kaiwei and her brother. This pair were the most gifted talents from Huaxia. If they were eliminated, it would surely cause Huaxia great distress. Forget about that mysterious power. If such talent grows, it will pose a significant threat to us. We cannot allow them to live. Everyone, attack. Wei Ping Yilang commanded, launching into action. As he moved, the warriors behind him followed suit. Seeking death, Yihua roared, rallying his forces to counter Wei Ping Yilang's advance. Boom, boom. Before the mysterious powers could be fully assessed, a battle erupted. Yihua unleashed his extraordinary power, wielding ice as his element, while Wei Ping Yilang summoned water. Ice directly countered water. Despite Wei Ping Yilang's utmost effort, he could not gain the upper hand. This was also the reason for his defeat 6 months prior. Haha. Filthy Cherry Blossom Nationals, perish. Yihua gestured, summoning dozens of ice pillars that descended from the heavens. This is intolerable. With his powers nullified, Wei Ping Yilang resorted to energy waves, launching them at the ice pillars. Boom. The ice shattered, yet fragments rained down from the sky. This was the ice of extraordinary powers. Upon contact with the ground, the temperature plummeted rapidly, instantly dropping below -100 degrees. The warriors from the Cherry Blossom Nation felt the chilling effects. Their combat prowess severely diminished. In an instant, cries of agony erupted from the Cherry Blossom warriors. Haha. Do you still wish to slay my Huaxia talents? You old dog, do you possess such capability? Yihua unleashed his extraordinary powers once more. Humph. I can see that I cannot best you, but do not forget that we are not the only ones present. Wei Ping Yilang scoffed, allowing his subordinates to retreat while he defended against Yihua's onslaught. This is bad. Yihua's expression shifted dramatically, as Wei Ping Yilang had indicated. They were not the sole participants in today's conflict. Besides them, there were also forces from the beautiful nation and other countries. Ever since the anomaly spread across Blue Star, Huaxia's power had undergone a remarkable transformation, even showing signs of surpassing the beautiful nation. Should Huaxia achieve such supremacy, it would ascend to a new pinnacle. It was precisely for this reason that the beautiful nation would not remain idle. They would undoubtedly seek to eliminate Huaxia's future. And Su Mu and Su Kaiwei represented that very future.